Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Another form of power part 3 chapter 7. Inko smiled at Representative Kikirite as she handed him a homemade snack. He always accepted her snacks after giving a speech. Thank you, Inko. You shouldn't have, and he always said she shouldn't have. She shook her head. Of course she should have, no matter what he had said that one time, she knew Izuku Kikirite wasn't Izuku. He had said that to comfort her. He had apologized later, and while Inko desperately wanted his words to be true, she knew they weren't. He was, however, the one man who had made sure that the investigation into Izuku's disappearance was never forgotten. He was the one who made the police chase up any new leads. He was the man who made sure the world hadn't forgotten Izuku. He'd even named a piece of legislation after Izuku. He was dealing with quirkless rights. It was enough to make her cry at times. And when she did, he was someone who would comfort her, silently handing her a handkerchief and making sure she recovered. So how could she not ensure he got little treats and other homemade goods? He lived alone, and as a representative she had no idea if he could cook, or even if he had the time. He could go to the most upmarket restaurants. She knew that, but he always accepted her cooking and he always complimented her on the taste. He was genuine about it as well. If he wasn't, she was sure that after all these years, he'd have found some way to tell her. As a result, every time Representative Kikirite was giving a speech in her area, or even a little bit away, she was always there with snacks. He'd actually arranged clearances for her, so that she was always close at hand. Inko was realistic. Izuku traveled more than she could, and she knew he was well fed then, but that didn't stop her. He bit into the small muffin. It was specially made to be packed with calories. One of his assistants had told Inko that Izuku's quirk was high calorie. She didn't know what it was, but she made sure she packed as many calories into her snacks as she could. Tazakuri was good as were koinobori biscuits, but she had found that Western food was sometimes better since it often tasted better cold. She wanted Izuku to enjoy her snacks. It always tastes so good, Inko, he said, taking another bite. She smiled and handed him another. This one was wrapped in a napkin. He placed it in a pocket and took another large bite out of the first one. Then he smiled at her, reaching up to brush away crumbs. Inko smiled back, and that was enough. She couldn't keep him, and she watched as Representative Kikirite turned to the crowds who had gathered. That was another thing she liked about the representative. He cared for the people he spoke to, genuinely cared. He always made time to speak to people one-on-one after his speeches, not like other politicians who were whisked away by their security and never actually knew the people they were meant to represent. There was a reason Izuku was one of the most popular members of the House of Representatives. She was proud to call him her friend. That's why she smiled and clapped as he moved on, and she turned with the rest of the group to follow him. Inko had done this often enough that she knew what was expected. Those who were in the support crowd, where she stood, had to smile, clap and look adoring. Izuku had laughed at the description, but he didn't deny its truth. She tracked Representative Kikirite's suited form with her eyes. He was smiling and shaking hands, and generally answering questions. He looked happy, and the crowd was happy. The world changed so fast. Inko wasn't sure what it was. Someone didn't look as happy. A spike of alarm went through Inko, but she wasn't too concerned. Kikirite had bodyguards after all. It wasn't until the woman shouted, and drew a gun that Inko knew it wasn't just someone who disagreed. Hero killer. The scream was audible even over the general noise of the crowd. The woman thrust the gun out. Inko saw the look of concern in Izuku's face. It was all she needed to act. The gun fired, but it was already leaving the woman's hand. Inko shuddered. The bullet hit her just a moment before the gun arrived. She staggered, but saw Izuku's bodyguards move. Two barreled into the woman while another two shielded him. She smiled, even as she fell. It hadn't hit him. The crowd screamed, and most ran. Guns were not unheard of in their society, but they were rare enough. They were wise enough to run. Inko. The shout was clear. She felt hands press into her side, covering the wound. Someone picked up the gun. Get paramedics. There was panic in the order, but it was commanding enough that it would be obeyed. Inko looked up at the sky. People crowded around her. She could feel the footsteps through the ground. Inko, look at me. That wasn't hard to do. She recognized Izuku looming over her. His green curls fell over his face, which was twisted in worry. His eyes were wide. They were pained. It's okay, she said. She'd do it again. She'd do it because he looked so much like Izuku, because he gave her hope. Izuku shook his head. Stay with me, he commanded. She recognized the tone. It was the same as when he told crowds to trust him. It carried power, and she felt herself obeying. How long? Izuku yelled, looking up. Inko could see down her body. She could feel the pain dully. It was odd, it wasn't as searing as she expected. She could see her blood on Izuku's suit. He kept his hands on her abdomen, holding the wound. And then he was pushed away. Inko didn't recognize the people, but she knew the uniform. Paramedics. One of them put gauze against her wound, while another put a mask over her face. It was only then, with the feel of oxygen, that she realized how difficult it had been to breathe. There was a rattle beside her, and she saw the leg of a stretcher before she was lifted onto it. Inko looked to Izuku. The man was still standing. Her blood was on his suit. It was shockingly red, and there was a pained look in his eyes. He looked stricken. Inko felt sick. I'm sorry, and then she knew no more. AFOP. Izuku didn't really see the ambulance leave. He just stared into the area it had been, even as gawkers moved back into the area. There were shouted questions and the flash of cameras. He didn't hear them, he didn't see it. That was Inko in the ambulance. His mother, his real mother, not the fiction Toga was playing. He didn't know what to do. His bodyguards helped him to rise, but he still didn't know what to do. He wanted to follow. He wanted to scream, to rage, he wanted to hurt someone. Izuku spun to glare where the woman had been standing. There was now a gaggle of police there. They had her in cuffs. It wasn't enough. She was staring defiantly at him. Izuku trembled. Sir, you are going into shock. The worried voice was one of his bodyguards. Izuku didn't care. Shock? It didn't matter. The woman was still free. Sir, come this way please. Before he could do anything, his bodyguards crowded around him and herded him towards the car he had used to get here. Izuku shook himself. He couldn't afford to be shocked now, and he could go to see his mother soon. She was in good hands. That would be enough. He stopped moving. Sir, please. It's okay, he said softly, and pushed the wall of men aside. The bystanders had been pushed back by the police and there was now a cordon. The shouts from reporters began anew as he emerged from the protective wall of his security. He looked around. There was still blood on the ground. Izuku bit the inside of his lip before he cried. The pain of that took the tears from his eyes and he fished into his pocket, walking to the area where there was blood. Izuku knelt and placed the small muffin there. It looked odd, but he then turned and walked away, allowing his bodyguards to pack him into his car. Let the reporters make what they would of the gesture. He knew what it meant. Once inside his vehicle, Izuku shivered, but he quickly pulled himself together. He hadn't really seen his attacker until it was too late. He'd been thinking about the broadcast from Hisashi Yamada. The man had a new segment and he had featured on it. The segment itself was silly. Who looks like someone else? The suggestion that All Might in his prime was a new Arnold Schwarzenegger was hysterical. At least, it had been once Izuku had looked up the historical figure. But Imoku did not need the phoned-in suggestion that he was Izuku Midoriya. At least the moron who called in the suggestion wasn't Bakugo. That would have been too obvious, even for the group opposing him. He already knew Bakugo was with them, but they had been careful to keep him in the background. Oh, he was in play. His attack on Toga was proof of that. Him applying Dabayo Simipe as a guard was another. And the police could say all they wanted that Kirishima had arrested Ujiko, he knew better. So the caller wasn't Bakugo. But that just meant there was someone else in on the alliance, as he liked to call it. He thought he knew most of them. Mirio was their public face. The boy was running for office in the House of Representatives. He wasn't running in the same electorate as Imoku. They weren't that stupid, but he was running in another and he was reasonably popular. That was Sir Night Eye's work. Tomura should have killed him, not just removed his quirk. The man was intelligent, and was obviously the brains of the operation. Bakugo was the grunt. He would do the work that they couldn't be seen doing, and Aizawa was clearly the one they were using to do investigations. The man had skills, but Imoku was equally sure of his skills. Sensei hadn't taught him to be second best, after all. There were others involved. Hisashi was one and he thought All Might was involved, but the man was never directly seen. There were probably others too, serving roles as needed. Actually, he should probably include Ujiko's arresting officer in on the alliance. He didn't think Shoto Todoroki was in on it, but at the same time, from what Imoku had gathered from the Special Forces officer, Todoroki wouldn't cry if something happened. He wasn't that type of man. So he'd been distracted. Most of the suggestions about those who looked alike had been laughed at, except his. The reaction to his wasn't as jovial. At least he didn't think it was. He'd been thinking about it, wondering if he'd been overreacting when the attack took place. He could have stopped it. Spark could have prevented the gunpowder from igniting. Maybe. Now Inko was injured, and he was sitting in his vehicle covered in blood. Imoku looked over at Hesho, his personal assistant. The man was white, but he was functioning. Inform the police I wish to press charges, he told him. And I will fund any charges Inko wants to bring, he added. Hesho nodded, noting it down. Find out who she is, he said, jerking one hand towards the woman the police had in cuffs. It was only then that he noticed the blood covering his hands. Inko's blood. Again Hesho nodded. Sir, we had to get you to the hospital for a checkup, and the police will want to talk to you. Imoku nodded, deliberately working through the problem. Tell the detectives I'm available whenever they need, he said. The sentence wasn't a rote formula, but the answer was expected. Then let's get you to the hospital, Hesho said as two bodyguards got into the vehicle. Imoku nodded. It would be good to see Inko. It was only after they arrived that he realized it was for him. He let the doctors do the tests they wanted. He might be still shocked, but he knew what he was going to do. The concept of mercy did not feature in his plans. AFOP Himiko knew there was a problem when Kurogiri appeared, a bunch of clothes in his misty hand. Come with me, the instruction was terse. She shared a glance with Dabi. The fire villain didn't appear to be any better informed. Someone took a shot at Imoku, the League's warp gate explained. That got their attention. Toga shot up and took the suit. She knew what was needed now. Before she changed, she opened her bag, and fished for the right blood vial. She downed it with a single gulp, and felt her features shift. Then she put the suit on, and Kurogiri became another gate, which she walked through. It took her a moment to recognize her apartment. This will look more natural, Kurogiri explained. Himiko wanted to argue but she knew it was true. She gave the mist villain a weak smile. Even when concerned, Kurogiri was still thinking. Just like Imoku. Toga grabbed her mother's bag, the one she used when she was being Imoku's mother, and hurried out of her apartment, closing the door behind her. At the base of the apartment building she hailed a taxi. It was frustrating having to do that, when Kurogiri could have just put her wherever she needed to go, but it made sense. If anyone questioned things, they would find out she came out of her apartment, which was completely normal. It would be nice when they could dispense with the fictions. She browsed her phone in the taxi and found out what happened. The report said a bystander had been hit. Himiko felt relief at that, but it didn't change the fact that someone had taken a shot at her. The report said the assailant was female. Himiko wasn't happy about that, but it did mean she would most likely have to take care of the woman, because there was absolutely no question about that. The League would not let their boss be shot at. There was a gaggle of reporters at the hospital doors. Paying the taxi driver gave Himiko a few moments to compose herself before she got out. At least this form wasn't well known and she managed to push past the reporters into the white of the hospital's reception. There she spotted one of Imoku's bodyguards. Mrs. Kakurite. The call was loud enough to get her attention but thankfully not loud enough to attract attention from outside. Toga hobbled over to the man, hating the form she had now. At least being recognized meant she wouldn't have to prove to security who she was. This way please. Imoku is through here. Himiko nodded as the bodyguard led the way. What happened? She asked urgently. Toga had read the reports but it was better to hear it firsthand. There was a shooter, came the grim response. There was a note of self-blame in the tone. There should be. The bodyguard's job was to make sure there was nothing like that. Imoku didn't notice but Mrs. Midoriya did. She did something, and was hit. Himiko bit her lip. She didn't know what else to do. Over time, she had gotten Izu's story. How he had been recruited by the League's founder. How he had agreed to be made older, and how he was serving them all in being the representative. She was the only one in the League, apart from Kurogiri, who knew the whole truth. At first she liked Imoku because he was older, and he tolerated her. He didn't respond with horror at her suggestions to cover him with blood. He'd simply told her that it wasn't to be his blood. It had been playful and she liked that. It helped that he wasn't afraid of her like so many others were. He wasn't afraid to tell her to stop. He was great. And he had only become greater when she learned he was actually her age, probably younger. She was loyal to Imoku before the League. Himiko had proven that often enough. When Izuku had made contact with his real mother, she hadn't known what to think. She'd watched the interactions carefully before she had relaxed. There was desire in Izu's movement but it was not sexual. It was simply desire which expressed his regret. He still loved his mother but Toga knew he loved her too. She focused on that. Besides, if she'd have had the type of relationship Izuku seemed to have with his real mother that she thought he had, she'd want to still be around her mother. Inko was a nice woman. A genuinely nice woman. While it wasn't the same, Himiko could see the echo of their relationship in the way Izu dealt with her as Imoku. We're here, the bodyguard said, gesturing towards a door. Toga nodded, and went in. It was a small room. There was a single bed, but Imoku wasn't in it. Instead, he was standing at the window, looking out. I said, I don't want to be disturbed. He growled at the sound of the door opening. He didn't turn. Izu, Himiko whispered uncertainly. He sounded so angry. He turned. There were tears streaming down his face. His green eyes were almost red. That's all she saw before there were strong arms wrapped around her waist and Imoku was on his knees in front of her, sobbing into her midriff. Tentatively Toga placed her hands on Izu's shoulders, rubbing at them. It was what a mother would do. He clung tighter, his entire body trembling. Izu, Toga again whispered after a few minutes. She's dead, he bawled. He took great, shuddering breaths. She's dead, he repeated. For a moment Himiko didn't know who Izu was talking about. Then she realized who it had to be. Inko Midoriya. Toga said nothing. Instead, she reached down awkwardly and wrapped her arms around Imoku. She allowed her knees to bend so that she was sitting on the floor. Izu was practically lying on it, still clinging to her. She's dead, he repeated. They were meant to help her. There was nothing she could say to that. Did she tell Izu that Inko had gone to a better place? Did she tell Izu it was for the best? None of those would ring true to him. If she tried those excuses Izu would think she wanted Inko dead herself, which was kind of true. There had been times when she'd thought of killing Inko. Himiko never had because she knew it would make Izu sad. Sad like this and that wasn't fun. I'll have her taken care of, Toga said eventually. Who? Imoku asked. The woman who shot her, Himiko explained. He squeezed her. Toga felt happy at that. You can't, Imoku said, sniffing hard as he looked up at her. It had to be an uncomfortable position. He was lying on his belly, his arms around her, with his head arched up to look at her. Izu released her and pushed himself upright, rolling over so that he was sitting beside her. Himiko took his hand. Of course I can, she replied. She might have wanted Inko dead, but she wanted Izu happy more. And killing the woman who had killed Inko would make Izu happy. No, you can't, he repeated, his voice trembling. He sniffed again, swallowing snot. If you kill her, You confirm the link between the League and me, and that's what they want. He didn't say who they were. He didn't have to. Explode or kill. The former heroes. The list wasn't that long, but it did exist. Toga hissed. She wanted to kill that list. But she objected. They couldn't do nothing. You can't kill her, Izuku confirmed. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his eyes. They were still red, and from the way they watered, Himiko could tell that Izu was trying not to cry. Besides, I don't want her dead. I want her in pain, he hissed. Ah, that was something Toga understood. She smiled. It probably looked odd on her older form, but Izuku understood. He got up, off the floor, and held out his hand to help her rise. I want her to scream. I want her to beg for mercy. I want her to bleed. Those were all sentiments Himiko was intimately familiar with. Then I won't have her killed, she assured him. Still no, Izuku said, suddenly cold. You can't do anything against her. I, on the other hand, can make sure that she gets buried in the legal system. Oh, Izu, that's not as much fun, he sighed. It's not, he agreed. But you can't kill her now. You can't touch her now. He took a deep breath, sighing as he returned to the window. Himiko moved with him. I never said anything about later, Izuku added. Himiko grinned. That was the Izu she knew. Just tell me when, she told him, moving close. Izuku wrapped one arm around her shoulder, drawing her close, much as a son would for his mother, and they stood there, looking out at the city. AFOP, her name is Yu Takayama, Hesho told Izuku as he entered the office. Put the file on the table, Representative Izuku indicated. Sir, Izuku had wanted every bit of information that could be collected about the woman who had attempted to kill him, but now he appeared indifferent. Put it on the table, Izuku repeated. Are you alright, sir? No, Hesho jerked at the statement. It wasn't what he expected. The representative sighed heavily. But I will be, he added, turning towards his personal assistant. You have made the arrangements? Hesho nodded. Yes, sir. The funeral details are in your diary, he told his boss. If they were in the diary, that meant Izuku would be attending. Certain events never made it to the diary. That meant Izuku only went to them if he felt like it, or there was time. Anything that made it into the diary was a certainty. Inko Midoriya's funeral was one event. Izuku had actually blocked out the time personally, but let Hesho find out the relevant details. I'll look at her details later, Izuku assured Hesho. For the moment, make an appointment with Phoenix Wave. Hesho nodded. Advertisement? He asked. That would help him with the length of the meeting. No instructions, Izuku told him. The personal assistant felt his eyes widen. Izuku Kakurite owned Phoenix Wave, which was responsible for a few online news feeds. A few years ago they had focused on heroes, but they had made the transition in post-hero society to other news. Phoenix Wave had various streams of news and print under their control, so that they catered for a large variety of consumers. Izuku didn't usually interfere with them, except to make sure they were charging any political enemies a literal arm and a leg for advertising, while giving him a cost-price deal. I'll see to it, and organize another public speech. Sir, after what happened, I can't be seen to be cowed. Hesho nodded. He didn't bother to try to argue. It wasn't his job to argue. That was security's job. He just made the arrangements. Is that everything? Izuku asked. Yes, sir, Hesho acknowledged. Izuku nodded and Hesho took that as his dismissal. He sighed when he left the office. Izuku was really taking this hard. He hoped his boss recovered soon. AFOP, did we do anything? Sir Night Eye looked at the message from Mirio. He was actually proud of his protege for asking the question. It was a good question to ask. And the answer was, for once, one that Mirio would accept. No, he messaged back. Their little alliance with Aizawa wasn't going to be as stupid as to attempt to assassinate Izuku Kakurite. That was likely to cement his policies. And if they were going to do it, they would have sent someone a lot more skilled than Yu Takayama. The woman was unstable. She was completely unsuitable for any action. Now, in the past, when she was Mount Lady, before the League killed Kamui Woods, he would have considered her for some actions. Her arrogance and vanity were bad, but he could have worked with that. Now, no, she was too unstable. Even so, he was proud that Mirio had at least considered the possibility. It showed that the boy was growing, that he wasn't as naive as he had been. None of them could afford to be naive anymore. You're sure? There was accusation in the message. They had promised to tell Mirio everything. That was his price to run for government. I am sure, he sent back. You know me better than that. I wouldn't approve a plan that shoddy, he added. True. The response was close to immediate. Sir Night Eye nodded. At least Mirio realized that. But he also realized that they would get some benefit from Izuku's demise. He had thought about it, but they wouldn't get enough benefit. Should I go to the funeral? That message was surprising. He wasn't aware that Mirio had been invited. He was aware that Izuku Kakurite was going to be there. Since the woman, Inko Midoriya, had essentially died for him, using her quirk to attract the gun, and inadvertently the bullet to her, the politician was going. And he had made it very clear that he would fund the prosecution of the woman to the full extent of the law, just as soon as the psychologists declared her fit to stand trial. It was a subtle reminder of his power. Yu Takayama had problems, but somehow the politician seemed sure she would be deemed in a right state of mind to stand trial, not to be committed to some institution for treatment. Imoku was probably going to do something to ensure it. Usually Sir Night Eye would be happy with that. It would be an opportunity to catch the man in corruption, but in this case it was hard. While the Hero Public Safety Bureau no longer existed since there were no heroes, their workers had been redistributed into other branches of government. Most of the government workers had just switched office jobs, but the psychologists had been divided. Some went into the police, as counselors to cope with the influx of heroes who took positions there. Others had gone into the Justice Department to assess criminals. All Sir Night Eye knew was that Imoku already owned at least some of those people. He wouldn't be making any calls. The corrupt psychologists would already know what to do from his statement. Or someone else would be making the call for him. There were a lot of options, but none that tied back to Imoku directly. Who did the invitation come from? Sir Night Eye asked. Since Mirio didn't know Inko directly, it would not be insulting if he did not go, but it would depend on who issued the invitation. Imoku. Ah, that decided it. Yes, you have to go. If Imoku had invited Mirio, then there were a number of possible reasons for the invitation. He could be trying to scare Mirio into giving up his candidacy for parliament by highlighting the dangers. That was unlikely. Imoku had to know Mirio had been a hero and wouldn't be scared off that easily. It was more likely that Imoku was trying to ensure Inko was known. It would look good in the press. And if the press the attempted assassination had given him, Hisashi's segment had been lost. Sir Night Eye wasn't even sure if Imoku knew about it, but even if he did, no one would be mentioning him now in that segment. It would be too politically insensitive, he sighed. The timing was too convenient. Sir Night Eye pulled up an image of Yu Takayama on his phone. He examined the woman. He already knew everything there was to know about her. It was rumored that she had been Kamui Woods' lover, but he wasn't sure about that. It seemed to be true, given her collapse after his death, but attacking Imoku was not going to bring him back. Why had she attacked now? Why not earlier? He understood what she was trying to do, though. How did she know that Imoku was the most likely candidate to be the leader of the League of Villains? Who had told her? If it was Bakugo. No, Sir Night Eye shook his head. The vigilante Explodo kill was tempestuous, but he was not stupid. He would have gone for the assassination personally before he tried to get someone else to do it. So who had made the link? Or had she just gotten lucky? Or, Imoku was the instigator of the bills that had seen the fall of heroes, so maybe that was enough for him to be targeted? That made more logical sense. If he couldn't find the link, he doubted she would have been able to. There were too many questions. Imoku Kikuri seemed to excel at creating questions. One day, he would have the answers. AFOP Katsuki kept his eyes fixed forward. It was the only way he was going to get through this. He ignored the red welt on his cheek from where his mother had slapped him. The argument still echoed in his head. She didn't understand and he couldn't explain it. What do you mean Representative Kikuri is going to be there? He'd screamed. Mitsuki had looked at him oddly. It's an honor, you idiot. Old hag, tell me what you mean. That bastard can't be there. Are you a moron? She'd screamed back. It's an honor that a man of his stature wants to be there. It's a photo opportunity. He'd argued. It wasn't really. Bakugo knew exactly why Imoku Kikuri wanted to be here. If there was anything left of Izuku, he'd want to mourn his mother. Except he didn't deserve to, after the pain he'd put her through, and then the lies. Imoku kept giving Inko hope that one day Izuku would return, when the bastard knew it was never going to happen. Why did everything with that bastard Deku have to be so complicated? It was just another reason Bakugo wanted to blast his smug face off. Mitsuki had sighed at his statement. She had trembled, and he could see that she was trying not to cry. I know you don't like the man, brat, she'd said, but you will not say anything. I'm not going, not if that bastard is. His head had rocked to the side. Mitsuki had slapped him. His father just watched on. He could take hits from villains without flinching. They had nothing on his mother. You are going, Mitsuki had said, and you are going to be polite, brat. Kikuri did a lot for Inko after Izuku. Bakugo could see the way his mother's lips trembled. The way she was biting them to hold back the tears. Izuku going missing had forever hurt Inko. It had hurt Mitsuki as well. It had hurt them all. And the bastard didn't care. He could have come back. Even as the older man, he could have come back. He didn't. He'd chosen this. He'd chosen the League over them. Katsuki had no mercy for Deku. Not when he had caused so much pain. They'd bundled into the car and now he was here, standing with the mourners looking straight ahead. Imoku Kikuri was there. He was near the front. His suit was black. It was ostentatious. Black suit. Black shirt. Black tie. The only points of color on him were his green eyes and hair and the dark green cufflinks he was using. He was pale, and accompanied by bodyguards and had taken the position of chief mourner. Hisashi hadn't even fought. The bastard. The man was back for his wife's funeral, but Katsuki had already heard that the man was selling all assets. He wasn't even going to remain in Japan. He wasn't surprised and it didn't change anything. Instead, he just stood with his family, deliberately not looking at that shitty Deku as the man went through the motions of mourning. It looked genuine. Katsuki could admit that the motions probably were, but that wasn't an excuse. At least Imoku wouldn't get the chance to visit the Midoriya family grave. Hisashi would take Inko's ashes there. That much the politician couldn't change. Before he knew it, the ceremony was over. Bakugo was grateful for the chance to leave. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep quiet at the tears Izuku kept wiping from his eyes. The man was the cause of so much grief for Inko and now her death. Deku could never answer for that. But before he could storm his way to the car, his mother grabbed him and Bakugo's eyes widened when he realized she was dragging him towards the politician's entourage. No, he pulled back. He could pull out of the grip of villains, yet his mother held firm. You are doing this, brat, old hag. No, he insisted. She didn't stop. Their argument brought attention and Katsuki felt green eyes upon him. He froze. There was a certain quality to Izuku's gaze that felt heavy. He glared back, daring shitty Deku to say anything. He knew who Izuku was. Izuku knew that he knew. His dare was returned, in the smug smile that shitty Deku gave him. There was a challenge in the politician's face, daring him to make a scene, daring him to step out of line. Katsuki wasn't going to play shitty Deku's game but he was going to ask some hard questions. He stepped towards the man but before he got close, someone else stepped up. Bakugo recognized him. Mirio. The candidate wore a nice suit and for a moment that shitty Deku looked confused, before his expression shifted into one of subdued curiosity. I'm sorry, Mirio said, bowing deeply. Izuku frowned. This time, Katsuki sort of understood Deku's confusion. What was Mirio doing? On behalf of all former heroes, I am sorry for you Takeyama's actions. Katsuki froze. He wanted to scream. That was exactly the wrong thing to do. You didn't apologize to enemies. Even if they had something to do with it and so you Takeyama's actions were their own, you never apologized. That shitty Deku didn't deserve it, Inko did but never Deku. Bakugo was forced to watch as Deku leaned over to Mirio, reaching out his hands, and pushing the former hero upright. His expression was one of sympathy but Katsuki could see the way his eyes were hard. You are not Yu Takeyama, Izuku said. Loud enough to be heard. You do not need to apologize for her actions, he added. Mirio bowed his head, accepting the words. He didn't see the risk, not in the way Katsuki did. He didn't see the veiled look Izuku gave him, the one that promised pain. He had to do something. Representative, Bakugo called. Izuku's eyes locked onto his, so did Mirio's. Young man, so that was the way fucking Deku was going to play it, as if they'd never met. Katsuki grinned. Oh, Deku was going to regret that. Fucking Deku. You got your mother killed, and you don't even have the guts to come forward, he spat. Bakugo saw the pain flash over Izuku's face before shitty Deku got himself back under control. I think you are very much mistaken, young man. Inko Midoriya was not my mother, he said. The rest of the mourners looked confused. Shitty brat. Katsuki recognized his mother's voice. He made tiny explosions on his palms to keep her away. You're pathetic Deku. Always have been. Mirio stepped up to him. Bakugo slid away, towards the representative. He wasn't going to be shut down here. Young man, you are distraught with grief, Izuku said coldly. The implication obvious. But Katsuki didn't obey Deku. The bystanders nodded their agreement with the representative. Coward, how could you hurt Auntie Inko that much? He screamed. Mirio lunged at him, strong arms wrapping around him and one hand clamping over Bakugo's mouth. He tried to bite but Mirio held firm. Stop it, he hissed into Katsuki's ear. He wasn't going to listen. Shitty Deku was there, mourning for Inko as if she was just another follower. He should be on his knees crying. He should be begging forgiveness from all his ancestors, from the world, from Inko. He shouldn't be here, standing there in a neat suit, looking sad, when this was all his fault. He's distraught, Katsuki heard Mirio say, repeating Izuku's words. He tried to shout around Mirio's hand. He tried to struggle, setting off explosions. It was worse than struggling against concrete. He could blow up concrete. Mirio just stood there, taking it all in. I'll take him away, Mirio added. That would be for the best, Izuku said. Somehow Mirio managed to bow, and with Katsuki still kicking, and hitting and attempting to bite and scream he made his way away. Bakugo watched Izuku the entire time. Fucking Deku's eyes were on him and just as his view was cut off by his mother, who was storming behind Mirio, glaring at him, he caught the expression on Izuku's face. It was smug. There was triumph there. He screamed into Mirio's hand. You won't win. Somehow fucking Deku seemed to know what he said because he saw the representative shake his head, green eyes boring into red. The message was clear. Fucking Deku thought he'd already won. Katsuki would show him otherwise. Chapter 8. Chosa looked over at his boss. The editor was pale. It wasn't a state he'd seen her in before. She edited one of the biggest magazines in the country. It was one of the few hero magazines that had successfully made the transition to a new normal. As a result, he'd seen her take calls from lawyers threatening legal action, from the police demanding to know who their source was, from the government doing the exact same thing. Chosa had seen her break scandals, romances, births, deaths and marriages. He'd seen her face down everyone without breaking a sweat. Now she looked pale, like death. Who the fuck was that? Chosa asked when she put down the phone. He noted the way she did it. Gently. Like if she was harsh the person she'd been speaking to would know. Chosa watched as Hensha swallowed. She looked up at him. That was Izuku Kakurite. Chosa frowned. He knew that name. Representative Kakurite? That's him, Hensha agreed. And, he prompted. The man was without doubt the most powerful independent in the House of Representatives. He was up for re-election this year, but from the numbers Chosa thought he was a shoo-in. His constituents loved him. What he didn't understand is why Hensha looked like she'd seen a ghost. She huffed. "This is why you aren't going to get anywhere," she muttered. "Kikurid owns Phoenix Wave," she told him. "Oh," Chosa murmured. "Oh," he understood. Phoenix Wave was their parent company. It was their management which meant that Hero Weekly had transformed into News Weekly, and that was mostly due to the policies of Kikurid. Policies which were very unpopular at the time but had been borne out as successful. Even if he was the one to get the rules changed to make them successful. "So what does he want?" Chosa asked. Kikurid hadn't put Hensha in that state just because he called. "He wants us to do an exposé on candidate Mirio Tugata." "Exposé?" Chosa asked carefully, putting particular emphasis on the syllables. "Exposé," Hensha confirmed. "What does he want us to find?" Chosa wasn't an idiot. When a man like Kikurid told them to do an exposé, he was expecting a particular outcome. Though it was odd. He had no idea why Kikurid might want that. Tugata wasn't running against him after all. Chosa put that thought from his mind. It was above his pay grade. He didn't say, but he did suggest we have a close look at his years in UA. Hensha took a deep breath. Chosa nodded. UA used to be a popular topic. "I'll go pull out the archives," he said. That was the best place to start. They might have something there already. And if they didn't, well, it wasn't that hard to find interesting information. It was all about how you framed it, and if the boss was saying frame it one way, he wasn't going to question that. AFOP Imoku looked over at the vid call. "Are you sure about that?" Yadu Raida, the current opposition leader, asked him earnestly. "I'm sure," he replied softly, focusing his words carefully. The man sighed. "I just can't help but think that if heroes were still around then." Imoku helped up one hand. He let his expression shift to one of faint disappointment. "Nothing would have changed," he told Yadu. "You don't know that," the man objected. "And I'll soon be in a position to ensure things can change." That response made Imoku smile. "True, but I assure you, nothing would have changed at my rally. Mrs. Midoriya would still," he couldn't say it. "Maybe a hero could have done something," the opposition leader insisted. Imoku felt a stab of annoyance at the man. Nothing displayed on his expression, but for emphasis he shook his head. He extended himself a little with the gesture. Yadu did trust him, after all. Against another hero? He asked the question sharply. His best work was done with changing cadences and tone. People responded to that almost without knowing that they were. The opposition leader winced. Imoku cocked his head. Everyone is overlooking that. She was a hero, but obviously not a true hero. If she was, then, well, she'd have never been in that position. There are still evils in this world, I know, he said reasonably. But giving people the title of hero just makes them come out more, or just covers up the face of evil, he added, letting the opposition leader stew on that thought for a while. There wasn't much that could be said against that, not with the history that had been dug up just before the vote to reintegrate heroes into society, to take them down from their pedestal. Endeavor was the prime example, but other, lesser examples had been found, and now the former pro-hero Mount Lady had simply proved the point again. Even Tomura had proven the point, with his story. Tomura would be happy that his history had been one of the final nails in the hero's coffin. Inko wouldn't want things to change because of her death, Imoku continued. So you think it's better to deal with them quietly? Yadu asked. Yes, Imoku nodded. And you know the numbers support me. In the last few years, quirk-related destruction during arrests has been down. For once insurance premiums actually came down as well. It was only going up with heroes making arrests. Reintegrating heroes into society has saved both money and lives. The stats were very clearly with him. Insurance, especially along transportation routes and in the cities, had gone down because there were no longer heroes wantonly destroying them as they tried to apprehend someone who simply needed some compassion. Crime rates were down, and deaths caused by hero versus villain fights were down to zero, mostly because there were no heroes. The equivalent these days was police versus criminals, and they didn't attract anywhere near the amount of attention. They were planned better and the rates of accidental death were down. So it was still a win there with the numbers. More importantly, confidence in the system was up. In that aspect of governance, the public believed the government had gotten it right. They had gotten it wrong in too many other aspects though, which was why Yadu would be the next prime minister. Barring any huge scandal, and Imoku didn't know anything worthy of that. He checked. Besides, it was time for a change. Still, there had only been benefits from reintegrating heroes. Yes, but there are still villains out there, Yadu objected. Like? Imoku asked, knowing full well what the answer was going to be. The League, the opposition leader told him. Imoku smiled. The League actually proved my point. Did you ever study their dogma? He asked. No, it was to destroy heroes, Imoku told Yadu. But I think it was more that they wanted the attention, and to get that attention, they flashily attacked. That's what they really wanted. Now, I'm not saying that they're good people, and I'm not condoning what they did, but since heroes have been gone, the League has been gone too. It was the naive view of the League, but sometimes it was best to explain things that way. Complications just made more complications. They still exist, Yadu said defensively. They still exist, Imoku agreed. The police knew it, and the opposition leader was most likely soon to become the prime minister. He would have been included in some security briefings which probably included the little stunt at Biosimip. And they are still breaking the law, but they are no longer attacking schools, and where they do attack there is a clear focus. The police are now free to pursue them without the public getting hurt, and isn't that what society is about? Not some licensed, costumed individual taking the law into their own hands. Yato took a deep breath. Izuku could practically tell what the politician was thinking. They had been friends for years, after all. He was thinking about the League member the police had caught, who had then been killed by the League. It was undeniably true that while the League member was dead, no one else was. That was a change from the past. Pragmatically, it was the better situation. Heroes are an easy answer. They are a flashy answer, but they are not the right solution for the long term. Living with quirks is the right answer, not holding up some quirks to be more equal than others. The opposition leader caught the reference. His lips twitched. He sighed. I just don't like to see you in pain, he said. And it's obvious to everyone how much you miss Mrs. Midoriya. There was no inappropriate suggestion there. Izuku nodded. She was a great woman, stronger than most will ever be. The story of what she had gone through had been public news. Yato knew now. But she was killed by a former hero, so reinstating heroes is not the answer. I don't think there is an answer for that, he added. There was no answer Yato could give him. Toga, however, was a different matter, but not now. Not yet. In time. Then Yu Takayama would suffer the consequences. If you are sure, the opposition leader said softly. I am sure, Izuku replied firmly, pushing his power towards the man. He was sure, and he didn't need the soon-to-be government interfering. All right, Yato relented. People wouldn't like it if their insurance premiums rose again. The government budget wouldn't like it either, Izuku pointed out with a smile, knowing he'd won. Yato groaned theatrically. And that's something I'm gonna have to think about. Sure you don't want to be my treasurer? Positive. Independence suits me. He hadn't joined the government, he wasn't about to join a different party, and he'd finally managed to quieten down those rumors that he should start his own party. He did not need others. Well, the door is always open. Even after the election? Izuku questioned slyly. Especially after, Yato told him. Izuku smiled. He always knew he'd be in this position. He just never expected the sacrifices. But this was for the good of all, and that sometimes required pain. He'd gone too far now to turn back, so he would endure. After her sacrifice, he owed it to her memory. AFOP. Juho looked up at his boss. You look troubled, sir? I am. The meeting? The boss had been called to a meeting today. One of those meetings that management had to go to, because higher management said they had to. Juho was thankful he wasn't that far up the totem pole. The meeting came the confirmation. All Juho knew about the meeting was that it had been on and that it was with the highest levels of management. You didn't need higher levels of management telling you to go to it when it involved meeting with the owner. His boss, Utsuna, gave him a look. You know who owns Phoenix Wave? He asked. Juho nodded. Phoenix Wave was owned by Kunshu. Kunshu had bought a controlling interest in the company about 15 years back. They had been known as Wave then. The media group focused on delivering hero news. Some parts, like Hero Weekly magazine, focused on the trashy, while they had been Wave's hero news feed. And they were good at it. They provided high quality but more importantly, accurate news about heroes. A sub-feed, one they sponsored but didn't guarantee, had been the best place to find information on live hero versus villain fights. When heroes had been reintegrated into society, the group had changed their name to Phoenix Wave. It had been an instruction from Kunshu, supposedly from the top, and was meant to symbolize the fact that the Wave group would rise like the phoenix from their adversity. And they had. Hero Weekly had become News Weekly, though it was still trashy, and their news feed had changed to regular information, which they actually had spent a fair bit of time reporting on anyway. Now they included things like a traffic report, which was feed by their users. They also carried warnings when any wannabe villain made an appearance. The police usually swarmed them, so it was never a big deal. So a representative from Kunshu was there? Juho asked. Utsuna shook his head. Not a representative. That meant the owner. Izuku could curate himself. Shit. Shit. Utsuna repeated. Juho took a deep breath. It appeared Utsuna wanted to. What did he want? It had to be something Kakurite wanted that was making Utsuna troubled. He wants us to report on Mirio Tugata, Utsuna replied. It took Juho a moment to remember who Tugata was. Mirio Tugata. Candidate for the House of Representatives. He was young. Younger than anyone else running, and he represented a lot of heroes. It hadn't been explicitly stated, but pretty much the entire hero community was behind him. He would probably want to reinstate them. Juho wasn't sure how that would go. He wasn't sure the government would allow it, but if the opposition won, maybe there was a chance. And Kakurite had been the one to propose the original reintegration bill, or what had become the bill. It had been the then Deputy Prime Minister Kiyoshi Takenaka who had initiated the vote that had actually led to the reintegration of heroes. Well, Tugata is news, Juho said diplomatically. He wants us to report negatively on Tugata, Utsuna clarified. Tugata or the opposition? Tugata. Oh, Juho murmured. Did he give a reason? There is no reason, Utsuna raged. He's never done this in the past. We build our reputation on being a factual and bipartisan feed. If we suddenly start skewing our feed, people will notice, they will leave us. You told him that? Of course I did, Utsuna said. His reply was, and I quote, not if what you report is the truth. That was technically true, but it sounded very much like a convenient excuse. So why does he want this now? As you said, he's never attempted to influence us in the past. Utsuna started pacing. I am frustrated by the very fact that he is asking. Even if we find something damaging about Tugata, the fact that Kikurid has asked us to report it changes everything. Up until now, I've been able to look people in the eye and honestly tell them that Kikurid has never influenced our publishing policies. Now I can't. You don't like the implication of corruption, Juho summarized. He was used to this. He had been Utsuna's sounding board for a long time. Most people thought editors and publishers sat above the mere journalists, but Juho recognized it was a partnership. If Utsuna had been less scrupulous, Juho just would have written an article and either found it rejected, or altered to fit the new instructions. No, I don't. And I don't like the control. I get that he's the owner, and that we've been lucky that he doesn't interfere. Yeah, we're not. Utsuna gave him a look before he completed the sentence. Indeed, he hasn't interfered, and it is frustrating me that he wants to now. Juho nodded, before he half closed his eyes. How about we look at this a different way? He questioned. Instead of focusing on Kikuri telling us what to do, let's look at what you'd do if Sonoho walked in right now with a damaging story about Tugata. I mean something really bad, something that would completely invalidate him as a candidate. What would you do? Before or after checking her facts? He nodded. He'd allow that. Sonoho was sometimes a little bit loose with her interpretation of fact. After, Juho clarified. And they are all true, he added. I'd publish, Utsuna declared. Then let's focus on that, the reporter suggested. We aren't just gonna make up crap about Tugata, and Kikurit knows that. So let's see what we can find. Maybe he told you to do it because there is something? Utsuna didn't look convinced, but there wasn't much else he could do. See what you can dig up. Focus on Tugata's relationship with All Might and Sir Night-Eye. Juho gave him a look. Even if he found out that Tugata was bonking either of them, it wasn't going to be much of a story. At least, not against Tugata. It wouldn't look good for All Might or Sir Night-Eye. Not that, Utsuna snorted. Mind out of the gutter, right? Juho gave him a smile. Though, this has got to have something to do with that assassination attempt, he muttered. Utsuna looked at him sharply and Juho could see his editor's mind working. He grimaced. What is it? It's barely possible that Tugata knows the accused. Juho pulled up the file on his tablet. Yu Takayama, former pro-hero mound lady, he read. That's not surprising, given Tugata's history, he said, unconvinced that there was any story there. If I'm going to pursue something that obvious, I might as well pursue the rumor that Kikurit was about to propose to Inko Midoriya. That rumor had come up a few years back on one of the news feeds they didn't even consider a competitor. It was a trash feed. Only the most outrageous or scandalous things made it into that feed. Or had. Some idiot had asked Kikurit. The man had looked physically sick at the suggestion, before he looked absolutely livid. And then he'd sued them. They'd actually put up a pretty good defense, and it was rumored that several of Kikurit's political enemies had put up the funds for it. Their defense had admitted that they had reported the rumors, but that they had reported them because that's what their feed was. It was one that didn't focus on news, but focused on rumors. Pretty good really to try to use what they were to defend their actions. It hadn't been enough. He'd crushed them, but never for himself. Not once in the whole proceedings did Kikurit say he was offended. He actually admitted that as a public figure, this sort of rumor and innuendo was to be expected. He sued them on behalf of Inko Midoriya. And now she was dead, having used her quirk to pull the bullet and gun meant for him to her. The rumor mill was going to be going insane again. Though it wouldn't be in public, but that didn't stop people talking. Don't you dare, Utsuna snapped. Tugata probably does know Yu Takayama, but see if there's more of a connection. He wouldn't have. Juho didn't finish the sentence. His editor understood his meaning. No, I don't think so, but the others I'm not so sure about. His eyes were on the picture of Sir Night-Eye on his tablet. Juho nodded. He didn't say anything. There had been a lot of emotion involved with dismantling the hero system. Some heroes had turned villainous at it. And some, he supposed, could have been biding their time. They were, after all, only human, and all humans had baggage. AFOP, well, we've got problems. Mirio looked sorry. Katsuki snorted. Who cares? It gives us a reason to go after that fucking Deku directly. And get arrested directly, Sir Night-Eye countered. The former pro-hero and the vigilante glared at each other. There was no friendship there. Aizawa rubbed at his eyes. This is why he didn't like meeting like this. There were always clashes. They shared a similar goal but definitely did not share the same idea of how to achieve that goal. Bakugo would probably be only too happy to confront Imoku Kikurit directly. The vigilante was usually very realistic about his chances, but with Kikurit involved, all semblance of reason disappeared. Shota now understood why Katsuki had come to seek his opinion about revealing that Imoku Kikurit was really Izuku Midoriya. He still wasn't quite convinced of that, given Imoku's reaction to Inko's death. The man had been logical with his reaction to her being shot. If Inko was really his mother, he had expected a more emotional reaction. The man had never cried, and while his gesture of leaving the muffin was odd, it was not, he just wasn't convinced, even if Bakugo was certain. It didn't matter. He told Bakugo that they had to bring down Izuku Kakurite, not Izuku Midoriya. But right at the moment, Kakurite was definitely winning. Can we do anything to counter the press Mirio is receiving? Sir Night-Eye asked, looking at Hisashi. I'm trying, he practically whispered back, but I told you last time, I'm not a political station. Yet you know people, Katsuki accused. And I'm trying to talk to them, but no one wants to say anything against Kakurite at the moment. The radio presenter didn't need to say why. With the assassination attempt, the general feeling at the moment was one of sympathy towards Kakurite. If the shooter were anyone else, I would have said Kakurite planned it. Bakugo slammed one hand down. Explosions set off. Deku is a bastard, but he wouldn't have done that when Inko was there. He glared at Sir Night-Eye. The older hero looked at him with flat eyes. I wasn't suggesting he did it. Yu Takayama did it, and the current theory is obvious. While it was the government who voted to reintegrate heroes, it was Kakurite who began the thought process. Or how about we go with the more obvious theory, Bakugo spat, that the bitch worked out that Kakurite is the head of the league. Sir Night-Eye leant forward, ignoring the explosions Katsuki was still making. If we cannot find the link, I doubt she could. Bakugo huffed. More like she decided it was time to do something. There is no obvious link, Bakugo, Aizawa sighed. Yu Takayama was close to Kamui Woods, and was probably acting due to his murder. Except, why did she act now? It had been years since Kamui Woods died. I think she's been in care, Midnight said softly. Care? Mental health care, the former pro-hero snapped. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure it has to be something like that, or she'd have attacked earlier. The group nodded. That was true. Though the explanation did not stop the vigilante from staring at Aizawa as if he'd somehow betrayed him. There is a link between Kakurite and the League, but he is very good at keeping it hidden. I doubt Yu Takayama would have been able to find it, especially if she has been in care. The old guys sighed together, Katsuki muttered. Aizawa stared back. He'd gotten used to Bakugo's glares. I taught Yu Takayama. I have a fair understanding of her abilities. So why did the bitch do it? Couldn't she have fucking seen what would happen? The tablecloth smoldered under Bakugo's hand as he asked. She was pissed off that even though the police know exactly who killed Kamui Woods, Nomori said quietly, nobody is hunting Dabi. That might even be true. The league's acting leader was on very public record as killing the pro-hero, but he also wasn't stupid. The underground of illegal activities was fully functional and almost completely separate from the law-abiding citizens. Dabi lived near the top of the pile, which meant he didn't need to show up very often. And he didn't. Usually he disappeared by the time the police could respond. There were bad areas that they just didn't like to report to. Politicians denied those areas existed. They took great pains to make sure they went to them, in daylight. And, while no one could prove it, Aizawa was sure the villains made great pains to ensure nothing happened to the politicians. There was always some rogue who would try something. They didn't need that. They needed the illusion of normality, and they were smart enough to enforce it. None of that had to do with Izuku Kakurite. You knew she was going to do it? Aizawa asked quietly. Nomori shook her head. No, she replied urgently before someone could berate her for not stopping the other former pro-hero. But if I had to give a reason, I would say that's the one that tipped her over. Fucking bitch, Bakugo growled, though it was unclear who he was referring to. Can we capitalize on what she said? Sir Night-Eye asked. Hisashi shook his head. I told you, no one wants to say a thing against Kakurite at the moment. How long will that be for? The radio presenter just looked at Sir Night-Eye. The statement didn't need to be said. There was no way to know how long it would be, but they could be sure that Kakurite would milk the situation for as long as he could. It's tragic, yes, but she was a bystander, All Might's former sidekick said. Actually, she was on his campaign team, Hisashi told them, and there is a lot of sympathy for her given the challenges she faced, therefore there is sympathy for Kakurite. Sir Night-Eye huffed. We have to prove the relationship between Izuku and the League, Aizawa interrupted before they went around in a circle again. We are sure there is one? Midnight asked. Positive, Bakugo growled. Fucking Deku is their goddamned hidden boss. I suspect he has been well trained. We believed that Tomura was the all-for-one's chosen successor, but if it is this Izuku Kakurite, then he will not be leaving obvious clues. All Might spoke. The man had been listening up until then, and Aizawa was slightly surprised to hear the serious side of the man. It was nicer than the jovial nature he used to project. Then we go after the non-obvious clues, Sir Night-Eye indicated. Bakugo gave him a look before shaking his head. He remained silent, but to Aizawa's eyes, there did seem to be a smug air to his stance. The League's supplier? Yagi asked. Is about as slippery as the League, Katsuki supplied. That was reasonable. The man dealt in the underworld, and while to be a supplier, he had to be contactable, he was not stupid. The gathered group knew the man, Jiren, had been supplying the League for at least the last decade. To survive that long in the underworld, he had to be careful. I tried to find him, to get to Dabi, but I'm having to go another way now. Bakugo growled. Another way? Yagi asked. Katsuki grinned, holding up one hand which he balled into a fist. A more direct way, he said. Fighting, Aizawa murmured the explanation. You're in the fighting rounds? Mirio asked. It's not like they know how to fight, the vigilante dismissed the question. Which one are you in? Mirio pressed. Osaka, too much risk in Tokyo. So how does that get you to Dabi? The candidate seemed confused. Bakugo glared. Dabi runs all the underground fighting rings, he snapped impatiently. You win enough in any of them, you get promoted to Tokyo and the chance to take on the champion. I don't give a flying fuck about that, but when I win Osaka, I get an invite to see Dabi. Mirio nodded for the table. He made rather sickening sense. You're sure they won't recognize you anyway? He asked. Haven't yet, Bakugo shrugged. They knew what his response would be. He'd just fight his way out. At least that's what he'd try. The table knew better than to try to convince the vigilante out of his plan, and truthfully, if what he said was true, that he'd get an invitation to see Dabi if he won the Osaka bouts, it was the quickest, most direct way to the acting leader of the league. Tell us where the meeting is, Sir Night-Eye murmured before he looked around. I've been looking into Kikurit's companies. His employees have a very high sense of loyalty. Of course they do, Katsuku snorted. They are quirkless losers. The sentiment wasn't one that was shared at the table, given that two of them were quirkless, but it was one that was in the community. It wasn't everyone, but it was a large enough view that persecution was rife. Izuku Kikurit's policy of only hiring quirkless had done him no favors in some areas, but in others, it had gained him loyal supporters. 50% of those in his electorate indicated they would vote for him. Outside of his electorate, most quirkless people would vote for whichever candidate Kikurit endorsed. Well, they aren't talking, which means I can't find out much about Kikurit's finances. What about the tax department? Mirio asked quietly. They won't investigate without a reasonable suspicion, Yagi explained before Bakugo could say something, and according to them, Kunshu and all subsidiaries are above board, and paid up on their taxes. They have to be, to hold government contracts, he added. There's no conflict of interest there, Toshinori sighed as he shook his head. Kunshu is never directly involved, and Kunshu is the company Kikurit owns. Those holding the contracts are usually 3 to 4 companies removed from him. That's still conflict of interest, Bakugo hissed. Not when each company reports their results independently, Sir Night-Eye said. He looked into this as well. According to the government, that makes them independent, and Kunshu is simply the majority shareholder. And Kikurit has listed every share he owns on the register. He's declared his interests and he remained out of the selection committee when it comes to Biosimip's QERI contract. It could still be reported. There is no scandal there, Hisashi said tiredly. He really didn't want his program to become political, but he could see that he might have to insert some things into it. His producer would want reasons and it would bring Kikurit's attention. The former pro-hero wasn't afraid of a fight, but the representative didn't fight in the same way they did. He was used to the war of words and reputation. They were used to more physical confrontations. They had to find some leverage, and obvious things like conflict of interest was something newbie reporters were put on, and Izuku had done everything by the book. Following the money is the first rule of tracking down crime, Sir Night-Eye said. I have followed the money, it is all accounted for. It's fucking not, Katsuki growled, letting small explosions hit the tabletop again. We know it's not, Yagi said, placatingly. But the books are in order. At least the public ones are, and we aren't going to get access to the real ones, he added. That leaves us trying to find other clues, Midnight said. Bakugo shook his head. It was obvious he was rethinking working with them. If I could get Jiren, I could get one of the league. And we saw how well that went, Sir Night-Eye said. Katsuki roared at the dig. At least I did something, he yelled. At least you killed someone, the former pro-hero corrected the statement. Bakugo snorted. If the police had done their fucking job, he growled. They all knew what had happened. Ujiko had been killed by a disguised toga while in a holding cell after having been brought in by Kirishima, who pretended to have captured the league member. Should we bring in someone from the police? Sir Night-Eye ignored Bakugo with his question. Who? Aizawa asked. He had several candidates, but he was curious to know who the others thought might be practical. Endeavor's son is a capable young man, Mirio said, and Wood has a reason to join us. Half and half? Bakugo snorted. You want to ruin his career like yours? Mirio said nothing at that, but he was offended. Bringing him in would provide legitimacy. Katsuki shook his head. Without proof, legitimacy doesn't matter. That was true. At the moment there was no real reason to bring in one of the heroes who had gone into the police force. All they would be doing was risking their career. It would be too easy for Kikurit to get a look in here. It didn't matter how discreet they were, and they had taken pains to be discreet. Bakugo hadn't even come in the front door. He'd come through the roof so that no one had seen him enter this room. But it was a risk they couldn't take. Then where are we getting the leads? Mirio asked. He might accept there was no need to bring in someone else yet, but they had to be getting somewhere. You said yourself, Jiren is as slippery as any member of the league. We've seen what happens when we, Bakugo growled. He was responsible for the capture of Ujiko. When we, Mirio repeated, get a member of the league into custody. None of his business associates are willing to speak, so who else is there, who might be willing to reveal the truth? What about the league's associates? Sir Night-Eye mused. Jiren? Hisashi asked. They just mentioned Jiren. Not Jiren. The others. Those who made those abominations. They are dead, Katsuki announced. He glared at Sir Night-Eye. I've been after this fucker for years. Deku is useless, not stupid. Then what about other more personal relationships? Mirio asked. Such as? Midnight asked. Girlfriend? Doesn't have one, Bakugo answered. Family? Mirio suggested. No siblings, and only his mother is still alive, Aizawa replied. But she is hard to get a hold of. What do you mean? Katsuki was curious. Exactly what I said. She's hard to get a hold of. She's very rarely in her apartment. The detective could see the cogs turning in Bakugo's mind. He could see that they had already turned in Sir Night-Eye's. I haven't approached the woman, he added. It could be construed as harassment, he explained, giving Katsuki a sharp look. The vigilante snorted. Little things like that still didn't bother him. Aizawa wondered what it would take to make Bakugo take it seriously. Was there anything else? Sir Night-Eye asked pointedly. I doubt we'll get anything out of his mother. Nothing linking the League to Kikurid at least, he explained. Yagi nodded. Then what about someone else in the underworld? He suggested. Not one of the League, but someone else in the underworld. They don't know anything, Bakugo grumbled. I've beaten the shit out of enough of them to know that. Some know that the League supposedly has another leader, but as far as they're concerned, Dabi is the League's boss. Aizawa looked at Yagi, his eyes narrowing as he remembered something. How did you track down All for One in the past? He asked. After heroes had reintegrated, and after Kamino more information about that particular villain had come into the light. He has been the boogeyman of the underworld. A rumor, a shadow, but All Might had known he existed, and had pursued him. We tracked a lot of things, he said. Money. Rumors of unusual or powerful quirks going missing. Scientists. Sometimes informers and the former number one hero sighed heavily. Beating the shit out of some of them, he admitted. Bakugo laughed. It's different this time though, Yagi warned. All for One was more hands-on. Kikurid seems to be more comfortable acting through others, and remaining hidden. It was an odd thought, given that Kikurid was a member of the House of Representatives. He didn't appear to hide anything, except his connection to the underworld. So where does that leave us? Mirio asked. That was the question. Katsuki's red eyes turned towards him. Is anything they are saying false? Saying? The papers, Bakugo clarified will ill grace. He meant all the bad press Mirio had been getting lately. A lot of it is accusing Mirio of being too young, Nomori said. She remembered reading it and wincing because there really wasn't much argument that could be made against it. Mirio was young. At 30, or was that 31, if he won, he would be the youngest representative ever. Even Kikurid had only begun in his late 30s. So we capitalize on Mirio's youth, Sir Night-Eye said with a shrug. We have to show that youth is not a bad thing here. It's one of the reasons we chose his electorate, it has a younger population. What are the opinion polls? They are close, Hisashi said. His station may not be a political one, but he knew about these things. What else are they saying? They are pointing to mental instability in the wake of League's attack that took my quirk, Sir Night-Eye said. Aren't those assessments meant to be confidential? Hisashi asked. He'd been wondering that for a while. Mirio sighed. They are, but when I applied to be a candidate, they had to be disclosed. Bastard, Katsuki muttered. He already knew who had made that bit of legislation. Deku probably believed he'd thought of everything. There had to be something he'd missed. Sir Night-Eye looked to the side, thinking. The reports have been careful. The trashier magazines and feeds are reporting the more outrageous stuff. The more conservative feeds are being more careful. Do you mean to tell me that everything is true? Nomori asked, her eyes wide. What I have seen has enough of an element of truth, Sir Night-Eye admitted. The dropped excessive force charge? Hisashi asked. It was borderline, Sir Night-Eye defended Mirio. The love triangle at UA. That what? Mirio burst out. Katsuki chuckled, but he recognized the significance of Mirio's outburst. So that one isn't true? Aizawa asked, laconically. Which one is reporting that? Nomori asked, interested. That trash feed Al. Bakugo wasn't the only one to pull out his phone. A few moments later, quite a few people were chuckling. Al, which stood for Analyze Life, was a trashy feed full of scandals, a few which might even be real. It says here, you're in a love triangle with Nijire Hato and Tamaki Amajiki. And at least part of the reason for your breakdown after Sir Night-Eye lost his quirk was that Nijire had told you she preferred Tamaki but that she had regrets so that none of you were together, and happy. What? Mirio gasped. The relationship started back in UA. That's not true. Mirio was affronted. So it's something we can use to fight back, Aizawa said. Who owns Al? Phoenix Wave. Surprisingly it was Yagi who answered. Which is owned by Kunshu, which is owned by Kikurid. Could Mirio sue them for libel? Midnight asked. We could, but it wouldn't get back to Kikurid. At best, Phoenix Wave would cut Al loose. And Al lives to be sued. The more lawsuits they have, the closer to the truth they believe they are. They use them as advertising. The only way to get Kikurid on this would be to find an email, or a message or something from him telling them to ruin Mirio's reputation. There were a couple of glances towards Bakugo after that. I'm a vigilante, not a fucking thief, he snapped. And I tell you, there won't be a record of it. If fucking Deku did it, he would have done it verbally. So one of the editors could testify to it. Why? Sir Night-Eye asked. For them this is just business. We need something solid. The word of one magazine editor, especially one that comes from a disreputable feed, is not going to be enough to bring down a representative. There is a way, Bakugo said. I could just fucking take him out. That's murder. It solves the problem. Then, as far as I can see, Deku is just gonna walk all over you lot, he declared. Aizawa huffed. They were in a bad situation. There had to be something they could do. He leaned forward. Katsuki is most likely correct, and there will be no evidence of Kikuri giving any instruction to be negative towards Mirio. We should concentrate on those things that are likely to work. Taking him out? Bakugo sniped, but Aizawa knew this time he was saying it to be deliberately annoying. Thankfully Sir Night-Eye recognized that as well. Following the money. Aizawa countered. The books look legitimate now. We know they aren't, so let's look back in time. There has to be something there. No one is a perfect villain when they first began. So let's get a timeline on him, and then trace the cash. The former pro-hero looked at Toshinori. You believe that Kikuri is one of All for One students? He asked. Yagi nodded, his eyes grim. It was paining that the old villain was still causing problems. Then if he was anything like Tomura, there will be some early mistakes. We saw Tomura get better over the years. I think we missed Kikuri because we were focused on Tomura. Let's find those early mistakes he made. The money, Sir Night-Eye nodded. I'll look into the books from the time when Kikuri took over Kunshu. If there's going to be a mistake, it will be then. Katsuki rolled his eyes. I'll make sure the league remains hidden, he said sarcastically. It translated to he would do what he'd been doing anyway, which was breaking the law and generally getting away with it. It went unspoken that he'd try to capture more league members. Maybe one of them would speak before they were taken out. Maybe one of them knew something they shouldn't. Hizashi sighed. I'll see what I can do to counter some of those rumors, or at least lessen their impact, he told Mirio. Thank you, the candidate said. I'll see if I can get any government documents about Kikuri. I'm not a representative yet, but most of the parties were trying to attract me. They still are. Some have backed off, but some are still going about it. I'll see what they can give me. Do that, Aizawa encouraged. I have some business contacts, Nomori said. No one within Kunshu, but I know a couple of the advertising directors for a couple of the feeds. I'll see what they have to say about Kikuri. It was possible one of them knew something. The group nodded, but they were aware that they were still facing an uphill battle. A heroes, they'd never backed away from a fight. They wouldn't fail now. Chapter 9. Nemori's contacts hadn't been able to give her much on Kikuri. Most of them had never met him, and those that had really didn't have anything incriminating to say. The man was their boss, nothing more. He occasionally came in to approve a particular advertising campaign, but for the most part his duties as a representative took precedence. They all reported that Kikuri wasn't much involved with the companies he owned. He ran Kunshu, and allowed Kunshu to run the other companies. But one of her contacts had whispered something to her about Biosimip. It wasn't about their QERI program, but about something before that. Biosimip made sleeping pills that they calmed were derived from natural ingredients. The mag had tested the pills and agreed they were natural ingredients, but they had found something else. They had isolated what Biosimip claimed was a quirk-based ingredient. It was only found in the high-end sleeping pills. The lower-quality ones used a synthesized variant. Her source had wanted it investigated further, but no one ever did, except for now, when there were people asking questions. Nomori had tried to find out who else her source had told, but he'd shrugged, and told her he'd given the information to anyone who asked. She'd focused on the information after that. Who else knew only became important if she had something. By itself, the incorrect listing wasn't anything that bad. What made it noteworthy was that the ingredient wasn't actually registered. Not properly anyway. The registration had holes in it. It wasn't like someone had forgotten to sign a page or something. The source had not been filled in on the registration. The source always had to be filled in to ensure that they were being properly compensated for their contribution. The fact that the source wasn't listed was odd and could mean a few things. 1. The source wasn't actually a quirk but was something Biosimip had synthesized completely. That would cause a bit of a scandal if true. The testing regime on a quirk-based drug was different for that on a laboratory-created drug. If Biosimip had listed the compound as being quirk-based when it wasn't, they could be in trouble for that. Another possibility was that the source wasn't one they wanted to admit to. And that, with Biosimip's link to Kikuri, could be a link to the League. Her contacts told her they believed the compound was quirk-based. Through the years, they had made several observations that lead them to that belief. But Nomori wasn't interested in that. She was interested in the fact that they had managed to confirm that a young man with light brown hair made a biological delivery each week. It was a smallish canister. The routine was so established that he simply delivered it to the receptionist, who handed over an envelope and he went on his way. Apart from the fact that it was a completely improper way to accept what was a potential biohazard, Nemori was interested in the description. He sounded like mustard. And wouldn't that be interesting, if mustard was producing the quirk-based ingredient Biosimip used? It would provide a direct tie between Kikuri and the League. Though Nomori was not so blind to realize it would be that easy. Kikuri could claim he didn't know. But if they could tie Biosimip to the League, then that would cause problems. She sighed. They had enough information to cause Kikuri problems but nothing big enough to bring him down. It was getting to the point when they should just release their information. Giving him problems was not their goal, but at the moment, it might be all they were capable of, and you never knew which problem would be the one to snowball into the one that did bring him down. That's why she was following the young man who had made the delivery this week. If not for the missing teeth, he might have been called handsome. He had several tattoos on his forearms, but she couldn't see much more. He'd taken the envelope and shoved it into his pocket before leaving Bio-Simib. Then he'd walked back to a train station. That much had been easy to follow. She was sitting in an adjacent carriage watching him through the glass. He was tapping at his phone. Nimori was pretending to read hers. Finally he got up. She was surprised. It was a good neighborhood. Working class but not lower working class. Middle working class. The young man walked out of the station, confidently strolling down the empty roads. It was an older part of town. They were narrow. You could fit one small car down them. They were mostly for walking. She wondered if he'd lead her here deliberately. At this time of day, the suburb was empty. Still, for all that many thought her a one-trick pony, Nimori had been a fully fledged pro-hero. She could convincingly follow someone, even when there were no crowds to hide behind. It just required the ability to pay attention to your surroundings. The man didn't look back often, but when he did, Nimori was always out of sight. In the inset of a narrow walkway, around the corner of one of the tall garden walls, behind some bins that had been left out to clog up the available space. It wasn't glamorous, but it got the job done. At least, that's what Nimori thought until the man turned a corner, and she then heard his feet plat against the ground as he ran. She swore, and took off after him. Thankfully she was close enough that she didn't lose him in the rabbit warren that was the suburb. Instead she ran straight into his trap. It was a cul-de-sac. He stood at the end. Pink gas surrounded him. Nimori ran into it, and breathed it in before she realized what had happened. Mustard, she gasped the identification. The bastard grinned at her, looking up, and she could see he had a thin mask over his face. It wasn't the old-style gas mask he had worn when he was younger. This was something new, more modern. He did the job without being anywhere near as bulky. You should be asleep soon, he told her casually. Midnight nodded and then staggered. He took a step closer. She leaned against one of the fences, her hands steadying her, and then Nimori felt her legs collapse. She folded them under her. He chuckled and moved in. Just what she had been waiting for. She hadn't collapsed without a purpose. Instead, she was resting on her feet, and Nimori lashed out now, spinning to sweep Mustard's legs out from under him. He went down cursing, straight into a quagmire of the compounds her quirk allowed her to make. Nimori lunged at him, reaching for his gas mask. Mustard wasn't a large man, but he was fit. Thankfully she hadn't let her training go to waste, and one thing no one really expected with her theme was for her to be a grappler fighter. But really, grappling was just another position for sex, and she was expected to be proficient there. It was an interesting thing when those who created compounds fought. Nimori was affected by Mustard's sleeping agent, but after so long of making her own, she did have some resistance. She wasn't sure if he did. He always seemed to wear a mask, indicating that he may be susceptible to his own creation. Nimori hoped he was. She might pass out for a little, but she should wake up first, and then she could capture him. She got her fingers under his mask and then allowed Mustard to push her off him. His mask went with her. Nimori rolled on the ground, gaining distance, but she still heard him gasp. Two can play the sleeping game, she told him as she rose. Mustard snarled at her. Nimori tried to breathe lightly as she directed her quirk towards him. He recognized the gesture and made his own. She felt her chemicals pushed away, but Mustard raised one hand, holding it over his face. Is the little boy feeling sleepy? She mocked. She wished she had her whip. If she did, then she could have pulled him over. Bitch, he growled, and Nimori was surprised when he lunged at her. Despite the years, there wasn't much information about Mustard's fighting style. He tended to hold back and let his gas take care of his enemies, but he was known for carrying a gun. Nimori examined him, tossing the mask away as far as she could. She couldn't see a gun, but it was something to be wary of. You are just like those morons. The world pandered to you because your quirk was good but still safe. Mustard swung at her. It seemed slow. She tried to hit him back, but Nimori knew her reaction time was compromised. They both ended up swinging wide and staggering like two drunks. Except, the fact that Mustard could move meant he also had some immunity. This was not going to be fun, in any sense of the word. She had been trained to fight under the influence of drugs. It was in the third-year curriculum and was meant to help if you were ever targeted or kidnapped. Nimori wasn't sure if it really helped, but at least she was still on her feet. They took another few swings at each other, staggering when they managed to connect, but Nimori could feel her eyes growing heavy and her thoughts were legit. She couldn't last much longer. Thankfully Mustard appeared to be in the same boat. The villain was obviously stronger now than he had been. He glared at her, and then staggered away, weaving his way back down the cul-de-sac. Midnight considered following, but it was all she could do to keep her eyes open. This time, when she slumped against a fence and her legs collapsed under her, it wasn't a ploy. She kept her eyes on Mustard. He went through a gate, entering the tiny front gardens the houses in this area had. The gate closed and she collapsed. She barely heard him collapse before sleep dragged her under. AFOP Dobby made his way down the road. He didn't like visiting Mustard. The League member lived too much in society for his comfort. The surrounds were proof of that. The houses weren't mansions, not like the traditional house he'd grown up in, but they weren't small. These houses belonged to those on the upper end of comfortable. They all had gardens and high fences, but the houses looked over those fences and judged him. To say nothing of the rabbit warren the twisting streets were. He always felt exposed here, despite everything closing in. Still, Mustard was correct about one thing: at this time of day, he almost never ran into anyone, so from that point of view, it was safe enough. There were cameras on a lot of houses, but so long as no one stole anything, there was no reason to look at those cameras. Still, he was cautious and made sure he wasn't being followed. That was routine, so as he walked, Dabi thought about what Izuku wanted. Killing Explodo Kill was something the League wanted, but it wasn't like killing a villain. The vigilante didn't follow a routine. Though maybe, Dabi frowned, thinking about what he knew of the man. Explodo Kill was a childish name. It reflected his childish nature. He had been enrolled in UA's hero course, and had failed the first round of mandated psyche testing. After that, he just never shown up to the general studies course, and that was when people lost track of him. He wasn't in the underworld. Dabi had checked, though he had been around the fringes. So who was his supplier? That was something to ask Jiren. The fire villain nodded, and if the vigilante wouldn't play ball, then there were other ways to make him. Explodo Kill still had family. Dabi felt his scarred skin stretch in a smile. It wasn't honorable, but the League were villains, and it was time to remind the world of that. Taking out a vigilante's family would send a message. And Izuku had said they could go wild against Explodo Kill providing the vigilante died. Dabi wondered what Izuku had against the man. Nothing sprang to mind. He snorted to himself. Nothing would spring to mind. The boss was very good at hiding his desires and his past. Dabi wasn't stupid. He had looked into Izuku's past as much as he could. There wasn't much to find. There wasn't meant to be much to find, and everything he did was legit. Over the years, while it was like pulling teeth, he managed to extract some information from Kurogiri about Izuku. The warped villain was ridiculously loyal. Just like Toga. But Kurogiri confirmed that Izuku had been set up in the system by the old man. He ran the League's legitimate businesses, and paid the League. At least he had, until he turned the League into its own business. Very successful businesses too, Dabi was forced to admit. Mustard worked once a week and made enough to live here. He worked more, but he had Inumus and had gone into a more underground business. With the reintegration of heroes, the public was not able to see villain versus hero quirk battles on a daily basis. And to compensate, quirk-based fighting rings exploded in popularity. There were some legit ones, but they were wussy. The ones that were really popular were the underground rings. He was at the center of them all, and actually ran several levels of quirk fighting rings. The rules got harder, as did the fighters as you moved up the ranks. The final champion was the Numu High End. The creature loved to fight, and the harder his opponent the more he loved it. Dabi loved High End as well. There was a huge winner's purse for anyone who could defeat the Numu. He'd never had to pay it out. But that was beside the point. There wasn't much to learn about Izuku, and even when Dabi took Toga's pet name of Izuku and looked for information, there was even less. He had managed to make the connection between Izuku and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked exactly like a much older Izuku, but was that really possible? Not the aging. Dabi knew that was possible, but the knowledge and the rest of it. Could Izuku really only be about 28, in which case, how the hell had he managed to run the companies and be a member of the House of Representatives at 16? That bit beggared belief. But if it was true, then that would explain the connection between Izuku and Explodo Kill. The two of them had supposedly been friends. Friends. Not that good a friend if Izuku wanted the other man dead. Dabi shrugged as he neared Mustard's house. He'd think about it later, and maybe he'd even just ask. Given that Explodo Kill had taken out twice, and captured Ujiko, the League didn't need any more reason to kill him. But it would be nice to get to know the boss a bit more. Dabi stopped. His nose twitched. He knew that smell. You work with a man for more than 13 years and you learn what his quirk smelled like. Mustard had been using his in the street. But it wasn't his quirk alone. There was something else mixed in with it. The smell was subtle, but Dabi had practice. He also knew that this toxicity wasn't enough to affect him, but he still pulled out a mask. It was better to be safe than sorry. The League still carried their gas masks. It was good practice and a defense against more than just Mustard, and if nothing else, it doubled as a regular mask to hide his identity. Dabi looked around carefully. He couldn't see anyone and he couldn't feel anyone, but before he moved forward he pawned his phone and messaged Kurogiri. He waited for a reply before he walked further, cautiously towards Mustard's house. The gas grew thicker, but he could tell it was dissipating. Mustard lived in a cul-de-sac. Dabi knew that and so peeked around the fence of one of the neighbors to check the coast was clear. He hadn't expected to see a woman slumped against the fence a little way into the road. She had tried to keep herself upright but had fallen and was now asleep. At least Dabi assumed she was asleep. He examined her carefully. Here was a good place for an ambush. Her eyes were closed and her hair was black, but there was something familiar about the spiky tufts. He was sure he'd seen her before. Dabi's eyes narrowed as he continued to examine the street. He couldn't see Mustard, and if he'd gotten into a fight and had managed to subdue the woman, then why was she still on the street? He looked to the gate that led to Mustard's house. It was closed. Dabi examined the bottom of it but couldn't see anything underneath it. Then he looked back at the woman. She hadn't moved. That was good. Those who were pretending to be asleep often liked to shift and murmur things to enhance the illusion, except it broke it. People stayed still when they were asleep, and under the influence of Mustard's quirk one didn't go through the dream phase, which might allow some movement. Either the woman knew what she was doing, or she was really asleep. Given Mustard's quirk, the later was most likely true. Dabi examined her again, looking at her face. He still thought he'd seen her before. It was a long time ago, back before the integration of her Midnight. Dabi felt his eyes widen when he finally placed her. What the hell was Midnight doing here, passed out in the street near Mustard's? Well, that was the explanation of itself. But where was Mustard? Dabi brought his phone out again. Has Mustard messaged you? He sent to Kurogiri. No, the reply was quick. The answer wasn't helpful. Who else would Mustard have called? Though that didn't explain why Midnight was in the street. If he'd won, he would have. Shit. That meant Mustard was probably inside and passed out. The idiot. If he'd known Midnight was there, why hadn't he called for backup? Dabi phoned Kurogiri, and once the League's warper had picked up, he put the phone back in his pocket. With this question, the warp villain would know what was needed. Dabi strode forward, reaching down to grab the back of Midnight's shirt and drag her towards Mustard's house. He was almost at the gate when it exploded outwards. Dabi might not have been in the news as a villain for the last few years, but he had kept up his training. He jumped back. The motion took the former hero with him and he dropped her, covering both of his hands in blue flame as he raised them. He half expected to hear an alarm, but the area remained eerily quiet. Fucker. The expletive wasn't expected. Out of the dust caused by the explosion, someone Dabi hadn't expected to see walk through the ruins of the gate. He was dragging Mustard. Mustard was unconscious. His mouth was agape and Dabi could see that the vigilante had knocked out his false teeth. Explodo kill, Dabi greeted the conscious man. The blonde glared at him before a vicious smile spread across the vigilante's face. Dabi, he replied. Just the man I wanted to see. Oh, he asked, raising one eyebrow, but not lowering his hands. The vigilante was fast and with his explosive quirk, he was dangerous. Explodo kill dumped Mustard's body, throwing it to the ground harshly, and he raised one hand, half mirroring Dabi's stance. Small explosions danced in his palm. Because you can tell me about your boss. Dabi snorted and held his ground, matching Explodocle's explosion with a burst of fire. Now, why would you want to know about him? He asked. According to Toga, Explodokill already knew about their boss. He could feel Kurogiri listening in, but the warp villain would wait for a signal before making his move. Besides, Imoku had said they could kill Explodokill, and what type of leader would he be if he didn't at least try? I want to know all about the fucker, Explodokill snarled. Dabi tossed a fireball back and forth between his hands. As it happens, the boss has an interest in you, he told the vigilante. That fucking Deku. Explodo King roared and drove forward again. The fire villain dodged to the side to avoid the blast, and then he extended one hand, trying to get a hit in on the vigilante's chest. He was well balanced, and managed to jerk back in time, though Dabi knew the heat of his quirk would have been felt. The vigilante leapt backwards, somersaulting back, and attempting to lash out with his feet. Dabi was a little jealous. He wasn't sure he could pull that move. Instead he threw the fireball at Explodokill. The vigilante swatted it from the air, an exploding hand. Dabi didn't smile as he generated a new fireball. Again he tossed it like a ball. The vigilante's eyes followed it, and Dabi generated another fireball, dropping this one quickly. You're gonna juggle? Explodokill mocked. Maybe, Dabi joked, generating more fireballs. He tossed them into the air, and did actually juggle a few before he flicked them towards the blonde. The first few he allowed the vigilante to swat away. It established a routine. Then one exploded as Explodokill tried to whack it. The vigilante hissed as the heat wave washed over him and jumped back from the other fireballs coming at him. Dabi snapped his fingers, exploding the others. He was used to the heat, but he knew the vigilante would have burns. Fucker. The curse confirmed his thought. Dabi created a new set of fireballs. They were his current favorite trick, and over the years, he had learned a thing or two about how to use his quirk. This time Explodokill was slightly more cautious, but the vigilante was determined to get him, and the vigilante knew how many times he'd slipped away via Ujiko's or Kurogiri's warp gates. He was probably suspicious of those. Explodokill narrowed his eyes, and then he raised his hands. He made an odd gesture, curling his fingers into a circle. Dabi was wary and felt a flash of concern when a concentrated explosion shot forth. It was almost like a laser. He hadn't been the only one to create new tricks over the years. The fire villain didn't like it, but he drove forward. To defeat the vigilante, all he had to do was get one hand on him. Then, flames did so like to spread. But Dabi knew that Explodokill wouldn't make it easy for him. The vigilante dodged, throwing several explosions in his way. They scored the white facing of the tall fences. The cul-de-sac was going to need a makeover by the time they were done. They traded blows, but both were well trained. Explodokill snarled, but Dabi knew better than to think it was because the vigilante was losing his cool. The man was just naturally angry. It was confirmed when Explodokill formed a fist. Dabi could feel the explosions within it. He countered with his own fire-covered hand. And there was a larger explosion when the two of them meet. The windows in the surrounding houses rattled. From the sound a few shattered, but Dabi didn't have time to pay attention to that. Explodo Kill was grinning at him. That wasn't a good sign. Dabi knew the smiles of those who were addicted to combat. This was different. This was the smile of someone whose plans had come together. The vigilante moved. Dabi blinked. He was far faster than he had been, but before the fire villain could brace, he was pushed forward by an explosion. His eyes widened. Explodo Kill was still in front of him. How had the explosion come from behind? Then he was pushed to the side. Again there was nothing there. Then there was. The vigilante was upon him, hitting hard. "I'm better than you," he hissed. "Stronger, faster, superior." Dabi gritted his teeth. He knew how to take a beating, even if he didn't like it. It was one of the lessons Daddy Dearest had literally beaten into him. He retaliated when he could, pushing out flames to ward off the worst of Explodocle's punches as he tried to work out how the vigilante had hit him from behind and the side. There was no reason. He cried out when something snapped. His arm. That hurt. Dabi leapt back, almost hitting the fence of one of the houses. Explodo Kill allowed the movement, his expression smug. Dabi stood, flexing his fingers slightly. His arm hurt, but he had to push past that, no matter how hard it was. A glance told him the skin was unbroken. That was something. It was a clean break. His eyes narrowed as he considered the problem. It wasn't his arm, it was Explodocle's quirk. If the vigilante could hit him from angles he couldn't cover, then he needed reinforcements. Mustard was still on the street where the blonde had dumped him, and no one in the league was quite ready for this. Kurogiri was ready, but the warp villain wouldn't fight. Which meant Midnight could be leverage. Maybe. It was worth trying. Especially with his arm. He had to at least make some strike against Explodo Kill before he retreated. "You aren't a very good vigilante, are you?" Dabi mocked. "All the vigilantes of No have wanted to be heroes. You're just in it for the thrill of the fight." Explodo Kill glared at him through narrowed eyes but didn't deny it. "Even so, I would have thought you might give some consideration to your allies." Dabi lit up one hand and held it out towards the still unconscious former pro-hero. Explodo Kill snorted. There was no concern in his expression. Instead he raised one hand, letting explosions pass over it before he tilted it backwards, straight at Mustard. "Bugger." The vigilante grinned. "I don't give a fuck about her." That was probably true, but Dabi had to get leverage somewhere. "I think you do," he scoffed. "You've been careful so far, not to kill. You know what would happen if you do," he added. Explodo Kill scowled. It was his default expression, but Dabi could see that he wasn't happy. There was a certain amount of truth in his words. Vigilantes weren't tolerated, but there were those who had survived for longer because they didn't rock the boat too much. Explodo Kill was relatively new. Explodo Kill wanted to shake the foundations. The government couldn't allow that. Even losing an election, the institution couldn't allow it, since they had to preserve the law. "He might be a villain, but if you kill him, I think you will find his life has more worth than you thought." Dabi finished with a smile, that was more of a grimace, given the pain from his arm. He didn't have to say the rest, that if he killed Midnight, it would just be written off as a villain attack. There might be a bit more searching for him, but Dabi had lived through campaigns like that before. He wasn't in Tartarus. He'd be laying low for a bit with his arm, anyway. The vigilante hissed. It was enough of an acknowledgement of Dabi's truth. "I don't care," the blonde growled, and Mustard's body was rocked by several explosions. The vigilante hadn't moved. It was the same technique he'd used on Dabi earlier. The fire villain watched carefully. He still couldn't see how it was being done, but it didn't matter. In retaliation he let out a small jet of flame. It hit Midnight, catching the midriff of her clothes and setting it alight. Dabi controlled the fire, not letting it spread. He wasn't some perv who needed to burn off women's clothing to get his jollies. The vigilante's expression didn't change. Instead he allowed a few more explosions to shake Mustard's body. Dabi stared flatly, but he knew where this was going. He sent more fire towards the former pro-hero. "Kurogiri," Dabi whispered, knowing the warp villain was still listening. He'd know what the name meant. "Let's finish this, fucker," Explodo Kill snarled. "Yes, let's," Dabi agreed. He snapped the fingers of his good hand. A wall of fire appeared between them. "Weakling," the vigilante cried and dove through the flames. Dabi expected that, and while it hurt like a bitch he held up his broken arm, sending a gout of flame towards the vigilante. The man was wise enough to avoid it, but it did stop his charge. It gave Dabi time to send more fire towards the fallen pro-hero. "Oh, if that's the way you want it," Explodo Kill yelled. His hands pointed backwards and Dabi winced at the noise as explosions covered Mustard. The other villain didn't wake up, but nor had Midnight. Internally Dabi sighed. "That's the way it will be," he said, affecting an unconcerned tone. He really didn't want to lose another member of the league, but at least they would get Midnight as well. He increased the intensity of his fire. The smell of burning flesh filled the cul-de-sac. Fat and hair had an odd smell. It wasn't nice. He was used to it. From the expression on Explodocle's face, the vigilante wasn't. Kurogiri finally opened a portal. "No," the vigilante screamed. Dabi smiled. He wished he'd done more, but he recognized reality and retreating was the better option, for now. "You can deal with this," he told the blonde as he stepped back. Explodo Kill lunged towards him, both hands extended and throwing explosions towards him. Dabi raised his arms protectively over his body, groaning as the break pained him. He was going to pay for that. The pressure passed over him and then the warp closed around him and he was in the familiar surrounds of his office. Arg, he cried out, allowing himself to fully feel the pain in his arm, and from the places Explodo Kill had hit with his quirk. Kurogiri appeared. The man didn't say anything, instead he looked him over and Dabi was thankful when another small warp appeared over the table, disgorging a first aid kit. Fucking vigilante, Dabi growled. Mustard? The warp villain asked. Dabi shook his head as he opened the first aid supplies one-handed. He grabbed the painkillers, downing them quickly before he looked for a splint for his arm. At least the break was clean. Fucking Explodo Kill was waiting for him, Dabi explained. Did you kill him? Kurogiri asked. Dabi didn't glare but the warp villain knew the answer to that. The fucker is strong, he admitted. I got Midnight, he told him. It will be a group effort, Kurogiri agreed. The warp villain rarely let his opinion be known but Dabi thought the old league member was slightly disappointed, it was hard to tell. Next time, Dabi said, wincing as he splinted his arm. Kurogiri approached and took over the procedure. The warp villain was better at it anyway. Next time, Dabi repeated. Next time, Kurogiri agreed. Though possibly there won't be a next time, he added. Dabi looked at him sharply, the question obvious. The police won't take well to vigilantism, the warp villain said, reminding Dabi of what he had told Explodo Kill. We can hope, the fire villain agreed with a nod. He could hope, but while he knew what police procedure was, he didn't think it would be enough to stop Explodo Kill. Izuku was right. They had to kill him, they just needed the right opportunity. AFOP former pro hero found dead. Aizawa swore at his newsfeed and clicked the article. It wouldn't be news unless there was something unusual about it. The leafy suburb of Saibu has been rocked by the discovery of two bodies. One has been positively identified as former pro hero Midnight. The other is an unidentified male, who is reportedly a resident of the area. He was found just outside his home. There was evidence of a fight, and both deaths are being treated as suspicious. Police are wanting to question the vigilante Explodo Kill in relation to the deaths. Shit, Shota exploded. He didn't need to read any more. He forwarded the article to Bakugo. It was his demand for an explanation. His phone beeped in response, far too quickly for his comfort. The mail is Mustard. And, Aizawa sent back. The explanation was not appropriate. It explained nothing, despite the fact that Bakugo obviously thought that it would. The boy was intelligent but he often forgot that others did not share his base assumptions. The former pro-hero glared at his phone. I was waiting for him to come home, came the further response. Aizawa began to have an inkling of what happened now. He didn't like his conclusions. The bastard didn't come in, so I went to investigate. Midnight was down. Looks like they gassed each other. Shota blinked at the message, not sure what to think. They gassed each other. It was technically possible. But that didn't explain why Midnight was dead, especially if Bakugo was there. Maybe Mustard would have died, but Midnight should have received treatment. That doesn't explain their deaths. He sent the message. Dabi was there. Seriously, at times it was like pulling teeth to get information. Aizawa looked at the article again. There was no mention of the villain, and usually there would be. Dabi left no evidence, he noted. The bastard ran. That may be but the police want you. He felt obligated to point out, as he deliberately took several calming breaths. He wasn't being paid enough to deal with this shit. Hell, he wasn't being paid to deal with Bakugo. They won't catch me. The boy was as cocky as ever. Aizawa knew he couldn't say much more. Katsuki wouldn't listen. Make sure of that. Kakurite will influence charges, he told his former student. Probably Qeri too, he added. They won't. He seemed sure. Shota knew that it was a facade and he left it. He had enough to think about now. Briefly he closed his eyes, thinking about Midnight. Her presence raised questions. What had she been doing? Had it been chance she'd encountered Mustard or something else? He sighed. Now he had another thing to look into. Maybe Sir Night-Eye knew. He hoped Sir Night-Eye knew. Aizawa had a feeling that All Might's former sidekick wouldn't. It was going to be a long few weeks. AFOP. Imoku sat in the parliament. With an election called, and campaigning underway, the government was in caretaker mode so he wasn't sure why they were in session. They were though, and he never missed a session. It wasn't any comfort that Yato Raida, the opposition leader didn't look pleased. He'd asked Masami what the purpose was but the current foreign minister didn't know. She was seated near the bottom of the tiered room, her expression studiously neutral. It was probably just the prime minister wanting to show off his power. That was normal. Kiyoshi Takenaka had been acceptable as the deputy but once he got to the chief position he had slowly become less reasonable. It was one of the reasons the public was disenchanted with the government. This particular stunt today was most likely one of his last opportunities to show off power. Imoku imagined once the election was lost, the party would elect a new leader. Maybe even Masami. That would be convenient for him but he would think on that when it happened. His phone buzzed. It was set on silent, but Imoku pulled it out. There wasn't anything interesting happening and the reporters who were ever present in the public gallery were almost asleep. No one would comment about him being on his phone. especially when Imoku could see several others tapping away. It was better to get some work done. He glanced at the message and froze. There's been an RFI on Bio-Simip. It wasn't much of a message, but there was a reason it had been sent to him. Because Bio-Simip was involved with the Justice Department, certain pieces of information had to be given to the public when it was requested. That's what the RFI was, a request for information. There had been a few after QERI became known and he hadn't got a message. This one meant someone had requested specific, sensitive information. Who? Imoku typed back. Pi Industries. Imoku frowned. He didn't recognize the name and he had a pretty good understanding of companies out there. He did a quick search. Nothing came up. Bio-Simip could reject the information request on the grounds that the company was a front, but that meant a legitimate company would be used next time. Pi Industries. The obvious expansion to it was private investigator. Imoku smiled to himself. It would make sense, but who was the private investigator? Who signed the request? Imoku asked. That would tell him more. There was a delay as his contact no doubt checked. The agent knew to tell him immediately if there was a certain request. The details could follow. Kaguri de Hyojo, came the response. Imoku didn't recognize the name, but he recognized the kanji. His informant was one of the quirkless people he had employed. This particular contact had been forced to pull out of school early due to the bullying and her written language skills weren't the best. Still, she could read enough and the answer as to who requested the information was obvious. He wasn't sure if his contact meant it, but she had used the kanji for dirty look with the name. And if it was dirty look requesting information from Bio-Simip, then it was an easy deduction as to who was really looking. Look equaled eye, and dirty could mean dark, which could also become night, so Sir Night Eye, looking for Pi Industries, which was probably something that was standing in for Mighty Industries. The only question was if All Might was involved. All Might still ran his company. The retired pro hero had reintegrated just like everyone else, but there was still a demand for posters and toys from the hero age. And Mighty Industries didn't just produce All Might merchandise. They had several contracts with movie studios. All Might was not a complete fool when it came to business, but Imoku knew Kunshu could take him. Except there had been no need. Mighty Industries did merchandise. That was all. They made a good income there, but they didn't trade in the same things Kunshu did. And up until now, there had been no conflict between the two companies. There was now, and he thought he knew why. His lips pressed together in a narrow line. He had told Bio-Simip to keep a stockpile of mustard sleeping gas, and to only use the oldest in making their premium brand pill. They hadn't. And now, the connection was too obvious. Mustard was dead, killed by Bakugo, or if he wanted, he could blame Dabi, except that was a thought for another day, and Bio-Simip had to announce they only had limited supplies of their premium brand. The coincidence would be lost on most, but it could be enough to point others in the right direction, especially with this request. He was going to have to check that other companies were obeying his instructions, but again, not today. So, with Sir Night Eye looking into Bio-Simip, using a fake name that put a very different slant on the RFI. Sir Night Eye would know about Mustard. He would know about Bio-Simip. He might make the connection. You've done well, Imoku typed, and closed the message stream as he thought. He couldn't deny the RFI. Well, Bio-Simip couldn't, because that would invalidate the QERI contract, and no doubt that was something Sir Night Eye wanted. Though the former pro hero would know that was a long shot. What he could do though was make sure that Sir Night Eye was buried in information. Bio-Simip had an RFI response pack. He didn't include the information requested this time, but it would be a delaying tactic. It would take them a few days, at least to realize that information wasn't just buried. The response would let Imoku know what they were truly searching for. There was nothing incriminating with the requested information, it was just commercially sensitive, and Bio-Simip had the right to protect their commercial advantage. And he had the right to shift the responsibility for employing Mustard, a known villain, to one of the executives. Yagi Kaken would do nicely. The others would then fall in line. Still, the information request was a warning, they were closing in. Imoku smiled, putting his phone away. No doubt Sir Night Eye thought of himself as a hunter, tracking down the information required. He was willing to bet that the former pro hero had forgotten the first rule of the hunt. Gazelle never cornered the lion. Chapter 10. So what do we know about Imoku Kakurite? Aizawa asked. It was just the four of them today. Sir Night Eye, Mirio, Yagi and himself. Midnight would never be with them again, and it was better for everyone if Bakugo stayed away. His actions were being scrutinized and no one was sure if the police would issue a warrant for his arrest. They should. They really should. He had killed Mustard and most likely let Midnight die, but no one was entirely sure what had gone down. From the cause of death for Midnight and the damage to the street, they knew Dabi had been there. But there were only so many working theories about what had happened, and Katsuki was laying low. They were still curious to know how he had tracked Mustard. That wasn't important now. He definitely has ties to the League, Sir Night Eye said. But you can't prove it, Aizawa added. The former pro hero didn't look pleased. I can't prove it either, which is why I accepted Katsuki's theory about Imoku being Izuku. Are we sure about that? Sir Night Eye asked. Beyond looks there was very little to connect the two. Imoku had perfect records. He had school records, all the way back to preschool, and he had an online footprint. When someone created a false identity, they usually weren't that thorough. They did the official paperwork, and some rough attempts of online accounts, but nothing with that much depth. No, Aizawa admitted. He was thinking about Imoku's reaction at Inko Midoriya's death. The representative had been shocked, had been saddened, but it was not the reaction of a son losing a mother. Though he could be one to just keep his emotions to himself. Or All For One might have removed his memory or emotions. There were a lot of possibilities. It's possible, Toshinori said softly. You indicated All For One could have done it, Sir Night-Eye said, remembering their previous conversation about this. More than that, the former number one hero said. Something Imoku said once, he murmured. Aizawa frowned. He wasn't aware that Yagi had met with Imoku, except for that one time, with him. When we saw him, he asked carefully, fishing to see if that was the time. He couldn't remember anything incriminating, which had been incredibly frustrating at the time. Yagi nodded. It's not so much what he said, but the way he said it. Do you remember, Aizawa? We asked Kikurit if he had ever thought about being a hero? The underground hero, reintegrated as a private investigator, nodded. Toshinori shuddered, and then braced himself. He gave me a look when he answered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But his answer was something I told Izuku. Shota groaned. He remembered what Imoku had said. You're the hero who taught him a lesson, he demanded. If Imoku is Izuku, then probably. What did you tell him? Mirio asked. Izuku was quirkless. He asked me if it was possible to be a hero without a quirk, Yagi admitted. I told him that without a suitable quirk, it would be too dangerous. The former number one hero hung his head. That is logical, Sir Night-Eye said. Aizawa groaned again. You really don't know what it's like to be quirkless, do you? He asked, ignoring the irony of his question. Toshinori winced at the question. What? Sir Night-Eye demanded. You really don't know what it's like to be quirkless, Aizawa said again. How dare you? The former hero snarled. Mirio didn't know where to look. You are quirkless, Aizawa agreed with the unspoken statement, but everyone knows you had a quirk. Everyone knows who you are, thus you don't really know. And you do? No, Shota wasn't stupid. He could imagine but he'd never know. Quirkless rights had gotten better recently but he knew they hadn't been good. Kikurit was one of the driving forces behind the improvement. Another piece of circumstantial evidence tying Kikurit to Midoriya. Have you ever researched Izuku Midoriya? He asked. He had. After Katsuki told him who Imoku was, he had of course researched Izuku, though Bakugo's story had given Aizawa a fair understanding of what the quirkless lad had gone through. Of course not, Sir Night-Eye relied. Maybe you should, Shota said. Izuku was quirkless. He was bullied and belittled, yet all he wanted to do was help people, the former underground hero told his companion. He wanted to be a hero. Not number one, just a hero, yet everyone told him no, he couldn't, not without a quirk. Now imagine what would happen if the number one hero told him the same thing. It was perhaps merciless to lay it out like that, but there was no other way of saying it. Yagi looked stricken, but even with the expression, Aizawa knew he'd thought about this before. Sir Night-Eye's lips pressed into a tight line. He was thinking about it and not liking the conclusions he was drawing. I left Izuku on a roof, Toshinori said. There is no record of him ever leaving that roof, he added. So, Mirio said slowly. You think All For One spoke to him there? Kurogiri could have gotten them off the roof easily, he added. If Imoku is Izuku, then that is possible. How did he know to approach Izuku? Sir Night-Eye asked. There was no answer to that. Could he have been in contact with Izuku previously? Mirio asked. Then Izuku contacted him on the roof. Izuku's phone wasn't used, Aizawa pointed out, but he acknowledged the boy could have been carrying another phone. Are we sure of that? Toshinori asked. Imoku encouraged investigations into Izuku's disappearance. He wouldn't have done that if he knew he was going to be exposed. Could he have corrupted the evidence? Sir Night-Eye jerked back. Yagi's question was obvious and he hadn't considered it. Why would Representative Kikurit back investigations into his own disappearance if there was any risk of exposure? I think we have to conclude that even if there is evidence at the point of Izuku's disappearance, it has been corrupted, the retired hero said. Especially since we have the person acknowledged to have last seen Izuku. Possibly, though your original question has merit, Yagi said. Why did, or how did, All For One know to speak to Izuku? So you think Izuku is Imoku? I like that possibility better than one of the other options. Toshinori seemed tired. Of everyone here, he was the most cognizant of the evil All For One represented. He knew the depths the man would sink to, the lines he would not even know he was crossing because for him, they never existed. Such as, Mirio asked. That all of this is simply a ploy to waste our time and resources. That Izuku Midoriya was killed on that roof, and Imoku Kikurit was merely adjusted to have a resemblance. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Aizawa demanded. Why would anyone adjust someone to look like an aged-up 14-year-old? The theory that Imoku was Izuku was far more likely, but if they wanted to get creative, then he could get creative. Both Yagi and Sir Night-Eye gave him a look. Neither of them thought it was beyond the realm of possibility. If you were going to be that paranoid, are you sure he's dead? The former underground hero snapped. I'm sure he's dead, Toshinori said. He'd used up quite a few favors to have the corpse checked. All For One was dead. One for All had succeeded, and not through combat. You're sure?
When Imoku visited Tartarus a few weeks before he died, and the last word he said was, Izuku.
What? Mirio demanded. Sir Night Eye's eyes narrowed as he examined Aizawa and then he broke out in a sweat. You mean it, don't you? About his last word? He barely whispered the question. Yagi was gripping the arms of his chair so strongly his bones creaked. I do, Aizawa confirmed. Bakugo told me but I confirmed it. The guards inform anyone who asks that his last word was Izuku. What are you suggesting? Toshinori asked softly, fighting the nausea that was threatening to make him lose the little food he managed to keep down. You are the ones who told me All For One experimented with immortality. His body wasn't in good condition, so let's say he found another way, a way of preserving his mind, and Imoku is his host. That's not possible, Mirio objected. No one shushed him. They didn't know if it was possible or not.
You mean to tell me, we might be facing him. That Imoku is him.
I'm not saying that, Aizawa said, waving one hand. I'm saying if you want to get creative with theories, then you might as well get creative. So what do you believe? Mirio asked before his mentors could snap.
I think Imoku is Izuku. I think All For One is dead. Imoku visited Tartarus but never went near him. Those records are public and there was no change in personality after his death indicating a new controlling mind, Shota explained.
To the inexperienced, Sir Night Eye's expression didn't change but Aizawa could see that he relaxed slightly. He really had been taking his suggestion seriously. But as I told Bakugo when he informed me of the relationship between Imoku and Izuku, it doesn't matter. We are not here to stop Izuku. We are here to stop Imoku. Know your enemy, Yagi said. While I agree we are after Imoku, if we know Izuku then we may be able to predict what he wants. So what does he want? Mirio asked. The League already has their goal. They wanted heroes gone and there are no longer heroes. That brought silence to the table. Izuku said he wanted to be a hero, Toshinori said finally. He had thought about the way the boy looked more than once. There had been something haunting about his eyes, and the way his mother keep up hope until now, when she was gone. Yes, and if we assume he joined the League then he'd want to destroy heroes, and to a large extent he has. Then now, he's simply trying to maintain the status, Aizawa said with a shrug before he nodded towards Mirio. He represents the push to reinstate heroes but Imoku is keeping that movement contained and controlled. It was almost admirable the way the politician was controlling events. It was skillful but it wasn't in the public's best interest. That means he's also controlling the League, Sir Night Eye said. Maybe that's what we need to focus on, getting the League to be more active so that the movement can't be contained, he suggested. What? Yagi demanded. The quirkless former hero grimaced. Not like that, he defended his position. What I mean is we need to figure out why they aren't active. They are active, Aizawa pointed out. They had ample evidence of that. Not active in the public eye. And perhaps that's a way of getting the message out there. How? Toshinori asked. Imoku based many of his speeches on the effects of language. How using the word villain made crimes all the more bad. It's not true of course. Crime rates haven't really changed. Insurance rate have but crime rates haven't. So he used that. Mirio uses that. He points out those stats that I'm sure Imoku would rather not be highlighted. Except no one is listening, Aizawa said pessimistically. Mirio was embarrassed but didn't try to deny it. Then we support him, Sir Night Eye said, looking at Yagi. The former number one hero sighed, before he nodded. Imoku knows what we are doing, so there is no point in hiding. I'll see who else will endorse you, he added. Mirio nodded but he was frowning. Why can't we just prove that Imoku is Izuku? It wouldn't be that hard. Shota raised one eyebrow and was thankful that Mirio blushed. He knew what that expression meant. How? He asked with deceptive gentleness. DNA testing? And I could get the sample in a day or so, Aizawa admitted. We could then have it tested against Izuku's birth blood sample, and then we'd all go to jail. What? Mirio demanded. Sir Night Eye nodded, backing up Aizawa's assessment. Wrongful theft of biological material, he explained. Unauthorized access to pediatric records, libel and slander. Mirio paled. Before quirks appeared, those tactics might have worked but protection of DNA was one of the changes that had been very strongly supported after quirks came into existence. It was part of a futile effort to stop experimentation on humans. The experimentation was mostly dealt with in other ways, but the laws remained. And depending on how he wanted to play it, he'd publicly have another test, which would come up false, or he'd have it come up true, and then play the victim. Aizawa summarized what he'd told Katsuki. Mirio nodded and in that action he withdrew his suggestion. At least he didn't even suggest that Imoku might admit to being Izuku somehow. We have a lot of circumstantial evidence, Yagi said. Should we just release that? To what goal? Sir Night Eye asked. Disruption, Toshinori admitted. They had their whole goal but they didn't yet have the means to achieve it. While he is distracted dealing with the rumors he isn't stopping us. He's not doing much to stop us at the moment, and hoping that rumors keep him from controlling the League is not going to work, Sir Night Eye said. There had been times over the years when Imoku had been deep in political maneuvering. He couldn't have been controlling the League then. That's what Dabi was for. Why don't we see if we can get Dabi arrested, he suggested. It's probably not possible, Aizawa said softly. You heard what happened with Midnight, he asked. Sir Night Eye nodded. Dabi knows Katsuki is hunting the League. And he's probably buried himself in whatever hole he's been in for the last 10 years. He can't be that well hidden, Mirio objected. Shota looked at the young man. Dabi could be that well hidden. He and the rest of the league had been avoiding Bakugo for a long time. They had practice at remaining hidden. The only reason we are finding them now is luck, persistence and some very long-term undercover work. Katsuki is doggedly determined, Aizawa summarized. He wouldn't tell them everything but they had to appreciate the amount of work going into this. He'd been working on his wall for years as well. Every piece of evidence there was meticulously collected. The enemy was smart. Those were the most dangerous kind. Katsuki is actually the closer to Dabi than all of us, Shota sighed. How? Sir Knight I asked. The fighting rings, Aizawa reminded them. He's got a title fight soon. Yagi nodded. Keep us informed, he said before looking at Mirio. For the moment, it's probably best if you ignore Kakurite, he continued. I'll get a group together to endorse you, which should raise your profile. I think, we are focused on the wrong thing here, he added with a heavy sigh. What do you mean? Mirio asked. We are trying to work out a way of discrediting Kakurite. We probably can't. Even if we do find something, the polls have him very much ahead in his electorate, and it's too late for a newcomer to nominate. So, we can't turn his electorate against him, which means we need to focus on getting you into parliament so that you can argue against him there. Then we will have more time. We can discredit him over the period of the next term. All Might tactfully didn't mention that Kakurite would have the same time to discredit them, and that even once they did get Mirio into the House of Representatives, Kakurite had the history and contacts there. Change was going to be hard, but nothing worthwhile was easy. They had to persist. It was eerily reminiscent of the time he was chasing All for One. The man was diabolical and it always seemed as if the villain had the upper hand. Even when they were fighting he maintained an air of superiority, even in Tartarus. Yagi grimaced at the memory. The gesture did not go unnoticed. What is it, Sir Knight I asked. I only ever visited All for One a few times in Tartarus. The man was cut off from everything. News, science, information, entertainment, but I guess the guards told him enough. Sir Knight I and Aizawa nodded. They knew what Tartarus was like and they knew the conditions All for One had been kept in. He was constantly monitored and constrained. He could barely move for himself. It was a hell that had driven many of the prisoners mad. By all reports, All for One was not one of them. He was always smug and pleased, but there was one time when Toshinori paused, remembering his nemesis. With the memory of meeting Imoku in his office, and what the politician had said, All for One's words took a new meaning. The connection was there, he was sure of it. Even missing half his head, even in Tartarus, the man had given off a dangerous air. The guards all commented and were frequently changed. They did not want any of them influenced. All for One was confident. Captured and imprisoned in a state-of-the-art prison, one of the best in the world, because on keeping dangerous quirk criminals secure, the governments of the world cooperated, yet he was still confident. But that one time, he had been different. Yagi hadn't been able to spot it at first, it was only on consideration had he recognized the differences. All for One had been almost jubilant. Yagi sighed. Right as I was leaving, he turned to me, he explained, and he said, thank you. The others didn't think anything of it. Toshinori shook his head. All for One is not a man who thanks anyone, he clarified. He meant it that time. What was he thanking you for? Aizawa asked. I asked, but he shook his head and just repeated it. He said, thank you for giving me everything. I thought he meant Tomura. He had spoken about him before. But what if he meant Izuku? It was a sobering thought because while the League had been causing trouble, were still causing trouble, they alone couldn't have changed the laws. Imoku had done that. Granted, he hadn't been alone, he was an independent, and had to get the government to approve the changes, but he had been the one to propose them, and now he was the one who was maintaining the new status quo. You think he did? Mirio asked. I do, Yagi admitted, biting his lip. And that makes it all my fault, he added, feeling a stab run through him that had nothing to do with physical pain. All this time, he had been happy that All for One was gone, but the man had anticipated that already. Given that heroes were no more, who had really won? The battle, Toshinori reminded himself. The battle, not the war. All for One wouldn't win the war. He was still here. One for All was still here. They still had a chance to win the war. I've spoken about fault with Mirio, Sir Knight I said in a long-suffering tone. Did you know that All for One was watching Izuku? Or yourself? No, then it cannot be your fault. You didn't know what would happen if the rooftop is the place where things happened. You couldn't have known. Imoku has made his choices, and those are not your fault. I could have told him something different. How hypocritical was I? I should have known how bad being quirkless was, I didn't know. Shota shook his head. How about instead of blaming ourselves, we focus on how to fix the problem? He asked sharply. He had to head off this guild session before it began. That would be wise, Sir Knight I indicated, now knowing who to look at. Yagi took a deep breath and sighed. Let's focus on getting Mirio into the House of Representatives, he clarified the problem. I still have some popularity, so I will endorse Mirio. Don't say anything against Kakurite, Aizawa warned. I won't, Toshinori agreed. Saying anything against Kakurite without a lot of proof would be suicide and would probably take Mirio down with them. Not that Kakurite wasn't already attempting that, probably. I will keep looking into the finances of his companies, Sir Night-Eye said. I've got a few things anyway. Follow the money, Mirio said. Indeed. If he has siphoned money to the League, then something will not add up. I will keep investigating him, Aizawa said. I'll focus again on his mother. Sir Night-Eye and Yagi nodded. As Kikuri's supposedly only living relative, she would be in on the plan, and she could a weakness. I'll keep attempting to give popular speeches, Mirio said in a tone that said he definitely thought he had the short end of the stick. They laughed, but they all knew this job was serious. They had to find something. Or the age of heroes ended with them. AFOP Yagi collapsed onto his couch. He was almost over the top of it, curving his back as he stretched. Over the years, Toshinori had become very good at managing his stamina. After his first battle with All for One, it hadn't been too bad. He could still rely on One for All, but after he had passed on his quirk, he had relearned the limits of his stamina, and after Kamino, he'd had to learn them yet again. Over time, though he had gotten used to it and had learned to conserve his stamina for the important things. He never cleaned his house. He had people for that. He rarely cooked, instead he relied on high-calorie mixes he could sip throughout the day. Yagi knew he was lucky. His income as a hero allowed him to live comfortably now, and he did get some money from the government still, for services rendered. Even so, days like today were tiring. Toshinori had alternately sat and stood to support Mirio as he gave several public speeches on the campaign trail. He'd been a part of candidate Tugata's entourage. It was an interesting position. A lot of people overlooked him until Mirio introduced him. Then, Toshinori felt somewhat bad for Mirio, he became the center of attention. But the message was getting out there. He'd only been to a few of Mirio's events, but the first opinion poll, which had come out today, had shown a definite pickup with Mirio's polling. Which was the entire reason he was out there, so as tired as Yagi was, he thought it time well spent. His lounge was arranged as a speaking area, with two leather couches facing each other, separated by a coffee table. There was a recliner off to the side, overlooking the garden, and Toshinori liked to sit there when he could just watching the greenery. He could move things in the lounge easily enough if he wanted to watch television, but often he didn't bother. There wasn't much news that made him happy. It was only belatedly that Yagi realized he wasn't alone. He sat up slowly, trying to work out how many others were here without being obvious about it. It had been years since he had needed to be so spatially aware. You can look, a voice told him. Yagi avoiding snapping his eyes to the speaker, but he used his ears instead. By the sounds of things, the speaker was sitting on the other couch. Toshinori pulled himself into an upright position and then looked over. He avoided the startled exclamation only through years of control. Izuku Kikuri was sitting there, with an oddly smug smile. Toshinori blinked. The representative didn't disappear, and he gave a small jolt of laughter, indicating that he knew exactly why Yagi had blinked. He glanced around his lounge without taking his eyes off Kikuri. Dabi was leaning against the doorframe to the kitchen. Kurogiri was standing behind Izuku, and Spinner was on the other side. There was someone behind him. Toshinori assumed it was Toga. This was not a social call. Oddly, he wasn't afraid. Izuku smiled at him. Given who you are, and how long the League has fought against you, I thought it appropriate that everyone came. Everyone? Toshinori asked, settling himself more comfortably. The representative nodded. My commanders, he said, and something huge and hulking came into the room. Yagi didn't recognize it exactly, but he knew what it was. You still have them? He couldn't help but gasp. The politician TSKED. That makes the Numu sound like they are just a manufactured thing. Have some respect for them. This is high-end. He wanted to meet you. Fight now. The huge creature growled the question. Toshinori was shocked. None of the other Numu had ever said anything. This one hadn't said anything while it was captured. Not this one. This one is now weak, Imoku said, looking at the creature. Want fight? High-end said. Like Giganta. Giganta was the way High-end referred to Gigantomachia. The two had fought years back when the huge man had confronted the League. Imoku had tried to explain that he was not a combat leader, but Gigantomachia hadn't considered him a worthy successor to All for One. High-end had protected Imoku and had enjoyed the fight immensely. Imoku smiled. You can fight his successor. The Numu looked at Imoku, and then back to Toshinori. He tensed, even though he couldn't do much against the hulking brute. I promise, Imoku added in a soft tone. The Numu relaxed and then nodded before moving back so that it was standing near the wall. Yagi didn't shudder, but it was a close thing. You know? He whispered the question. He still wasn't afraid, but he knew he had to get out of here, somehow. I know about All for One, Imoku said. Ingrained in his words was the knowledge that he knew about One for All as well. The rest of the League members just watched. It confirmed to Yagi that Imoku was their leader and he knew what they were here for. How he could turn it against them though was something he was still trying to work out. If he attempted to get his phone, Imoku would notice. There was security on his door, but with the warp villain here, Toshinori was positive the League had not left any sign there. How was he going to get out of this, or at the very least get word out? There had to be a way. No questions? No demands? Imoku prompted with an expectant air. Toshinori looked back. You are the ones who invited yourselves, he pointed out. If you want, I'll be a good host and get you some tea, he offered, but made no attempt to stand. He already knew how the offer would be taken. We wouldn't want to impose, Kikurit said coldly. He also knew that the offer was a blatant attempt to be alone for a few moments. They sized each other up. Izuku appeared comfortable. Yagi hoped he appeared the same. The silence stretched. So why have you come? Toshinori asked into the silence. Izuku leaned forward slightly. For every action, there is a reaction. I trust you know which action has caused this. The former number 1 hero tried to think. There was nothing obvious. He wasn't in charge of investigating Izuku's past. That was Aizawa. He wasn't looking into his businesses either. That was Sir Night-Eye. They would both do a better job. He was in charge of supporting Mirio. Are you that desperate to keep him out of the House of Representatives? Toshinori blurted. Izuku leaned back again, hooking one elbow over the back of the couch. His presence would change nothing, but would add complications that I feel are best dealt with preemptively. Yagi gave the politician a disbelieving look. He arched one eyebrow. In non-politician speak, he prodded, as an idea came to him. His house was wired. Alexa could record things and send it to Sir Night-Eye or the police. They could catch Izuku here and now in the presence of the League. The representative sighed. Mirio could campaign all he wanted to bring back heroes, but it won't work. The benefits have become clear to the government over the last few years. It will most likely be a new government, Toshinori pointed out while trying to think how to activate Alexa. He glanced at the other League members. They were still patient. Dabi was near the speaker. True, Izuku conceded, but the budget doesn't lie. All Mirio would do is add confusion, and government, from any party, is confused enough. The former number 1 hero didn't react to the joke. He had translated the political speak and was happy. If Izuku said Mirio would do nothing, then there was a good chance he could actually effect real change. They weren't going about this the wrong way. Toshinori sobered quickly. He might know that, but he had to somehow tell the others. Maybe he should just call the device? I'm not stupid, Kikurit told him coldly. Your house is currently disconnected, he added. Toshinori looked at the representative sharply. You were about to call for Alexa, Izuku told him. The man fished in one pocket and pulled out a small device. Yagi didn't recognize it, but there was a blinking light on it, and he could easily deduce what it was meant to do. Yet another support item being corrupted for a use it was probably not intended for. Allowing the public to use support devices means there's so many useful toys available. Alexa is disabled, at the moment. I don't want this on record, just as my last visit to All for One wasn't on the record. All for One wasn't allowed visitors, Yagi replied, almost on autopilot. What did he do now? How did he get word out? Someone had to visit Sensei, Izuku countered. It was that, more than anything else, the use of the word Sensei to name the greatest criminal of all time, that convinced Toshinori that Izuku was everything they suspected. Did I hurt you that much? All Might asked, regret lacing his question. Izuku stared at him, his green eyes hard. Toshinori watched him tremble. Yes, he said finally through clenched teeth. The former number 1 hero noted that both Dabi and Spinner looked slightly confused. Interested but confused. Kurogiri's expression really couldn't be seen, but the warp villain had an air about him that said he understood. The Numu didn't care, and there was a chuckle from behind him. You heard Izuku? Toga whispered in his ear. He didn't jump. Toshinori took a deep breath and leaned forward. He put his hands on the coffee table and bowed. I am sorry, he said. The League was surprised. Yagi looked up as Izuku's head jerked back. It's too late, the representative told him. The man swallowed hard, but the former number 1 hero knew that the matter had just been dismissed. Izuku, whoever he thought of himself, would not change his mind. Toshinori nodded as he sat back up. He expected that answer, but he had to try. You won't get away with this, he said. There had to be some way of letting Sir Night-Eye know what happened here. Why not? Izuku asked. He seemed genuinely curious. Yagi was surprised at how calm he felt. He raised one hand, pointing at the acknowledged villains who were standing in his lounge. They will all leave evidence, he explained. Dabi would leave burns, Toga blood, Kurogiri even more blood, Spinner used knives, and High-End would pummel him to death if allowed, leaving a lot of evidence. The representative chuckled. The coroner's report will be that you suffered cardiac arrest, he told him. There will be no evidence of foul play. The former number 1 hero just shook his head. Izuku smiled at him. I'd say, let's see, but you won't be around to see, so I would ask you to trust me, and take my word for it. At the word trust, Yagi felt a pull, as if he should trust Izuku. He quickly suppressed the feeling. Where had that come from? Then he glared. There was only one place it could have come from. You? He wasn't sure how to explain what he had felt. Ah, I'm losing my touch, Kikurit murmured deprecatingly, though Toshinori knew the villain had meant to be caught. Aizawa is a very intelligent man, he added. The statement lost Yagi for a moment, and then he remembered the first time he had met Kikurit. It had been in the politician's office, with Aizawa. The underground hero had accused Izuku of having an undocumented second quirk. If what Yagi had felt was from a quirk, and it appeared Izuku was admitting to it, then Aizawa had been correct. He tried to remember if Shota had known about All for One's ability to give and take quirks at that point, but it was more than 10 years ago. Aizawa knew of it now, but he just couldn't remember if the other hero had known then. You don't agree? Izuku prompted when the silence stretched between them. Toshinori realized it didn't matter what Aizawa did or didn't know back then. He agreed instead. Now he felt fear. It wasn't for himself. He still wasn't afraid of what would happen, but he was scared for the world. He didn't overestimate his ability to change it, but with someone like Kikurite in charge, then, what hope was there? What do you actually want? Yagi asked. What do any of you want? He pressed, looking around at the league members. Through him, you have gotten what you want, he added, jerking his head towards Imoku. Dabi snorted. Spinner shook his head. Fight, Hyan said. You are quite correct, All Might, Kurogiri told him. With the abolishment of the old Enabling Heroes Act by the Heroes Must Be Heroes Bill and the reintegration bills, what the League wanted was mostly achieved. Yet you sit there, knowing the benefits, and after seeing the hypocrisy of heroes destroyed, you would still bring it all back. That is what the League will prevent. That was mostly true, but there are gaps in what the warp villain was saying. Not everything, Yagi tried to justify it. I wouldn't bring back everything. The Heroes Must Be Heroes bill has some very good aspects, he said before placing his hands beside him on the couch. It was a long shot, but maybe he could scratch something into the leather. He hoped. Thank you, Imoku murmured, though he knew the representative was being facetious. As the instigator of the Heroes Must Be Heroes bill, he could take credit for the good parts, even if most of it was bad. Toshinori ignored that as he continued, trying to make the movement of his hands normal as he dug his short nails in. But it went too far. It destroyed a lot of lives and ignored the good that heroes were doing. What? Dabi scoffed. So just because my dad saved a lot of lives, more than you, the fire villain pointed out, because that was the truth. Endeavor had a higher clearance rate than him. I should have just put up with him beating the shit out of me? Of course not, Toshinori objected. Endeavor was, he stopped. Imoku was giving him a gentle smile. Toshinori knew the representative could probably list every failing of every hero. There was little point in arguing on their terms. Kamui Woods did not deserve to die, he pointed out instead, looking at Dabi. The fire villain's expression stretched into a smile. Tomura was more impetuous, he told the former #1 hero. Tomura was necessary for providing the atmosphere in which the seed of change could flourish, Imoku elaborated. And, hands up please, he added, lifting one arm and gesturing with his fingers. The league stiffened. Yagi thought he heard a knife being drawn behind him, but he obeyed, lifting his hands in a gesture of peace. Check it, Kikurite ordered, his green eyes hard. Toga leaned over beside him, her face twisted into a smile. She balanced on the back of the couch, looking down at where his hands had been. There's a mark, but it's nothing, she reported. Good, Imoku said. He seemed relieved. Toshinori knew that meant the politician was aware he couldn't control everything and that he was still fighting. I should have expected you to continue to try, he said, and the smile he gave Yagi was warm. But what did you tell me? That it was useless to try unless you were suited. So let me tell you, there is no way out of this, and you will leave no warning. Even though there was no one here to reassure, Toshinori smiled at the representative. I didn't give in to him. I will not give in to you. I don't expect you to give in, Imoku shook his head. I expect you to die. Which will just give Mirio more support, Yagi predicted. If you were murdered, yes, but I already told you. The coroner will say it was cardiac arrest. You are not old, but Sensei has left his mark upon you, Imoku said, looking significantly at his abdomen. Toshinori didn't react. He wanted to place one hand on what was left of his stomach. He hadn't coughed up blood for the last few years, after the last operation, but the damage was done. He was still weak. Sensei always warned me about you, about one for all, but I guess, now that you don't have it, you aren't that much of a threat. Yagi glared. Oh, don't be like that, Imoku mocked. You're a figurehead at the moment. You're meant to be a distraction for me from the snooping Aizawa and Sir Night-Eye are doing. Toshinori froze. They had assured him they were being careful, but, if the representative knew about them, then would they have a similar visit? Did you think I was unaware of that? Imoku asked at his expression. I believe All Might is concerned that you will visit them as well, Imoku Kikurite, Kurogiri informed the politician. Ah, Imoku nodded. That depends on what they find, he said lightly. Yagi didn't relax. Kikurite chuckled. Eraserhead has been looking into me for more than 10 years, and hasn't found anything, he told Toshinori. Given that record, I doubt you have anything to fear about him. There was a real note of comfort in the politician's voice. Toshinori felt sick to hear it. It reminded him far too much of All for One. The man could feign any emotion, while truly feeling nothing. Was Imoku like that? The child Izuku had been so open. He wanted to apologize again. He wanted to explain. But he knew that Kakurite was already too far gone. As for Sir Night-Eye, government contracts do carry risk, Imoku said coolly. Yagi knew the representative wasn't referring to his risk. He felt a flash of cold and wondered what Sir Night-Eye had requested. Then he reminded himself forcefully that his former sidekick had investigated All for One without being caught. If he could do that, he would not fall to one of All for One's apprentices. The green-eyed man looked over at him. Now, if you don't have any questions, we should get this over with, he said matter-of-factly. Toshinori fixed his eyes on Imoku's. Is this really what you want, Izuku? The representative didn't even blink at the use of the name. Dabi and Spinner weren't as restrained. It was interesting that they didn't appear to know. Yagi paid them no mind. A slow smile spread over Imoku's face and the former number 1 hero wondered if he was thinking about the past. All I ever wanted was for someone to tell me yes, he whispered. For just one person to say, yes, you can be a hero, Izuku, Imoku said.
My doctor told me I couldn't. My mother told me I couldn't. Those I once called friends told me I couldn't. My teachers told me I couldn't. Everyone who knew I didn't have a quirk told me I couldn't, but I continued to believe that I could. I studied hard. I made notes. I came up with strategies. I examined quirks until I knew them better than their users. I learned to read people, but no matter what I did, it was never enough. I didn't want to be the number 1 hero, I just wanted to be a hero.
Everyone still said I couldn't. Izuku, you can't be a hero without a quirk, Imoku mimed in a high-pitched voice. Toshinori felt the cold seeping into him at the words. He had been the straw. Until you, the representative continued mercilessly. He swallowed again. I held out the hope that the one person who routinely did the impossible, who was the personification of hope, would tell me that it wasn't impossible, that I could be a hero without a quirk. And what did you say? Imoku asked, cocking his head slightly as he gave the former number 1 hero a cold smile. He didn't wait for an answer. That I should keep my dreams realistic. The words were heavy. Yagi mouthed the words as Imoku spoke. The motion wasn't lost on Dabi and Spinner. With that motion they knew Imoku was speaking the truth. Maybe they would be the ones who acted, except it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be now. He wasn't resigned to his fate, but he could see no other alternatives, and somehow he'd known that he would go out in a battle against all for one. The man himself wasn't here, but his spirit was. It looked to him in the hate-filled eyes of the representative. So, I did, Kikuri continued, his voice now lightening. Sensei offered me an alternative, and I took it. And you know, this way, I've saved more people than you ever have. What? Yagi couldn't help but demand the explanation, no matter what was hanging over him. I have saved more people than you ever have, Kikuri repeated. Every single one to be hero, who the assessments picked up. How many of them did I save from a premature death when they got into something they weren't prepared to handle? How many endeavors have I prevented by banning those who are only in it for personal gain? How many deaths have I prevented when a hero engaged a so-called villain without consideration for the surrounding people? How many now benefit because the police have the quirk training they need to be effective, rather than having quirk restrictions applied because only heroes can use their quirks? How many have been saved from disasters by the rescue forces who are now free to act as best as they can? Imoku stopped, breathing heavily. I could go on, he said, but I think you get the point. Spinner nodded. Stain would approve, he murmured. This could be the opportunity he needed. The reptilian villain looked at him. He was dressed in body armor with black pants and boots. A sword hilt poked over his left shoulder, and he had a red scarf wrapped loosely around his neck. A white bandana over his eyes completed the look. He was still following Stain's ideal, and Stain's ideal hero was All Might. Yagi saw the lifeline. Would he approve of this? He managed to keep the sharp tone from his voice. The green villain was silent. Toshinori kept his eyes on Spinner. The others didn't move and the silence stretched. The villain sighed. I was hoping you'd be wrong, Imoku, he told the representative with a voice full of regret. Imoku turned to the lead member. I'm sorry, Spinner. He even sounded genuine. What? Toshinori asked. He didn't understand. The representative turned back to him. I warned Spinner you would appeal to Stain, though I am surprised it took you so long. Imoku was derisive. Yagi dived forward. He had no illusions about his chances of victory. He couldn't win, but Imoku had said the coroner would say his death was caused by a heart attack. That meant he had some way of killing him without leaving a mark. If he could get one of the other villains to mark him, then Sir Night Eye would know. None of the villains moved. Imoku raised one hand. Sparks danced between his fingers and Toshinori felt pain in his chest. His hands slammed down on the coffee table to support himself. He gasped for air and struggled back to the couch so he was sitting. Yagi's hands clutched at his breast. It hurt. No, he struggled upwards again. Imoku cocked his head, and the sparks seemed to intensify. All Might recognized what was happening. The representative was using his registered quirk. Nothing like this was registered about it, but it made sense. He could control sparks. The right type of spark was electrical current. It took a villainous mind to think of this application. Yagi managed to get to his feet. He was used to pain. He had dealt with it when fighting All for One and he could deal with it now. The problem was his eyes were unfocusing and he could hear a rushing in his ears. He staggered forwards, slamming his shins into the table. His limbs were heavy. He couldn't lift them but he had to try. Raising his foot to attempt to get to Imoku was his downfall. Toshinori felt his balance leave him and even though breathing was hard he windmilled his arms as he tried to stay upright. It didn't help. He crashed into the ground. Pain shot through him and Yagi lay on the ground, still struggling to breathe. Tears streamed from his eyes and as his vision narrowed, Toshinori saw the expensive shoes of Imoku walk up to him. He couldn't move, or he'd tried to grip the representative's pant leg. He had to do something. The floor smelled clean. Toshinori convulsed, trying to breathe. Izu, be careful, he heard, and somehow knew that Toga was supporting Imoku. The representative sniffed. That takes a lot out of me, he admitted. It was not a comfort that killing someone with his quirk took effort. Yagi wanted to scream that he wasn't dead, that Imoku had failed, but his voice abandoned him. His breath rasped and he couldn't see anything. The world had gone black but he was still here. We should go. That was Dabi. We should, Imoku said, sounding labored. But first, goodbye Toshinori Yagi. Say hello to Tomura. It was Tenko, wasn't it? Say hello to him for me, would you? And Sensei. Tell them, I won't let their work go to waste. Toshinori wanted to deny it but now there was a light approaching and nothing hurt anymore.
He breathed in, and out. And New Peace. Chapter 11.
Sir Night Eye sat on his couch as he watched the broadcast. His eyes were on one man, Kakurite. All Might, Toshinori Yagi might have retired, and the title of hero might have been disbanded, but the country still honored him. In the last session of parliament before the election, the Prime Minister Kiyoshi Takenaka had declared a minute of silence to mark the occasion of Toshinori's death. Yagi had been found by one of the people who helped to maintain his house. An ambulance, with a quirk user paramedic had been called, but it was too late. He had suffered a massive heart attack, sometime the night before. He'd obviously felt it, because he'd fallen, and Sir Night Eye had read the police report. All Might had been reaching out for something when he'd fallen. His phone. Yagi had left his phone in his jacket pocket, and his jacket had been hanging up on the rack. According to the police, there was no sign of foul play. Sir Night Eye wasn't sure. Toshinori wasn't that old but he was, and had been, ill for many years. Well, not so much ill as injured. Retirement had helped, but the battles against All for One had left their scars. Given Sir Night Eye's visions, Toshinori had done well to live as long as he had. But All Might's former sidekick couldn't help the feeling that something was wrong. The timing was just too fortuitous for Kakurite. Mirio had been making a comeback in the polls with Toshinori's support, and now he was dead. Except, Sir Night Eye had checked. Every member of the League he could find had been exactly where they were meant to be at the time of Tashi's death. And if the League was going to kill All Might, they wouldn't have let underlings do it. Spinner was up in Sapporo. Toga was in Miyazaki. Kurogiri in Kyoto and Dabi was in Tokyo but he had definitely been in one of the holes he used to hide from society. Besides, if any of them had killed Toshi, there would have been evidence. Imoku was having dinner with his frail mother. The woman had a few stints in a private hospital recently. He tried to get the records, as an insight into Kakurite but they had good security, unlike Biosimip. Sir Night Eye looked at the screen. Imoku Kakurite was standing with the rest of the House of Representatives and had his head bowed. He was the very picture of respect. The former sidekick knew it was false. Underneath that saddened mask there was a smug smile, and soon enough, he'd prove it. Biosimip, with their QERI contract with the government, had to give up various records on request. He had made a request and the records had been forwarded to him in good time. At least, those in charge of that at Biosimip knew how to do their job. He hadn't read through them yet. Instead, he managed to find a disgruntled employee from Biosimip. The man was a pharmaceutical chemist and for some reason he was pissed at what they were doing. Pissed enough that he would break contract and speak to him. Sir Night Eye had agreed to ensure that man's grievances were taken care of, and given that they were with Biosimip, that was likely to be a relatively easy job. Heroes might have had to integrate but he still had contacts, and if Biosimip were breaking the law, then that had to be dealt with. No matter what contracts they had. That meeting was tomorrow. In the meantime, he had been investigating Tashi's death and reading online articles about Kakurite. They hadn't been able to find information about him legitimately, so for the moment, hearsay and speculation were potential resources. There was some truth in hearsay. The trick was finding it. Because Imoku Kakurite had appeared on the scene so suddenly, to take over the running of Kunshu and then becoming a representative, they weren't the only ones who had looked into his past. Most of the others had found the information Sir Night Eye was sure had been planted and left it at that. Why wouldn't they? They were only looking to know the man better, they weren't looking to bring him down. Others had added speculation as to his motives. That was what Sir Night Eye was reading. The most interesting one was by someone who appeared to have an interest in psychology. They had written about Imoku's policies towards those who were quirkless. That was possibly the one good thing Imoku had done. After Eraserhead's accusation, Sir Night Eye had researched what it was like to be born quirkless. He hadn't liked what he'd lucky few were supported by their parents and by understanding individuals. Most were ostracized. There were even cases of quirkless individuals feigning having some minor quirk to be accepted. Once the lie was detected, it did not end well, and several had been murdered by their outraged friends. Of all groups of society, they had the lowest education, and the highest rate of suicide. Feeding in from the lack of education was the lack of jobs. The quirkless formed the dregs of society, unless they were very, very lucky. Imoku had changed that. Not completely. He couldn't do it all by himself but he had definitely highlighted their plight and had made steps towards alleviating the worst of the problems. He offered employment, education and respect. And across the country most quirkless people would vote for Imoku if they could. Those who did not live in his electorate lamented the fact, but they took their cues from him. If he supported a candidate, then that candidate had their vote. Within his electorate, close to 80% of those who were quirkless and of voting age said in polls that they would vote for him. That might only represent 16% of the electorate, at best, but others, those with less useful quirks also liked his message.
Those with useful quirks liked it as well. He was a very popular man. And since Imoku had risen to power, many quirkless people had moved into his electorate. There was a reason he was considered practically unbeatable in his electorate, because in his electorate, he had more volunteers to help get his message across than any other candidate.
But that was just the fallout of his decisions. What Sir Night Eye was interested in was why he had made the decision in the first place. How had Imoku, who had the quirk spark, seen the plight of the quirkless? That very question led credence to Bakugo's theory that Imoku Kakirite was actually Izuku Midoriya, a young man who was quirkless. Which is sort of what this online commentator was saying, in a roundabout way. They were implying that the way Imoku Kakirite dealt with quirks was reminiscent of someone who was quirkless. It was an interesting conclusion and quite an odd one to make given the public history on Kakirite. Sir Night Eye was interested in speaking with the author to see if they could shed any further light on Imoku's reactions. Maybe there was something they could use there, in conjunction with the other evidence. There had to be a smoking gun somewhere. He looked back at the screen. Imoku was sitting again, with the rest of the government. He had on a gray suit with a black armband for this occasion. The state funeral was tomorrow. Imoku wasn't going to be there. Sir Night Eye wasn't sure what he thought of that. On one hand he was thankful, but on the other, it would have given him an opportunity to look the representative in the eye and judge him. He'd never had that chance, but without Imoku, tomorrow would be a chance for Mirio to shine. If he was right, and Toshinori had been killed for his support of Mirio, then it was up to them to make sure that it was in vain. Yagi would want that. They needed that. Mirio was known as Toshinori's friend, and as a fellow ex-hero, he was going to be front and center during the funeral. So would he. Sir Night Eye knew he'd have to be more visible in Mirio's campaign now. Toshinori's support had been giving Mirio a boost. As All Might's only sidekick, Sir Night Eye could hope that his presence would also provide a boost. And with enough boosts, Mirio would win a place in the House of Representatives, and they could start to directly fight Imoku Kakirite. He clicked the screen off. Kakirite was not going to give any visual clues. Oh, I was watching that. Sir Night Eye spun to stare at the speaker. You? He identified the woman who was grinning at him, Himiko Toga. She frowned at him but continued to tap a knife against her leg. He reviewed what he knew of her. Her quirk was shape-shifting, which didn't give her any special fighting abilities, just as his hadn't. He could take her. He just had to be wary of the knife. Over the years he had kept in practice, and he was pretty sure she hadn't. She could take people by surprise, but Toga had never been known for her fighting ability. Why are you here? He asked. It was obvious why she was here, but the way she phrased any reply would tell him a lot. She grinned at him. Izu said not to bother with you, Himiko told him. Wait, Izu? As in Izuku? Sir Night Eye couldn't help but interrupt. I'm not meant to call him that, the League of Villains member said almost timidly. It's okay. I know who he is, Sir Night Eye said soothingly. He never thought he'd ever use that tone of voice when speaking to the League. But he filed the information away for further use. If Himiko knew Imoku was Izuku, then maybe the League would be their way of bringing him down. Himiko gave him another smile. It was almost as if she was saying thank you. Izu said not to bother with you, she repeated. But since he took out All Might, it's better that we get the whole team, she added. The words struck his heart. It confirmed what he suspected, but what the police assured him had not happened. The League had killed Toshinori. And they had done it in such a way that the world was not even looking at them. Why? He asked. The question probably wasn't what she was expecting. Because you are getting too close to Izu. No, Sir Night Eye shook his head. His phone was on the table in front of him. He couldn't reach it without her noticing. She had answered the obvious why, but that wasn't what he meant. Why does the League not want to be known as the killers of All Might? He clarified. Himiko shook her head, but her eyes never left him. Why would Izu want to be known as the killer of an old man? She mocked with the question. He was surprised by her answer. It made sense, but beyond that, there was an implication there. He's going to make himself known? He asked. Of course not, Toga giggled. Izu is the hidden one, she added. Sir Night Eye froze. His mind was no longer in his lounge. It was in the past. It was on the moment he lost his quirk. In that single instant, he'd had a vision so strong, so vivid that he could only remember one thing from it. The hidden one. The unseen enemy who was controlling everything. He'd warned Mirio about it then. He'd warned Centipeder, he'd warned Toshinori, but they had never found anything to really prove it. Over the years he had seen the similarity between Imoku's name and his vision, but over the years, the stark intensity of his vision had been lost in the reality of losing his quirk. It came back now at full force. He could see everything again. The hidden one. This time, his vision was of a chessboard. There was a shadowy figure sitting on the black side. They were moving the pieces. Sir Night Eye looked to the white side and his eyes widened. The seat was empty. The shadowy figure was moving both the white and black pieces. When he had seen this vision the first time, he had thought the figure was All for One, given that the Black Queen had been wreathed in shadow. That had been the hidden one, except All for One was dead. His vision had changed. He still couldn't see the figure sitting there clearly, but he could see the pieces clearly. Katsuki was the White Queen. Mirio the king. Aizawa was still on the board, as was Hizashi. There were castles. He was still there too, a bishop, but he was riding a horse. Was he a knight or a bishop? He wasn't sure. To the side of the board, falling was Midnight. She was a knight. Her armor was cracked. Her horse was dead. All Might was there as well. The broken mitre of a bishop was beside him.
Sir Night-Eye focused on the other side. The black pieces. It wasn't much comfort that more appeared to be at the side of the board. Twice was a fallen knight and both the castles were shattered. He recognized Mustard and Ujiko. Tomura was there as well. Except that left some powerful pieces still there. Both bishops, Spinner and Kurogiri were there, as was Dabi as king and Toga as queen.
In the instant of his vision, Sir Night-Eye saw the shadowy being reach out and he flicked his finger at the Black King. Dabi fell and the being grinned at him. And then everything ended. Sir Night-Eye gasped as he returned to his living room. He blinked to see Toga there, and then his memory caught up. Izuku is the leader of the league, he said clearly, wishing for nothing more than to be able to close his eyes and think. He couldn't with her here. He's such a good leader, Toga told him. He doesn't ask for much. He makes sure we are making money, so it's up to us to make sure he gets some rewards every now and then. I'm a reward? Sir Night-Eye asked. For Izu, she grinned. It was not a nice grin. He wondered if the woman could smile nicely. Now, hold still. This will be easier if you don't move. She flipped the knife and lunged at him. He was ready for her movement, and dodged to the side. The knife went straight into his couch, giving Sir Night-Eye time to rise. He kicked at Toga but she was quick, and abandoned the blade to jump back. Another knife appeared in her hands. Since she still wore a high school uniform, Sir Night-Eye wondered how she concealed them, and how many she was carrying. They were not strapped to her legs so it had to be on her torso. He grabbed at the knife in his couch but it was stuck. It had probably hit the wooden frame. He didn't waste time after giving it a tentative tug. Toga fell into a battle stance. He was surprised. He didn't think she knew how to fight. Not properly. He had been trained, and his reach was long. He fell into his own stance, and feinted towards her, sending a punch towards her abdomen. Himiko hissed and flipped her knife so that it was against her forearm as she dodged. She swung at him, slashing her knife. It caught the edge of his shirt but didn't touch his skin. Sir Night-Eye used the moment to get around the couch. It gave him more space to move in. He kicked. Toga raised her knifeless arm to block but he was stronger. It pushed her off balance. The woman flailed and staggered but in the time it took him to regain his balance, Toga had regained hers. She no longer looked amused. Sir Night-Eye attacked again. Toga leapt back, trying to get out of range. He'd seen the footage of her from Ujiko's execution. She had throwing knives somewhere. He kept the distance close. Her preference was close combat but he had to be better than her. Over the years, she had obviously added the throwing knives to give herself some versatility. He wasn't going to be so stupid as to try to take them out midair. Better to never let them be thrown. Himiko slashed again with her knife and Sir Night-Eye caught the glint of steel. He lunged into the swipe, catching her hand. He tried to wrench the knife from her hold. Toga retaliated by lifting her arms and pulling back from him. Sir Night-Eye went with her. He was taller and stronger. The stretch put her at risk, not him. He got one hand on the hilt and then there was a pain in his stomach. Instinct made him look down. Toga pulled her hand back, a short blade covered in blood held within it. Sir Night-Eye pulled back, taking the knife with him. He wanted to throw it away but it was a weapon. Himiko tried to push her advantage. He slashed his newly won knife, and felt it catch on her cardigan. She hissed. Not nice, she growled. He'd drawn blood. Sir Night-Eye flicked the knife into roughly the same hold she had taken, pushing it up against his forearm. It was a hunting knife with a long blade on one side and serrations on the other. He slashed it at her again. Toga was wary and was out of range. She countered with a smaller knife but he avoided it. I didn't want to do it this way, you know, she told him. You don't have to do this, he snapped back, you could just surrender. She bared her teeth at him, her canines catching on her lip. I meant to ask Mustard to come help, Toga told him. Sir Night-Eye immediately knew her plan. It would have worked. Mustard could have filled his room with gas, and he would have fallen asleep. At that point, she'd have cut his throat and there was nothing he could have done to stop her. His mind flashed to several unsolved murder cases. They'd done that before. That bastard Explodo killed him, but at least Dabi got the bitch, she added. It was an obvious attempt to rile him up. Sir Night-Eye didn't react. Midnight knew what she was getting into. Blood seeped into Toga's cardigan but he could tell the wound was sluggish. It wasn't going to be fatal. He slashed again. He was surprised when this time she didn't dodge. Instead she met his slash and there was the ring of steel against steel. She had one of her throwing knives in her hand. He slashed again and caught her arm. Himiko cried out, dropping the smaller knife, and Sir Night-Eye quickly kicked it away. She pulled a new one from somewhere and he noted that she was using her other arm. Sir Night-Eye examined the league member. The slash on her arm was deeper than he thought. Her knives were sharp. That's not nice, she growled again and her eyes hardened. She moved quick. He dodged but cried out as something hit his abdomen again. He looked down. There was a knife there. She'd thrown it, with the arm that was cut. The knife had blood on the handle. Himiko closed with him. She slashed hard. Sir Night-Eye tried to block. Toga was stronger than she looked, and she followed up the slash with a kick. He cried out. The knife was driven further into his guts and he fell to his knees. His mind screamed at him to move. He slashed out blindly with the knife. She avoided it and kicked again. He lost the knife. Sir Night-Eye rolled, trying to avoid further attacks. He heard more knives. They hit the floor in him. He heard them thunk into his body and pain radiated outwards. Sir Night-Eye tasted blood. He spat it to the floor and rolled again as Himiko tried to finish the job. He wasn't going to go down that easy. Before he could rise she jumped on him, straddling his body. Toga sat on his stomach, her legs hooked over his arms, pinning them to his side. He couldn't breathe with her weight there. Sir Night-Eye tried to buck her off, but Himiko wasn't light. "You're heavy," he growled, hoping to make her angry. It worked but not the way he wanted. She hit him, and drove another knife into his chest. He could feel blood pooling in his lungs. The taste of it filled his mouth. Sir Night-Eye looked up. Himiko smiled down at him. Her arm was bleeding, as was the cut to her side. "Now you won't be in Izu's way." "He won't be happy," he managed to say. If this wasn't a sanctioned hit then there was a chance he could talk her out of it. A slim change but one nevertheless. Himiko shook her head and then she raised her small knife above her head, clasping it in both hands. She slammed it down, hitting the left side of his chest. Sir Night-Eye felt his ribs crack under the pressure and blood spewed from his mouth. "You don't look pretty," Toga told him, as she got up. He didn't try to stop her. He watched, trying to gasp for air as Himiko fetched the knife he'd managed to get off her. She looked down at him and he felt it cut into his thigh. She pulled it back and Sir Night-Eye watched as Himiko licked at the blood. Then her features melted. Her whole body melted. It was more than disconcerting to see his face looking at him, to see her smile on his features. "Just die for Izu," Himiko said with his voice and then she turned away. He gasped for air, choking on blood but Sir Night-Eye wasn't dead yet. He had to tell someone, he had to. He pushed himself over, trying not to scream at the pain. If he screamed Himiko would know he wasn't dead. Sir Night-Eye dragged himself towards the coffee table. His phone was there. Blood made a trail behind him. He didn't look, and as soon as he could he reached for his phone. It was a fumble but he managed to get his fingers on it. Everything hurt and his vision was failing him. That wasn't good. He knew what that meant. Had Toshinori gone through this as well? Sir Night-Eye spat blood and hit dial on his phone. The last number called was Mirio. He had to tell the current holder of One for All that the League was still there. That Kukurite was everything they feared. "Hello, sir?" Mirio's voice washed over him. "Sir?" the younger man repeated. Sir Night-Eye tried to speak. His mouth moved. No sound came out. He swallowed more blood. "Mirio," he managed to whisper. "Mirio," he said again. He had to stop. There was no air in his lungs. "Sir," there was no hiding the frantic tone of Mirio's voice. "You have to," Sir Night-Eye gasped, spitting more blood as he dropped the phone. He collapsed next to it. "Kukurite," he managed to say the name. It brought a memory of his vision. "The hidden one," he managed to say. "Sir, you have to save Daw," he couldn't say anything more. Sir Night-Eye's eyes widened. He tried to say more but all that came out was gasps and gulps. He could see blood pooling under him. Was there really that much blood in his body? Now outside of his body? He tried moving his arm, trying to grab the phone again. He couldn't move. "Sir," Mirio screamed. Sir Night-Eye knew the boy would be running here. It would be too late. It was already too late. The steel had touched his heart. "Save him," Sir Night-Eye mouthed the words but there was no sound. "Save Dabi." The words were meaningless but Sir Night-Eye knew what they were. Dabi was the Black King and Mirio was the White, but if the Black King fell, they all did. Sir Night-Eye felt sick, and then he felt nothing at all. "AFOP, how did it happen?" Mirio asked. He was sitting in the police station, fighting the shakes. Every time he thought of Sir Night-Eye he trembled. "Sir," the detective asked. "How did it happen?" Mirio asked again. He really didn't want to know but at the same time, he had to know. How had Sir Night-Eye died? Maybe then he'd be able to make sense of the last message. The detective looked at him sadly. Thankfully the man ignored his bloodied suit. He had been the first one on the scene. He tried to save Sir Night-Eye but there was so very much blood. "Security cameras show League member Himiko Toga breaking in," the detective told him. "And," Mirio pressed, "we believe there was an altercation." That much had been obvious, even to his eyes. There were several throwing knives embedded in the floor. He hadn't seen them then, not until the paramedics had pulled him off Sir. Then he'd been able to see things beyond the huge slick of blood on the floor. "Security film shows Sir Night-Eye walking out of his apartment," the detective continued. Mirio knew what that meant. So did the police. Toga had taken Sir Night-Eye's form and simply walked out of the building. It was no consolation that she appeared to be limping. Not badly though, and not enough to cause a scene. Then she had disappeared into the crowds. "We believe he injured her," the detective told him, "and are watching the hospitals." Mirio didn't say anything. He already knew that even if injured, Toga wouldn't show up at a hospital. As far as they knew the League didn't have a dedicated healer but they had enough resources to be able to call in a doctor on the quiet. She wouldn't be caught that way, no matter the injuries. The only hope there was if the injury was worse than they thought. Then she might show up dead. Logic told him her injuries couldn't be that bad. She had walked out of there. Sir Night-Eye hadn't. He dragged himself across the floor. He'd been in so much pain. But he had still tried to warn Mirio. Kikurite was the hidden one. Mirio still remembered the day that Sir Night-Eye had lost his quirk. He remembered the desperate words to beware of the hidden one, and what had he done? What had any of them done? Nothing. They had let Kikurite consolidate power. They had let Kikurite pass the bills that had led to the reintegration of heroes. They had let everything break apart. But Sir had said something more this time. He had said something about saving. Mirio had no idea what his former boss meant. You have to save Da. That was all he had managed to say. The meaning was clear but the context wasn't. Who or what was Da? Was it short for Dad? But who did that mean? Who would Sir Night-Eye call Da? His father had died many years ago. There was no one obvious. Mirio had racked his brains for other meanings. He tried to think of anyone's name that began with Da. It wasn't Aizawa, it wasn't Bakugo, it wasn't Hisashi. It wasn't anyone who he could think of. There was a Dashu on his support staff but Mirio couldn't think of any reason why he would have to save Dashu. It made no sense, and what made it frustrating was that to Sir Night-Eye's dying mind, it had been the one thing he had tried to say. Mirio felt like he'd failed because he didn't understand the warning. He planned to ask Aizawa and the others to know if they had any thoughts. He'd do that later, after he finished here. Let me know anything? He asked. Of course, sir, came the reply. There is also going to be a police presence at your apartment, the detective added. Is that necessary? Mirio objected on reflex. The detective didn't answer. He didn't have to. The League had invaded Sir Night-Eye's home. They could be preparing to invade others, especially those who were associated with Sir Night-Eye. He was the strongest associated. While All Might had been supporting his campaign, Sir Night-Eye had been planning on taking his place. Now, Mirio didn't know who would. He knew he had to capitalize on what happened but it felt cheap. It felt wrong but he would have to do it if he wanted to win. And in order to take out the League he was going to have to fight, and that meant winning. Thank you, Mirio told the detective before he took a deep breath. He was out of his depth now and he felt adrift, but for Sir and All Might, he'd have to cope, just tomorrow. He'd do that tomorrow. AFOP Izuku sat in Dabi's private office. The room was luxuriously appointed. One wall was a full, floor-to-ceiling window with one-way glass. It overlooked the fighting ring. There was no one there at the moment but Izuku knew what the place was like when there was a battle. He had seen several championship fights. He snorted at the thought. Championship fights implied that those who fought had a chance. Against high-end the challengers died. Still, some of them put up a good effort, and the Numu knew he was the champion of the reign. He knew that only those who had fought through the contenders got to fight him, so he accepted that they were weaker than him but that they were the best available fight. He looked away from the glass to Toga. She'd been naughty, which was why he was here, not his own office. Being here allowed her to be in her true form. Why did you take out Sir Night-Eye? Imoku asked her. Himiko was sitting in a chair. Her arm was bandaged and he knew she had a bandage around her waist. He'd cut her twice. She'd won but he didn't like to see his servants hurt. He preferred it if things were planned better. Because he was investigating you, Toga replied. He wasn't getting anywhere, Imoku pointed out, but he might have, she objected. Izuku couldn't really say anything much to that. He might have found something. Himiko, he said her name softly. Why did you go alone? She looked at him with a confused expression, though Izuku knew it was false. She knew what he was asking. Why hadn't she used the training he'd given her over the years to plan the attack? Why was she injured? Originally I was going to take Mustard but Explodo Kill got him, she admitted. And none of the others would go. I think they would have, he said softly. He could see her plan with Mustard. It was a good one but obviously not something they could do now. It was a fight night, Toga explained. Izuku knew that meant Dabi was occupied. He oversaw the fights. Kurogiri? He prompted. Was working, she said. Spinner? Is up in Sapporo. Izuku sighed. He could probably name half the League and she'd know where they were, and why they wouldn't help. Instead he pursed his lips before he sighed. I appreciate the gesture, he admitted. But I do not need you to be injured, he added. For a moment Toga looked at the ground and then she grinned at him. Izu, she squealed triumphantly. Take someone with you, next time. Himiko nodded and whatever she was about to say died in her throat when the door opened. She jumped up, despite her wounds, prepared to shield him but the door simply revealed High-End. The Numu gave them both a toothy grin and Imoku waved it, extending his quirk. Want to fight? The Numu told him. Isn't there a fight tonight? Izuku asked. Weakling? High-End complained. I heard there is someone good in the lower rankings at the moment, Izuku said. No one got to fight High-End straight off. The money from fightings were made from bets, and it would be stupid to just let anyone challenge the Numu. There were rankings and people had to fight their way through them. That way Dabi made more money. Want fight now? High-End added the demand. Ah, Izuku sighed as he thought. He rapped his nails on Dabi's desk. The noise let the Numu know he was thinking. Despite Sir Night-Eye and All Might being dead, Mirio was still out there, and the candidate, if he knew what he was doing, would play the sympathy card. He might not. Imoku wasn't sure how politically astute the former sidekick was. But he couldn't afford to be complacent. Mirio had Aizawa to advise him and the underground hero was not foolish. Plus Katsuki was still out there, hunting the League. Izuku had only taken the fight to All Might because it was advantageous. Maybe it was time to battle more directly. Besides, there was a certain balance he wanted, and he hadn't gotten it yet. He'd told All Might he knew about One for All, but what he hadn't said then was that he knew who it had been passed to.
He didn't need the league acting the way Toga had. It was one of the reasons he had set them against Katsuki. The boy was good at his job, and that was advantageous. If Toga had tried to fight Mirio, the candidate was stronger than them. They didn't realize it because he'd been forced into therapy as a sidekick and the reintegration bill had passed before he could come back. But with Mirio being supported by both All Might and Sir Night-Eye, it was obvious who now held One for All.
He had destroyed All for One, something he had glossed over with the League, so it was time to take out the antipode. Then the world could move on, and the chaos from the beginning of the quirk era could be put behind them. And truly, he would take out Mirio in the election. The boy wouldn't be elected but, to be sure, since there were still those attracted to the romanticism that a hero could save everyone, including the opposition leader, it was probably better if the boy was no longer around. The world no longer needed One for All, the same way as it had outgrown the need for All for One. He looked at High End. Unlike the first Numu, High End had been created as a general-purpose fighting machine. He wasn't specifically designed to take out One for All, but the Numu was powerful. He would be able to inflict a great deal of damage, and if the other Numu were there then, yes, that should be doable. Plus if the fight went on long enough there was a chance Katsuki would be there and that would finish off all the opposition to him nicely. Izuku only had one more task in mind for Bakugo, but that was an indulgence, and he could live without it. But how to stage a fight for High End with Mirio? It wasn't like Mirio was roaming the streets looking for a battle, not like Bakugo. Mirio was campaigning for the House of Representatives, though. Ah, Izuku said as he recalled something. Mirio had been the first on scene at Sir Night-Eye's apartment. Toga had told him that earlier. He was waiting for more information from his contacts in the police, but it was obvious what had happened. Sir Night-Eye had called Mirio, and the boy had run to his old employer. That was the way to get Mirio in. I can get you a fight, Izuku told High End. The Numu looked at him, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Give me a day or so to figure out where the people will be, so that you can actually fight without being interrupted, he explained. Most people thought High End was dumb. The Numu had a limited vocabulary but was actually very intelligent when it came to combat, and things he cared about. He cared about fighting, so anything that was about fighting had to be explained properly. High End would hold you to your explanation, but it was possible to reason with the Numu slightly. No interruptions was something High End understood. Izuku looked up at him as the Numu gave him another very toothy grin. Fight, the Numu declared. It will be against someone weak, at first, Izuku warned, but I expect them to call someone stronger. That is your real fight. If he set High End against Aizawa, then Aizawa would likely call either Bakugo or Mirio. Either would give the Numu a good fight. I tell them to call, High End announced. Izuku smiled. If you'd like, he agreed. It made no difference to him, but he knew the Numu had come to the conclusion that there was a chance that his opponent wouldn't call for the stronger fighter. High End was not stupid when it came to fighting. You may kill them all, he added. High End grinned wider and was happy. Izuku grinned at him. He hadn't even needed to use his quirk much for that. He thought about the possible outcomes of a battle between High End and whoever Aizawa called. If it was Mirio, then that would be good. If Katsuki, then that was equally acceptable, even if Katsuki died. He could work with either outcome. Chapter 12. Aizawa hated funerals, and it seemed as if all he'd been doing lately was attending them. First Midnight had been killed. Then Toshinori had died. That had been a state funeral. The rigmarole involved in that fiasco had been headache-inducing. There had been so many politicians there, all looking for a photo opportunity or something to help their election prospects. It was no way to honor anyone. Then Sir Night-Eye's. At least that had been a smaller affair. People had been able to show their respects, but it had also shown him how fragile Mirio was. It was understandable. The young man had gone through a lot in the last few days, losing both his mentor and the person who had built the society Mirio was meant to be protect. Except that society, heroes, were gone. At least Mirio didn't blame himself for that. Shoto would never have supported him if Mirio was that stupid. But now they were at a bit of a loss. All Might had been supporting Mirio on the campaign trail. The retired hero was on public record as giving the candidate his blessing. It had lifted Mirio's polls. When he died, Sir Night-Eye had stepped in. It had only been for one rally before he was murdered. It suggested that, despite what the police record said, that All Might had been murdered as well. Except, there was no denying that All Might had been damaged, was the nicest way of putting it. His body was fragile, and a heart attack had been a real possibility for a long time. It was the timing that was suspicious. At least Mirio knew Sir Night-Eye had been looking into Kunshu and Kakurite. Given it was Toga who had murdered him, it was entirely possible he'd found something. Yet he hadn't told Mirio. No, what the former sidekick had said at the end made no sense. You have to save Da. Who or what was Da? In order to save it, Aizawa shared the opinion it was probably a who. Which was one of the reasons he was standing here, before Sir Night-Eye's grave, trying to gain inspiration. He had a feeling that in time, they would look back and think it obvious. But Shota also had a feeling that if it came to that, they'd be looking back from prison if they were lucky, or not looking back at all because Kakurite would have won it all. There was one ironic answer to the question of who was Da that Aizawa wasn't sure he wanted to think of: Dabi. Except Dabi was no threat to Kakurite. Assuming everything about Izuku was the truth, the Dabi had been leading the league for Kakurite for the last 10 years at least. And with the recent gains Bakugo had made, it made no sense that Izuku would want to remove the one who was still loyal to him. Everything Aizawa had seen indicated that Dabi was loyal. If anything, the villain was in danger from Bakugo, but the vigilante didn't want to kill him. Katsuki recognized that a dead Dabi couldn't reveal Kakurite. He wanted to beat the shit out of Dabi, but not kill. Did Sir Night Eye mean they needed to leave Dabi in place? That's it, the Da stood for Dabi. Aizawa huffed, looking down at the name marker. Couldn't you have made it clearer? He muttered. He hated riddles. Couldn't Sir Night Eye left what he knew about Khonshu available to them as well? The files from Biosimip were in his house, but nothing was highlighted. Aizawa couldn't even be sure they'd been read, and he knew what that meant. He'd had to do it now. He turned to go. Even with his known insomnia, he had too much work to do, and looking at a gravestone was not bringing inspiration. They'd have to find this Da the old-fashioned way, and they'd have to focus on getting Mirio into the House of Representatives. It would be nice to take down Kakurite, and that was the ultimate goal, but he was experienced enough to know that sometimes you couldn't do everything at once. Aizawa pulled out his phone as he walked. Good, the voice startled him. It was gravelly and seemed to come from over his shoulder, but there was no one behind him. Call the stronger one here, it continued. Shota threw himself forward, executing a dive and somersault that would have done anyone half his age proud. He felt several twinges which he couldn't pay attention to as he looked over at the speaker. It was huge. That was the first thing he noted. Aizawa didn't recognize the jagged teeth or the leering grin, but when he saw the exposed brain he had a sinking feeling he knew what it was. This one was hunched over, and he could see layers and layers of muscle covering its neck and shoulders. You called stronger one? The Numu asked. Shota had never heard these things speak. He thought the report the police had composed years back was that they couldn't, but this one was. Its jaws moved with the words, though with teeth like that, it was no wonder the words were malformed. If it could talk, then maybe it understood, maybe he could talk it out of a fight, not likely, but he could get information. I'm pretty strong, he replied. The Numu cocked its head at him. The shroud of skin moved, but never truly fell away from its head. Aizawa was thankful for that. Twiggy, it announced. No strength, like master. Shota knew it was an assessment of his build. He felt vaguely insulted. Still, he couldn't deny that comparatively, he was rather slender. Apparently like this thing's master. He didn't know what to think of that. Called stronger one? It asked again. Why would I call someone else? Master said we fight. Master said you weak, but you call someone stronger. Aizawa bit the inside of his lip as he looked at the creature. He still had his phone in hand and he could tell that it had one eye on it. How about I call them if you tell me who your master is? He offered. The Numu was loyal, but it was obviously rather stupid. The creature cocked its head at him. Master is master. Call, it demanded. Shota just looked back, trying to assess what quirks the Numu had. He couldn't remember much from the report. Accelerated healing was probable. Most of the Numus seemed to have that. Strength, even if it just came from the layers of muscle the Numu had. And this one had at least some intelligence. He couldn't win. He was realistic in his assessments. He had always had to be, and while he could defeat more opponents than most, he knew his limits. Especially since it had managed to get behind him without him noticing anything. Except, it wanted him to call someone. Did it know who'd he'd call? Initially Aizawa had thought of Bakugo, but the vigilante was still laying low. And if it became known he was involved in a fight with something known to be connected to the League, then Aizawa couldn't imagine how that story would be twisted. He wasn't sure if Bakugo could deal with the wall of muscle this thing represented. That left Mirio. These Numus had been created to kill All Might, and that meant dealing with one for all. Plus Mirio had a bit more capital to spend if he was caught here. Who do you want? Aizawa asked. Maybe he could get more information. Strongest, the Numu told him without hesitation. He made some show of typing into his phone. Do you have more than one master? He asked idly. Master is master, the Numu replied. Master is new, but master better. New? Shota asked. Called stronger one? The Numu ignored his question. One last question, Aizawa countered. The Numu looked frustrated. What do others call your master? He held out the phone to show the message was ready to send, though he wasn't sure if the creature would understand that or could read. The message was simple. Help. Numu attacked Sir Night Eye's grave. The Numu twisted its long neck to look at him. Then it seemed to grin. There were no lips covering the jagged teeth, so it was always grinning, but somehow it seemed more amused at this. Boss. It growled at him. Call stronger, or we fight. Aizawa wasn't stupid enough to say he felt no fear. He felt plenty of fear, but as an underground hero, he had long ago reconciled himself to the fact that he would get hurt in the course of his career. He felt fear when he acted then, but most of that fear was towards the one he was trying to save. He hoped he'd be strong enough, fast enough, good enough, for their sakes. Fear for himself was less, but was there. Now, confronted with this thing, Aizawa felt fear. He knew with absolute certainty that it was not going to let him get away, and if he refused to call, then it was just going to kill him and walk away. He wouldn't even think twice about it. But it would probably try to do the same to Mirio, or Katsuki, and in that singular instant he wasn't sure if either of them could defeat this thing. They were both strong, inhumanly, insanely strong, but this thing. He remembered the one from the USJ. All Might had won, but Mirio wasn't All Might. There was a flash of movement from the corner of his eye. Fight! The creature roared and Aizawa felt himself flung to the side as it swept one huge arm at him. His phone was jolted from his grip, but his thumb swept over the send button, and it beeped. Aizawa didn't hear it, and didn't care. He crashed into several family markers, going straight through them with the force of the blow. The Numu snaked its long neck around to track his movement, and then it stomped after him, ignoring the grave markers that it destroyed. "You no call, so fight now," it growled. Shota had practice with dealing with stronger opponents. He had been flung into a wall or two in the past. This was worse. He gasped for air, trying to bring as much into his lungs as possible as he rolled from the rubble. He felt groggy. He hurt. But he knew he had to move if he was going to survive. As he moved, he activated his quirk, staring at the Numu. Nothing changed on it. He didn't expect it to, but he wasn't sure if it had any projectile abilities. Thinking this one was the same as the previous would be bad. He had seen enough of them over the years to know that they were all different. The Numu didn't stop. Weak, it told him, and Aizawa realized it knew he was attempting to use his quirk on him. It made him scramble upright all the faster, and then he looked around. He took 2 steps towards the Numu, gaining momentum, and then jumped over a low gravestone and ran. He couldn't fight this thing. Being dumb enough to try would probably have killed his younger self. He was older now, wiser, he knew his limits. Something hit him in the stomach. Shota had a brief sense of weightlessness as he was thrown through the air, and then he hit the ground forcefully again. He rolled with the movement, trying to see despite the way the sky and the dirt kept changing places so quickly. It allowed him to see the Numu. It was just a flash of movement, but it was enough of a warning for Aizawa to brace himself before he was thrown in the other direction. He tasted blood. If there was ever any thought that he could defeat this creature, it was extinguished. The world flashed around him. The gravestones tumbled around him, and Aizawa felt cuts and scratches form on his arms and legs. So much hurt that he couldn't tell if anything was broken. Aizawa felt nauseous from the continuous movement. It was a shock when he came to a halt. The world still spun for a while, and it took Shota a moment to realize he was dangling from the creature's huge hand by his head. Weak, he growled again, even master stronger. Shota felt bones grind together, bones that were just not meant to grind together as he hung in that grip. He tried to kick, but the Numu just squeezed his head harder. It was going to kill him. It was going to kill him as easily as he killed an ant and then walk away. He couldn't even scream in pain. All he could manage was a pained groan. Then everything suddenly felt lighter, even as Aizawa felt his legs crumple as they hit the ground. He lay there for several long moments, not even caring that he was bent like a pretzel as he gasped for air. He realized something must have happened, and groaned as he moved, rolling over painfully to see what it was. Once, as an underground hero, he had sworn he would never be happy to see All Might coming in on his work. Today, he was grateful that the holder of One for All was here. Mirio was standing some distance away from him. His arms were raised for combat, and Aizawa noted the marks on the ground, which meant the former sidekick had skidded to a halt. The huge Numu was picking itself up from the ground, shaking its long neck. He could hear it growling to itself and only belatedly realized that it wasn't growling, it was laughing. "Stronger one," it said finally. "We fight," it declared before charging. Mirio didn't get a chance to check on him before the creature was on him. Aizawa scrambled out of the way as stone from the name markers went everywhere. There were a lot of lost souls created today. Shota felt a shock wave pass over him as their fists met. Mirio wasn't holding back. Shota was thankful for that. The man had enough maturity to recognize that the Numu was dangerous and to not hold back, though Aizawa was sure he had not yet shown his true strength. Aizawa would have tried to give Mirio an advantage, but they were moving too fast for him to lock his eyes only on the Numu. The initial tussle ended when the Numu's fist passed through Mirio's chest and the former sidekick jumped back slightly. "I'm okay," Aizawa shouted. Mirio nodded but didn't take his eyes off the creature. It drew itself up. Mirio was not a small man. This creature was huge. Aizawa hadn't really gotten a good sense for it before. It had been crouched over when it spoke to him. Now it uncoiled. Its arms and shoulders were huge and its neck elongated. It towered over Mirio, looking down at him. It was very oddly proportioned. The arms and shoulders were massive, and while the Numu's lower body wasn't anything to be scoffed at, comparatively it was smaller. The Numu shrugged, and for a moment, Aizawa thought he was looking at things. He shook his head but the vision didn't change. There was suddenly another, smaller Numu there. "Report to master," the larger Numu ordered. The smaller one nodded and moved away. Mirio made no move to stop it since the bigger one turned its attention back to him. "You strong," it said. Mirio did his best to glare back. He hadn't yet perfected All Might's look. "What do you want?" he asked. "Fight," the Numu replied immediately. "Is that all you want?" Mirio pressed. "Master said we fight." Aizawa hoped Mirio wouldn't press the Numu about its master. He doubted that the candidate would have any better luck. Instead he watched the other Numu. It had backed away but didn't appear to be making any attempt to leave. It was watching. Wasn't it meant to be report? Unless the master was somewhere close? He cast his eyes around, ignoring the damage to the graveyard. There was no one else here. Why? Mirio asked. Want fight? Thankfully Mirio also saw the way the Numu tensed and the former sidekick was ready when one huge arm lashed out. He chose to meet it head-on, grunting with effort, but it took both his arms. Shota couldn't do anything as the Numu's other arm was swung over arm. Mirio phased, vanishing into the ground. The Numu caught his suit, flinging the material into the ground. Mirio reappeared behind the Numu. Thankfully for his modesty his underwear was still on. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but quickly dropped it when it hurt, as he realized what that meant. He resisted the urge to rub at his own undergarments. The former sidekick slammed both hands into the back of the Numu's neck. Or at least he tried to. The creature was fast and it dashed forward. Aizawa thought he heard the sound of jets but he couldn't see anything. The Numu spun one foot at Mirio. Again he blocked the strike but the Numu reacted, bringing its other foot around. It balanced by slamming its arms into the ground. Given the way Mirio strained, the creature's legs might look comparatively weak but they weren't. The test of strength lasted only a few moments, before they both pulled back. You strong, the Numu was happy, Master was right. Shota didn't know what to think of that. Master was right. It had implications that were not good. It might only be a simple sentence but it opened many possibilities. It could be nothing. It could be everything. He hated the unknown he always felt when dealing with the League these days. Before he could think much further, the Numu swung again. Mirio dodged, vanishing into the ground again. Aizawa had the feeling that this fight would be decided in an instant. He wasn't sure he'd be able to see that instant, or it would be long and drawn out. He hoped Mirio had the viciousness required for it. The Numu was looking for Mirio and as it did, it hunched over again, snaking its neck around as it searched. Mirio exploded from the ground behind it. This time he didn't attempt to strike it but allowed himself to be propelled upwards. There was no noise but the Numu could sense him and turned its head upwards. The former sidekick came down, arms extended to punch at the Numu. Like most people in the world, and especially in Japan, Aizawa had seen All Might's quirk in action. He gave the man a glow. The commentators and online speculators had noted that Toshinori hadn't glowed all the time. Shota was in the privileged position to know that he only glowed when he wasn't using the entire power available from One for All. Aizawa wasn't sure if that was the same for Mirio, but he could see that Tugata wasn't glowing. The Numu raised its huge arms and the two began punching at the other. Shota felt each hit in his bones but he had the feeling that just punching this Numu wasn't going to defeat it. He remembered the USJ and wondered how this one could be defeated. Then, All Might had won because he was stronger, and had literally blown that Numu away but the former underground hero was certain this Numu was stronger. Wait, the original Numu had been killed recently. How had they done that? Katsuki had told him it was, oh, yes. Half in half, as Bakugo put it. Todoroki had burned the Numu alive. Neither Mirio or he could do that, so how did they defeat this one? Especially since it could regenerate, Tugata could punch it away but that wouldn't be good enough. Shota doubted that this one would be as docile as the other one, meaning it would kill whoever it found in the area it landed. 50%, Mirio said and landed a hit that actually drove the Numu back. It crashed through several, miraculously still standing grave markers but was quick to recover. Aizawa could see that there was no damage to the Numu but he suspected it possessed accelerated healing. Fight good, the Numu said. There was a genuine note of happiness in its tone. Aizawa couldn't reciprocate. It was good that Mirio was still fighting but how were they going to win? Can you use your quirk? Shota yelled at Mirio. I am. The candidate shouted back. I mean permeation to trap it, Aizawa clarified. It doesn't apply to others. That sort of made sense. If Mirio could extend permeation then he wouldn't lose his clothes when he used it. It didn't help them now. The Numu closed again with Mirio who didn't move. The Numu's punches passed through him but the creature was quick to realize what that meant. He went low, sweeping one leg around. The candidate jumped but the Numu had been expecting that and hit him hard. Mirio was driven back but Aizawa could see that he was hyperventilating. Then he released a breath before drawing as much air into his lungs as he could. Shota didn't know what he was doing, even as he disappeared. Like the Numu, Aizawa began looking for Mirio. The candidate usually used his power to drop down to take a more commanding position. He was usually quick, and then Shota realized why Mirio had taken a deep breath. He was going to hold out as long as he could. The seconds ticked by. Half a minute, a full minute. The Numu growled. Ran, it snarled. Then Mirio exploded from the ground. Aizawa knew he was watching someone with perfect control of his quirk. The candidate grabbed the Numu as he flashed past, pulling the huge creature into the air with him from the force of deactivating his quirk. The creature was quick to react and tried to hit Mirio even as it was dragged into the air. At the apex, Mirio released it, and kicked it to jump higher. The jump served only to separate them. Aizawa nodded, it made sense. The Numu was still dangerous in the air. Except, he felt his eyes widen. The Numu didn't fall. Instead its arms altered and it drove them down. It could fly. A whining sound filled the air. It came from the Numu. Aizawa squinted. It had jets. The Numu turned on the candidate, kicking at him. Mirio activated Permeate and the kick passed through him. That seemed to frustrate the Numu. He kicked again and tried to bite. Again, the movement passed through Mirio and Tugata began to fall. Fight, the Numu snarled. Mirio landed. Any suggestions? He called out. Nothing pertinent, Aizawa replied. Can you bring it down? Shota knew what was being asked. He activated his quirk, looking up at the Numu. His quirk didn't work on those with mutant-type quirks, but transformation quirks were something else. The Numu flapped its arms hard and the wine disappeared. He realized what was happening and snarled, "Get him." It was only belatedly that Aizawa remembered that there was another Numu present. He was forced to look away as the other attacked. Mirio had used the time well though, and had pulled at the fence surrounding the cemetery. He pulled out one of the metal uprights. It was rather old-fashioned, wrought iron with a spear-like topper. As Shota dodged the other Numu, he saw Mirio use the metal fence paling like a bow staff. The original Numu landed and attacked Mirio, and that was all Aizawa could see for the moment. He hoped Mirio could do something. The Numu attacking him wasn't as large, but it was and well-muscled. Aizawa had yet to see a Numu that wasn't a solid mass of muscle, so that even without strength augmentation it was likely to be stronger than him. He tried his quirk on it but couldn't see any difference. He ran but the Numu chased, and just as he was about to reach the edge of the cemetery it jumped. Aizawa didn't see it because he was frozen. There, coming up the path was two civilians. It looked like a man helping his frail mother. Shit! The Numu landed on his back, driving him into the ground. Shota screamed, "Stay away." He didn't see if they heard. He couldn't imagine how they couldn't, but the Numu slammed his head into the ground. He tasted dirt and blood again and braced as well as he could. There was nothing he could do to escape and Mirio was already occupied. "That's enough, Numu." The voice was soft and well-spoken. Aizawa couldn't place it, and it was only after a moment he realized what had been said. Then he recognized the voice. Correct, he managed to gasp out. "Aizawa," the politician greeted him. "I had hoped to pay my respects to my father but—" "Bullshit." Shota managed to spit. He had become far less tolerant as time went on, especially when he was in pain. He tried to twist around to look at the representative. Imoku chuckled. "Let him watch," he instructed the Numu. Somehow the causal order didn't surprise him. Aizawa had long believed that Imoku Kakurite was the leader of the league. The fact that he could order the Numu merely confirmed it. The creature sitting on him shifted slightly but never gave him enough freedom of movement to break free. He wrenched his head so that he could see Mirio. The candidate was still facing off against the Numu and had used the fence as a weapon. It was embedded in the Numu's chest but didn't appear to be hindering it. As Shota was forced to watch the Numu pulled out the iron stake and the wound began healing, Aizawa glared. The wound stopped closing. The original Numu spun the metal bar and didn't appear to notice that the wound wasn't healing. Unfortunately for him, Imoku did. The politician sighed and from the corner of his eye he saw the man gesture at the Numu that was holding him down. His head was slammed into the ground again, breaking the effects of his quirk, and on high end, the wound sealed. But it had given Shota a method of winning. Mirio apparently had seen it as well because he immediately feinted towards them. The huge Numu didn't let him. "Please do not interfere with High-End's fight," Imoku warned Shota almost conversationally. "It's very difficult to arrange good fights for him and I don't want him to feel cheated." There were multiple meanings in that explanation. It must have taken Imoku a while to confirm that here did not have security cameras as well, otherwise someone might have already noticed. "Mother, please just sit here," Imoku continued, guiding his mother to one of the graves that was elevated. It was almost like a seat and the woman sat on it carefully, resting her walking stick beside her. Shota was reminded that while he had spied on the woman, she really was very frail. "Why are you here?" Aizawa gasped. The politician moved to stand near him but was still in earshot of his mother. "Curiosity got the best of me," he admitted. "And you are happy revealing everything?" Shota asked, flicking his eyes towards Imoku's mother. Kakurite smiled. Aizawa wasn't sure if it was at his question, or at the way the Numu, apparently named High-End, managed to slam a fist into Mirio. "I have no secrets from my mother," he said. "I find that hard to believe," Shota countered. "That is your problem." Imoku dismissed his concerns. Aizawa had to admit it really was the least of the worries now, and it wasn't his fault if the woman learned things about her son she wasn't happy about, though the fact that she had meekly accepted a seat told him she was either infirm in her mind or she already knew. "What were you curious about?" he asked, trying to a different tact. He now wished he hadn't dropped his phone. He could probably have squirmed enough to activate the record function. That would then provide evidence. "I was curious to know who you called. High-End said he'd give you the chance to call someone, but I wasn't sure you'd take it. I wanted to know if it would be Mirio or my dear friend Katsuki." Shota did his best not to react to that, but he couldn't suppress all his reaction. "Izuku Midoriya," he whispered the name. Believing that Imoku was the leader of the league, even if he couldn't prove it, was one thing. Accepting Bakugo's explanation that the almost 50-year-old Imoku was really the late 20s Izuku Midoriya was another thing. He'd accepted it, because it did make some sense, but there had always been a kernel within that hadn't truly accepted it. But the almost 50-year-old Imoku Kakurite would not call Bakugo a dear friend if there was not history there, and the history between Katsuki and Imoku was well documented. The history between Bakugo and Midoriya was far more personal. His whispered words got Izuku to look at him. The politician smiled, but it was indescribably smug. The green-haired man didn't deny anything. I guess I also came for your curiosity, but if you know that name, then you know everything you need to. I would, after all, hate for you to die with unanswered questions. Aizawa didn't dignify that with an answer. Izuku jerked his head back to the fight at his silence. You should watch. It is not every day you get to see a battle involving this much power, and besides, you are bearing witness to history. History? Shota grunted. I killed all for one, Izuku told him, so there is no longer any need for one for all? Lies, Aizawa gasped. It didn't matter what power the representative thought he had, if he'd killed all for one then that couldn't have been kept quiet. And all for one had been in the highest security wing of Tartarus. The security in that section made the security in the normal wing, where Twice was currently residing, look like it was a kindergarten. There was no way Izuku got close enough to all for one to speak to him, let alone kill him. You do remember the quirk-destroying bullets some heroes were once given? It wasn't a question Shota was expecting, but he nodded. Tomura gave me 2 of them, Izuku told him. I was forced to use the one I intended for Tomura on overhaul. Izuku's mother gave a titter of laughter at that. I had half the contents of the last bullet were pumped into all for one. Given the efficiency of delivery and his overall physical condition, half was more than sufficient to remove his quirks. Time did the rest. Aizawa wasn't stupid. At that point, several things became clear. He had heard of QERI and he now knew how it had been developed. The second half of the bullet must have been it. Ah, you understand, Izuku murmured. But watch now, he instructed. Shota didn't like the sound of that, but compelled he looked over to where he had last seen Mirio. The Numu had one impossibly long arm extended and had grabbed Mirio's forearm. Aizawa frowned. That shouldn't be causing a problem. Togata should be able to use permeation to escape. The look of suppressed panic on the boy's face wasn't reassuring. It appears Togata can't phase if something is piercing his body, Izuku said gently. Though, the politician broke off, as if he wasn't happy with something. Aizawa wasn't sure what it could be. He watched as High-End punched at Mirio, but the boy was ready for it. He might not be able to phase his arm, but he could phase the rest of him. The punch passed through him. The Numu wasn't happen. Aizawa didn't see what it did, but Mirio screamed. He tried to pull away, but the Numu held tight. Shota felt sick. As Izuku said, he was watching history and he didn't like it. History wasn't meant to be so viscerally personal. The Numu didn't like Mirio using permeation, and now that it was pointed out, Aizawa could see the way the dark flesh had been driven into Mirio's arm. There was blood dripping from the hold. As he watched, High-End reached out, stretching one arm impossibly long towards the metal fence stake Mirio had pulled up earlier. It gripped it and drew it back and then stabbed it towards Mirio's body. The former sidekick permeated around it, but the Numu held it in place. Aizawa felt his eyes widen when he realized what the creation was going to do. Mirio couldn't breathe while his quirk was active. When he deactivated it, he would be driven off the stake, but he would be solid and the Numu was fast enough to take advantage of it. Somehow, even with no lips, its visage stretched into a smile. The look of panic on Mirio's face confirmed Aizawa's thoughts about the Numu's plan, but how had it figured it out? High-End is quite intelligent, Izuku told him. What? Shota demanded. The politician didn't look at him, but his face stretched into a smile. Everyone seems to believe that High-End is stupid, and while he is rather challenged in some aspects, when it comes to fighting, he learns very fast. Though, even without your assistance his healing isn't as fast as it should be. What? Aizawa demanded. Why couldn't the politician make sense? Izuku sighed. The Numu Todoroki killed was released because it was deteriorating. High-End is better made, but he's beginning to show signs of age. The man gave a soft snort of laughter. Understandable, I suppose. He is now at least 40 and that's past fighting prime. There was nothing Aizawa could say to that. Mirio couldn't hold his breath any longer and rephased into solid form. He somehow managed to do it so that he was twisting away from the stake that he was flung off, but the Numu was pushing it forward, and it opened a cut over Mirio's chest. High-End smiled further, as if its theory was confirmed, and it yanked the tangible Mirio towards him, stabbing again with the stake. Togata managed to avoid it, but Shota already knew it was only a matter of time. He couldn't hold his breath forever unless something changed then. He didn't like that thought because he knew what would happen to him afterwards. Why are you doing this? He asked, knowing there was very little he could do to help Mirio. Why? Izuku replied with his own question. You're a powerful man. You have changed the law. You have improved the position of the quirkless. You have gotten what you want. There is no need to kill him. There was unexpected passion in Aizawa's voice. The politician chuckled. You ask me that, knowing full well that his goal is to change everything I have done, Izuku said, gesturing to where Mirio was in a desperate struggle. Not everything, Aizawa defended. The work Izuku had done to recognize quirkless rights was not something that needed to be changed. Returning heroes will destroy all the work I have done for the quirkless, Izuku said, somehow realizing what work Aizawa wanted to keep. I thought you might have a more realistic view given that you were an underground hero, but I guess you still have that naive view. Shota was insulted by that. I grew up, Izuku continued. On that rooftop, when All Might told me I was worthless because I didn't have an appropriate quirk, I grew up. I stopped looking at the world through the lens of heroes. I saw what they were doing. There was too much disconnect between them and the rest of the people. Quirks were everything. They're not, Izawa said. Quirks aren't everything, he clarified. Yet all the schools ever did was find ways for those bearing more and more unusual quirks to become heroes. You could have a weak quirk, but so long as you were creative enough with its use, you could still become a hero. But the limit was always the quirk, and the more powerful, the better. Those without quirks, useless. Shota felt cold. He knew where Izuku got that view from. Bakugo screamed it every time they met. It was embodied in the name the vigilante called Imoku. Deku. Useless. There is still too much of a belief in heroes for me to allow Togata to gain power. There are those who naively view heroes as being able to solve every problem. Yatu Raida is one. That was something they didn't know, and for an instant, Izawa felt as if they had hope. If Mirio got into the House of Representatives, then Yatu Raida, the opposition leader, and likely to be the new prime minister, would be sympathetic to his policy to return heroes. They could win. A scream from Mirio broke the illusion. High End had not let go, but had managed to push Mirio over onto his back. One of the Numu's feet was pressing down on Togata's chest. The former sidekick had avoided the worst by using permeate to sink into the ground, but he could not rise back up. Shota could hear the crack as his ribs broke from where he was pinned. You are just going to watch a murder? Izawa snarled the question to Imoku's mother. She was still sitting on the grave, but had brought her walking stick up so that it was upright and she was resting both her hands on the handle. Why would I stop it? She asked, her voice paper dry. There was complete unconcern in the tone. It did not suit a woman who had to be at least 70. Why was she so cold? Given that Imoku was actually Izuku, hadn't the league just paid off an older woman? There were plenty of women who would do that for the right money. There were plenty of men as well. They would have picked someone sympathetic to their cause, but she couldn't be this cold. This had to be her first time witnessing a murder. Imoku laughed. The sound was frustratingly rich and genuinely amused. He doesn't know, he said between chuckles. Izawa would have demanded more information, but there was another cry from Mirio. Thankfully he couldn't see the Numu's face. The flaps of skin on its neck were shading the long teeth and exposed brain, but he could tell the creature was happy. It raised the metal stake high and Shota watched the Numu plunge it down. He activated his quirk, but it stopped nothing, and there was a sickening thunk as the metal pierced through Mirio's flesh. Blood spewed from his mouth, staining his skin. His eyes were wide, wider than Izawa had ever seen them, and he could see the way Mirio's muscles were straining against the Numu. But no matter how strong the former sidekick was, High End was stronger, especially with the injuries Mirio now had. It ground the stake in Mirio's body, eliciting another scream. You won't get away with this, Shota hissed. He could hear the wet labored tone of Togata's breathing from here. Let me worry about that, Imoku told him. It told Izawa that the politician had thought of the consequences. Shota would like to say that he couldn't have thought of everything, but history was definitely on the representative side. High End let go of Mirio's arm, and Izawa could see that it was a bloody mess. The Numu had managed to drive something into the flesh to ensure it remained holding. There was a solid thump as it fell to the ground. Then the Numu stepped back. Good fight, it declared. Was it? Imoku asked. High End turned to the representative. The Numu grinned. Yes, master. I'm glad, Imoku said. Izawa felt sick. Make sure he is dead, Kakurite ordered, his eyes cold as he looked at Mirio. Izawa wanted to scream that Mirio was dead, that they should leave him, but his voice died in his throat. He knew it wouldn't do anything, and he didn't want to hear whatever counter Imoku had. He felt sick enough. The Numu nodded and reached down, grabbing Mirio by the head and hauling him upwards. There was a wet sound as the metal stake moved within his body. Your enemy, All for One, has gone ahead, Imoku said, and for a moment Izawa didn't know who he was talking to. Rest now, one for all, he concluded as High End pulled. Flesh tore, and blood and bone splattered to the ground. The Numu abandoned the pieces as it made its way towards them. Shota swallowed hard. You won't get away with this, he said again. There will footage. There's a record. There had to be a record. Some footage from some security camera showing Imoku leading his mother up here. The police would find it. They'd question the representative. They'd work things out. There had to be something, but Izawa had the sinking feeling that Bakugo's oath would be needed. Katsuki had once sworn that it would be over his dead body that Imoku won. It looked like it might take that. I told you, let me worry about that, Imoku repeated, turning to face him fully. The politician crouched so that they were more level. The Numu sitting on Izawa didn't move. What will satisfy you? Shota asked. He glared at Imoku. When will it be enough? He added, wanting to gesture to the blood that covered High End. In his experience, villains like Imoku were never satisfied. There was always an enemy, always someone to kill, and that's where they made their mistake. If he was going to die, then he prayed that this would be Kakurite's mistake. Imoku smiled at him, as if he was remembering something. It will be enough when I have the power to save everyone. Izawa didn't know what to think about that. He had no time to think about it because the Numu gripped his head. The other Numu, High End, stood behind Imoku, looking over his shoulder like some parody of a bodyguard. This one fight? Izuku stood before looking up at the larger creature. This one is weak, remember? He asked. High-End nodded, remembering, weaker than Master. Kukuri chuckled, and reached one hand up to touch the bare muscle of High-End's shoulder. I'll see if I can get you another fight. Someone different, he added. Another fight? High-End almost cheered the words. Maybe, Izuku agreed before turning back to Aizawa. He crouched again, and High-End dropped his head, so that it was about the same height as Izuku's. There was the sound of sirens in the distance. Aizawa felt frustrated hearing them. What had taken so long? Why now, when it was too late? We need to go, Mrs. Kukuri said. We do, but I think there is time for one more question, Izuku said. A last request, he added, looking at Shota, with one eyebrow raised. It was an obvious inquiry. Except there was nothing left to ask. All he could do now was try to get some warning to the police who were rushing to the scene. He had to get warning to anyone, any way he could. Aizawa wrenched his head up. It exposed his throat, but he didn't care. The position meant he could look the representative in the eye. You can kill, and kill, and kill, but with the path you've chosen you will never be safe from a knife in the back, he said softly. Izuku rested his elbows on his knees, leaning forward. He was balanced on his toes. But I will get away with enough, he breathed his response, before nodding at the Numu. Aizawa glared, his quirk active. He didn't feel the Numu's comparatively huge hands grip his head. The last thing he saw was Kukuri rising to his feet, his expensive shoes once again flat on the ground. Then, there was a crack, as his neck was broken and everything went black. AFOP never tell the truth to people who are not worthy of it. Notes. I'm sure there are 2 questions about this chapter. 1. Did anyone see them going to the cemetery, and 2. How did Izuku and Toga get away? No one saw them coming to the cemetery because their driver dropped them off in a blind spot, and since there is no evidence Representative Kukuri was there, no one asked questions of the driver, and guess who the driver is loyal to first and foremost? How did Izuku get away? High-End can store other Numus, and so Izuku allowed himself and Toga to be put into storage and High-End flew away. Or High-End is bloody huge. He can fly off carrying Izuku and Toga. Are they called Kurogiri? Chapter 13. Bakugo felt sick. Not that it wasn't his usual feeling when he saw Kukuri, but this time it was worse. Izuku was dressed in black and was giving a speech. It was a funeral speech and it was being televised. We cannot let violence dictate our lives, he was saying. Katsuki clenched his teeth. He was willing to bet both hands that Izuku was the source of the violence. The police had found a ruined graveyard, 2 bodies and blood, and not all of it belonged to the bodies. The perpetrator wasn't there and there was no CCTV footage of anything. Bakugo snarled at the screen. He knew what had happened. He told Kirishima, but the special forces officer had simply shaken his head. He hadn't even questioned Kukuri. He wasn't there, is what Kirishima told him. That might have been true, but Izuku sure as hell knew what went down. He'd ordered it. Of that, Katsuki was positive. And now, their last hope of legitimately defeating fucking Deku was gone. We must continue to be vigilant. We must continue to let the law deal with the issues we discover in life. Oh, he did not say that, Katsuki snarled at the TV. Fucking Deku had not just implied that Togata was out being a vigilante when he was killed. Except, Bakugo knew what he'd heard, and he knew what others would hear. Without a perp, the press were going to have a field day. They would run so many stupid stories. Katsuki knew they would because that fucking Deku would tell them to. It didn't matter what Togata had been there for, by the time shitty Deku's press was through with him, he'd be the losing vigilante in a fight against. Fuck, Bakugo swore with some heat. It could very well be him. Deku's press could spin the story that Togata had gotten into a fight with him. Shit, shit, shit. That explained Kirishima's look. When Bakugo had become a vigilante, he had known he couldn't rely on anything except cash. He had a cheap apartment in a bad part of town. His reputation was enough to keep things safe. His reputation and a few well-timed beatdowns. But he still focused on getting anything at a bargain price. It meant it was easier to replace and he could spend more on items for heroics. Not that he needed much, but he had priorities, such as several special soak pads for his sweat, and a few other surprises in the event he had to get serious. However, it did mean he was a loner. He didn't have a fucking alibi for the day that Togata was killed. Nothing that would hold up anyway. Kirishima hadn't given him a warning, which meant shitty Deku hadn't started that campaign. That meant he had some time. That was good. He couldn't come up with an alibi, but he could do other things. He shook his head, snorting. He should have known he'd be in this alone. He should have refused to meet with the others when Aizawa had invited him. They hadn't known what they were getting into. They thought that shitty Deku was just another villain. They didn't know he was far more than that. And now, it was down to him. Bakugo rolled his shoulders. Well, it had always been up to him. Fucking Deku. Katsuki looked back to the screen. Deku was still speaking. While he didn't know Mirio that well, the fact that he had been a candidate for the House of Representatives meant at least some of the politicians were there. Shitty Deku, as one of the youngest, had been invited to speak. They invited the murderer to speak, and Bakugo could tell from HS posture that Deku fucking thought he'd won. Over his dead body. No, wait, over Deku's. The fucker had had his own way long enough. His phone pinged. Bakugo growled, but grabbed it. It was a message. A slow smile spread over his face. The message was encrypted, but he had been waiting for it. He finally had a lead on Dabi. It was time to take the fight to him. AFOP, you know, it's been really annoying. Did you have to take him? Kassan paused in the hallway. He was aware his boss, Dabi, had another boss, but it was one of those unspoken things Dabi hardly ever spoke about, or to his boss. So with the question from Dabi, Kassan couldn't help but wonder if the man was here, or if Dabi was on the phone. His eyes scooted over to the door. Dabi's office overlooked the fighting pit, but he was in the corridor on the far side. The door was open a crack or he wouldn't have heard anything. The office had the best soundproofing of the entire building. He nearly peed himself when he saw the outline of another person there. Shit, Kassan thought to himself, his eyes like saucers. Dabi's mysterious boss was right here. The League's leader was just there. The ultimate criminal mastermind who ran everything from the deepest fucking shadows. A man no one knew, but everyone respected, because it was rumored that if you offended him, then you just disappeared. No questions asked. This was the man who ran the underworld with an iron fist. He didn't know if he should faint or scream or cry. He didn't know that he was going to listen as much as he could. This was an unexpected opportunity. The man sighed. Kassan couldn't see anything but his outline. The door wasn't open enough for much more than that, and he was thankful he could see that much. It was like he was in the presence of God. High End has been on my back to have another good fight. Dabi clarified his complaint to the boss. They were obviously discussing the League's affairs. Kassan almost shuddered at the mention of that monster. It was huge, stupidly strong and obsessed with fighting. Of course, it did great in the fighting ring, but Kassan wasn't sure it could be called human. And he didn't like the way it looked down on them all, as if it would as soon as kill them as simply let them be in the same room. You said you had someone coming through the ranks? Yeah, he won the Osaka round the other day, Dabi said. The villain was proud that he could follow the conversation. He knew who the boss was referring to. Dabi ran fighting rings all over the country. They were all heats to get into the main underground fight, where the fighters eventually faced off against High End. The fact that the monster hadn't been defeated in years just made it the goal of all the wannabes. There was always more morons who had more balls than brains willing to fight and die. Most of them died against High End. That's what underground rings were about. Is he any good? I mean really good? Maybe. Anyone who went up against High End had to be really good or they wouldn't survive. Most didn't anyway. Accelerate the ranks then, the boss suggested. I'll think about it, Dabi said. He should be coming here later today. The acting leader shrugged. I'll decide then. It was an interesting dynamic. Kassan hadn't expected to hear that Dabi could say no to a suggestion. He always thought the boss was absolute. It's up to you. You're in charge of the fighting rings, the boss said. It couldn't be that simple, could it? Would the mysterious head of the underworld really just let Dabi do what he wanted because he'd been put in charge of that aspect? That was the level of trust that existed between Dabi and his boss, Kassan realized. Dabi was the acting head. The public head of the underworld, so of course the real boss trusted him. How are you going with Explodo Kill? The boss asked. Dabi huffed. It was audible from where Kassan was standing, looking at the outline of the boss. With Mustard and Ujiko gone and Twice captured, I'm going to have problems with what you want. I can't get Twice out, the unknown man said. Kassan remembered that Twice was in Tartarus. It made sense that there were limits, even for his ultimate boss. I still want to kill him, Dabi assured the man. Oh, I don't doubt that. Dabi sighed again. What is it? The boss asked. He sounded genuinely concerned. I know you said we could go wild against him, Kassan heard Dabi begin to explain. But I don't think many of us want to come out again. Ah. Kassan didn't know how he knew it, but he could just see the understanding look on the boss's face. It was in the depth of that single syllable. You aren't surprised, Dabi accused. I had accounted for it. You've had 10 years of peace and profit, the boss said with a chuckle. Why risk that on a vigilante? Especially when it's just going to bring unwanted attention. That makes us sound selfish, Dabi objected. The boss laughed again. Villains are selfish, he told the acting leader. Yeah, but you ordered us to kill him. No. I said if you wanted to run wild, then you had to kill him. Except he's been killing us regardless. He never stopped looking for you all, the boss said. Fuck, Dabi growled. We fucking lost Twice, Ujiko and Mustard because of him. The boss said nothing. Kassan didn't know what was going on. We will get him, the boss said finally. Eventually. I can make a plan if needed. You said you'd judge ours, Dabi said with an odd lilt. That was before you got so aggressive. He's not going to be a danger to you, Dabi asked suddenly. The man was silent for a few moments. He'll probably take a crack at me, he replied with a theatrical chuckle. Kassan was reassured just hearing it. The boss was confident. It's about all he has left, since I've taken out the rest of the problems. Dabi snorted a response to that. Kassan wondered exactly who the boss was talking about. There was no question that he was talking about murder. It didn't bother Kassan. That was just an occupational hazard of the industry, but whoever the boss had taken out must have been special, simply because they warranted his attention. Though there was another implication with the response. Someone out there, who wasn't the upper echelons of the league, knew who the boss was. Who the hell could learn that? And how? Kassen knew most new league members, as soon as they found out that Dabi wasn't the highest boss, tried to work out who that real boss was, but no one ever did. That an enemy had worked it out. Kassen wasn't sure what he thought of that. How did he find out about you anyway? Dabi asked. It was the question Kassen wanted to know as well. I told him. What? That was Kassen's reaction as well. We grew up together, Dabi, the boss continued. He didn't sound annoyed, he was always going to know I am me. You know that isn't possible. Oh, it's possible, the boss laughed. You just haven't worked out how yet. You can't be younger than me. Why not, Imoku? You are 48 and a member of the House of Representatives. You are not the same age as my younger brother. Kassen froze at sentence. If he thought his eyes had been wide earlier, they were stretched tight now. He knew that name. He'd been around Dabi long enough that he'd learned more about politics than he ever wanted. He knew the name of Imoku Kikurit. Suddenly Dabi's interest in politics made perfect sense, but… Fuck. He wasn't meant to hear that name. He wasn't meant to hear any of this. His throat tightened. Kassen scrambled away from the door. He hit the other side of the corridor, still scrambling. The noise was his undoing. Shit, that was Dabi. There were quick steps and the door was flung open. Dabi glared at him. There was murder in the fire villain's eyes. Kassen was reminded that while Dabi was pretty cool to work for, he was still a villain. Behind him another man appeared. Kassen's eyes fixed on him. His eyes were green, to match his hair, and he appeared calm. Then the green eyes dismissed him. This is what it felt like to be an ant. He gulped, trying to moisten a mouth that went dry. I think we have larger problems, Imoku murmured, putting one hand on Dabi's shoulder. Kassen couldn't follow his gaze. Dabi did. Fuck, the fire villain said before he threw a gout of flame down the corridor. It was only because Kassen was already against the wall that it missed him. The fire was blocked by an explosion. Fucker. There was curse, and Kassen wrenched his eyes away from Imoku to look down the corridor. Even with Dabi's display of power, the representative, the league's leader, seemed calm. Kassen didn't know how, especially when he saw who was here. Explodo kill. What was the vigilante doing here, with a wildly pleased grin on his face? Dabi sent another gout of fire towards him before throwing himself backwards and slamming the door to his office. It wasn't what Kassen expected, though the motion made sense. There was only one reason Explodo kill would be here, and they had to protect the boss. The vigilante stormed down the corridor. His eyes were red and burning and he snarled at the door. Kassen was ignored. He didn't know what to thought about that. Deku. Explodo kill screamed. They weren't going to hear him, not in Dabi's office. Kassen wasn't sure what to do. Just a moment before he had been under a death gaze, now he was forgotten. No, not forgotten. He'd be dealt with later. He felt cold. Fuck, he never wanted that. But Kassen knew, as soon as the vigilante was dealt with, he'd be next. And he had no doubt that the boss had already worked out how to deal with the vigilante. Unless he dealt with this situation first, which would prove his loyalty, which would save his life. Kassen looked up from where he had fallen against the wall. Explodocle's back was to him. The vigilante was screaming at the door. His quirk was making explosions in his hands. Kassen watched as he slammed his hands into the door. Burn marks appeared on it, but the structure was solid. It was designed that way. The vigilante wasn't paying any attention to him. Good. Slowly, Kassen reached around his body. He didn't have a powerful quirk, at least, nothing powerful enough that he wanted to risk attacking Explodo kill in the back with it. His quirk was one of those ones deemed worthless, so he joined the league. There had been those who had only focused on quirks, but generally the league focused on results. He'd given them results. Just not with his quirk. Still, today, his gun felt cold in his hand as he clasped it. He pulled it out of the holster he kept it in. It was in the small of his back. Kassen brought his hand around. He was slightly surprised by how steady it was. He lined his gun up, aiming for the center of Explodocle's back. He would definitely be rewarded for this. The vigilante was concentrating on the door, sending explosion after explosion at it. Dabi was no fool. His office was reinforced. All it was doing was leaving burn marks on the door and the panels beside it. Kassen squeezed the trigger. Uck! An explosion threw his hand off, and then he felt something hit his head. The gun clattered from his hand. He blinked at the new angle, trying to work out what had happened. He looked up at the vigilante. Explodo kill was turned towards him now. His red eyes were mad. Kassen realized what must have happened. The vigilante had thrown off his aim and kicked him. All in the one movement. He couldn't even groan and everything hurt with that one kick. Actually, that might be useful. The voice belonged to Explodo kill. The vigilante bent down to pick up his gun. Thanks fucker. The world went dark. AFOP Dabi's office might be soundproofed, but Izuku could still hear the explosions from Katsuki against the door. Dabi had slammed the door and the locks were holding, but it was only a matter of time, and they both knew it. I guess he's taking a crack at us both, Imoku said, referencing his earlier conversation with Dabi. Call Kurogiri, Dabi urged. The villain didn't find this funny. I'm not completely useless, Imoku defended, creating a shower of sparks. It was a forcible reminder of what he had done to All Might. You can do that to him? Dabi demanded. Maybe, Imoku was forced to admit. There are a lot of sparks in the human body, And it takes me a while to isolate the right ones, he explained. That's why I had to talk to him. Then call Kurogiri. Dabi countered. Izuku glanced over at the window. There was floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the fighting ring in Dabi's office. Can we call high-end? He made the counter-suggestion, wincing as a particularly loud explosion actually rattled the door. Whatever Dabi had constructed wasn't going to hold against Bakugo when he was this determined. Dabi cocked his head at that before he grinned. It wasn't a nice grin. It would solve the problem, he admitted. He moved to the side wall and Izuku watched as he tapped a series on the wood paneling. There was nothing about the wood to say there was anything different, but Dabi then stepped to the side, away from the windows and pushed at one of the panels. He gave away. Ingenious, Izuku murmured. Just touching the wall wouldn't open it, which meant no one would find the passage without knowing it was already there, or taking down the entire wall. Go, Dabi insisted, gesturing for him to go through. Izuku wasn't afraid of facing Katsuki, but he would much rather it be on his terms. He crawled into the passageway and was pleased to see that there were several lights in there. There were tiny LED lights that gave just enough illumination to see by. He kept crawling. This suit was being burned when this was over. Izuku grinned to himself. He'd sacrifice a suit any day to have Bakugo brought low. Go left, Dabi said from behind him. Izuku obliged as he continued crawling. The passage wasn't that long, but he knew it wouldn't come out close to Dabi's office. How many passages do you have? Izuku asked over his shoulder. A few, Dabi admitted. I had this building set up to my spec, he explained. They crawled further and there was a thud from behind them. I think he's just found the office, Izuku told his underling. And we made it to the exit, Dabi replied. Izuku looked back to see Dabi press against a panel. It gave and Izuku got a vision of some of the seating. It was near the fighting ring. He backed up and out of the passage, before standing. His initial impression had been right. They were in the seating area of the fighting ring. Izuku looked up. They were also out of the line of sight from Dabi's office. Clever, he murmured. The fire villain grinned at him as he replaced the panel. This way, he said after it was done, gesturing towards the ring. It wasn't so much a ring as a flat area. Hanging above it was a cage. The cage could be dropped to provide cage matches on an as-needed basis. There was seating all around, except for a few tunnels. Izuku realized those tunnels were there so that fighters could make dramatic entrances. Where's high-end? He asked, walking towards the open area. High-end, Dabi yelled. There was an answering roar. Izuku caught on. Good fight, he added his voice. The answering roar was closer and definitely carried a note of happiness. Cheater, Dabi muttered. Izuku gave him a smirk before looking up towards Dabi's office. His smirk shifted into a grin. Bakugo was visible in the window. Izuku was sure the glass could be set to one-way viewing, but his old friend wasn't caring about that. His grin widened as Katsuki drove a fist into the glass. Oh, Bakugo was so predictable. Fight? The question came from high-end as the Numu strode into the ring. He hunched over and looking around eagerly for his opponent. Where fight? High-end demanded. Izuku pointed for the Numu's benefit. High-end looked upwards, the light of his eyes narrowing as he saw Bakugo. No need to go to him, Izuku warned when High-end's arms began shifting into wings to accompany the jets that appeared on his shoulders. He'll come here. Katsuki confirmed Izuku's words when he slammed his fist into the window. It was powered by one of his explosions. Cracks appeared in the glass. That's reinforced, Dabi objected. There's a reason he's been a pain, Izuku said softly. Fuck it, Dabi growled, then turned towards High-end. Kill him, he ordered. The Numu looked at Izuku, who nodded his confirmation. Another hit impacted the glass. It shattered. There was enough distance that they weren't showered with it. Deku, Katsuki screamed. Izuku winced. He had forgotten how loud Bakugo could be. The vigilante jumped down, slowing his descent with well-timed explosions. No need to yell, young man, Izuku said in his most pissy tone. He knew it would annoy Katsuki more. Fucking Deku, he growled as he landed. Cut the crap. Are you really sure you want me to? Ka-cchan? He drew out the old endearment. You've had your way too long, the vigilante growled. Izuku laughed. You don't even recognize the gift I gave you, do you, Kachan? He asked, this time saying the old name normally. Gift, you fucker? Izuku smiled. Dabi was looking at him as if he was insane and High-end was just waiting. He knew he'd get to fight soon. 10 years, Kachan. I gave you 1 year for every year that you bullied me, so that you could live with the knowledge that I was better, that I have won. You've used those 10 years to try to take me down, and you've failed. Izuku shook his head. And now, it's time for you to leave. Bakugo laughed. 10 years for you to gain an inflated opinion, fucking Deku, he growled. And a night for me to rip you a new one. You won't be getting out of here, Dabi announced. Shut up, Katsuki spat back, and Izuku was surprised to see the gun in his hand. It was not something he thought Bakugo would use. It was aimed at the fire villain. That's, Dabi recognized it. The fucker who was listening in, Katsuki confirmed. Dabi growled and Izuku watched, almost in slow motion as Dabi snapped his hand up, fire already forming a gout to hit Bakugo. But Kachan was not one to hesitate. The bang echoed through the rain but was quickly drowned as Katsuki cursed. He made a throwing gesture, and Izuku recognized the gun as it was cast away. Bakugo shook his hand. He'd been burnt. Dabi's fire had hit him, or the gun at least. Ha, he barked. Izuku looked towards Dabi. The fire villain was still standing, but there was a shocked look on his face. And a perfect hole in his forehead. His body crumpled. He felt a smile stretch his features as he turned back to his old friend. His expression was enough for Bakugo to pause. Thank you, Izuku said easily. What? Katsuki demanded. Thank you, Izuku repeated, still smiling. He held up one hand, making sure the gesture wasn't threatening. You've taken out Compress, twice, Mustard, Ujiko and Dabi. He ticked off the league members on each finger as he spoke. And they were the ones I had doubts about, so thank you. After all, as their boss, it wouldn't have been proper for me to do it, would it? He asked laconically, already knowing his words would anger the vigilante. Compress was independent, he would have gone his own way. Twice probably wouldn't have meant to betray him but couldn't have helped himself with his nature. Mustard had come into villainy too young and had been content to be one of Biosimip's suppliers, but he hadn't been careful. Ujiko was operating her own businesses, at the expense of his and Dabi. Well, there was every indication Dabi had been content, but the villain was showing signs of resentment at only every being number 2. His acceptance of Toga's half-brained plan was proof of that. He had been looking, unconsciously perhaps, for a way out. Not that Izuku wouldn't have used him for longer, but sometimes, sacrifices had to be made. That leaves others, Bakugo snarled. Izuku chuckled. Himiko? He shook his head. It was amusing to see that Katsuki grimaced at the name. He knew what Izuku was saying. Toga was loyal to him. Kurogiri. Izuku named the next league member. He tutted at Bakugo. I am the last of those chosen by Sensei, he told his old friend. It was explanation enough. Spinner? Bakugo said the name, conceding the warp villain's loyalty. At that, Izuku actually laughed. Spinner watched me kill Stain's perfect hero, All Might, he said. He didn't need much more explanation than that. If Spinner let All Might die, then he was no longer truly loyal to Stain but was loyal to Izuku. Fucking Deku. Bakugo roared as he charged. There was nothing left to say. Izuku didn't move. High End did. The huge Numu simply stepped in front of him and all Izuku felt was the wash from Katsuki's explosions. They tugged at his pants but nothing more. Have a good fight, Izuku wished High End. I will watch from over there, he said, indicating towards the tunnel the Numu had appeared from. It would provide the most cover for him because he knew, even with High End here, Bakugo would be gunning for him. The Numu said nothing but Izuku knew he had heard. As he moved, the thought of what needed to be done. Before he left, he'd have to check if there were camera feeds here. He didn't think there were, but better to be safe than sorry, or he'd ask Kurogiri. High End swung one arm at Katsuki. The vigilante dodged, thrusting his uninjured hand towards the Numu and exploding it. One thing Izuku could say about Bakugo was that his old friend knew when not to hold back. He wasn't now. The explosion was powerful. Izuku saw it actually scorch and burn High End's abdomen. The Numu felt it as well. It didn't hiss even as the muscle and skin healed, it was the opposite. High End was excited. Fight, he told Bakugo in a happy tone, good fight. The vigilante took the initiative, throwing punches and enhancing each with explosions. Get out of my way, Katsuki screamed. Oh yes, his old friend wanted nothing more than for him to be on the receiving end of those punches, but High End wasn't going to allow that. The Numu closed with Bakugo. Izuku couldn't see much but he could hear the continuous detonation of explosions. He saw High End's skin char and blacken and heal again and again. His eyes narrowed. It was definitely slower. Maybe he should help, he could stop an explosion or two, but he knew High End would not approve. Instead he focused on Katsuki. Stopping the heart was a difficult job. He had to get a feel for the currents in Kachan's body. He was sure that High End would win, but Izuku hadn't got to where he was by not being willing to plan for contingencies. Fucker, Bakugo snarled, jumping back. He pulled something from the belt he had on. High End let him go. Izuku had seen the Numu fight in this ring before. He tended to allow his challengers to try a few things. Even though Izuku had ordered him to kill, he imagined High End would revert to his norms here. Now that Bakugo had cleaned up the league, it was time for him to move on. It would happen. Izuku just had to be patient and to enjoy the show. Still, he had time to plan. He'd have to replace Dabi. He could have worked with it if Dabi had survived today, but he hadn't, so that meant there had to be a replacement. It would be slightly difficult. Dabi was the established leader of the league to the underworld's masses. A smile stretched across Izuku's features. He still had Kurogiri, Himiko and Spinner. They would support him. And if none of them wanted the leadership position, they could promote someone. It would be a challenge to keep that unknown in line. It would be fun, and he'd need something to do, since most of his enemies had rather courteously managed to die. After all, it wasn't like controlling the current opposition leader, and likely soon to be prime minister, Yadu Raito was going to be difficult. Dabi had been complacent today, given that underling had been listening in. Maybe that underling could be the leader. Izuku snorted. Probably not. He needed someone more bold, someone not afraid. It didn't really matter who, or if they wanted to betray him, he needed the challenge. Besides, it's not like whoever was chosen wouldn't trust him. Izuku turned his attention back to the fight in time to see Bakugo charge at high end. The thing he had taken from his belt was in one hand and Izuku had a sinking idea he knew what it was now. It was confirmed a moment later when there was a huge explosion. Izuku shielded himself as best he could, but in the tunnel he could still feel the blast of air and the wash of heat. High end roared from within the explosion. Izuku hunkered down, shielding his eyes as the explosion seemed to go on forever. What had Katsuki done? Usually his explosions were quick, and while Kachan could generate them one after the another that required a lot of sweat. It wasn't that hot in here. So what had he done? It had to be something to do with whatever he'd taken from his belt. Eventually the explosion faded. Izuku felt his eyes widen as he watched High End fall to his knees. The Numu fell forward onto its face. Bakugo turned his eyes to him. Izuku could read the dismissal in the red orbs, but he knew High End wasn't finished yet. As Katsuki took a step towards him, High End moved. His large hand gripped the vigilante's ankle. Bakugo was quick to react. He spun, slamming his hands down on High End's arm to explode the offending hand from his ankle. It worked, but High End then rose, holding up the stump of his arm as the bone, muscle and nerves reformed. Good fight. The Numu cheered, unconcerned with the healing state of his skin and hand. Izuku wasn't as relaxed. It was definitely too slow. He'd seen High End fight for years, and this was noticeably slower than it had been. Still, Izuku was confident the Numu had what it took to kill Bakugo. He might be deteriorating with his healing, but Izuku could feel that High End was more stable when he spoke to him with his quirk active. He would have to deal with it later. High End swung again at Bakugo with his newly formed hand. Katsuki responded as he always did, with an explosion. It peeled the newly formed skin back. Do you want a hand? Izuku yelled to the Numu. No, came the instant response. Izuku laughed. He had expected that reply. Wouldn't work, fucking Deku, came a response from Bakugo. Izuku didn't say anything. He knew what Katsuki was referring to. The first time Bakugo had confronted him, he had stopped him from producing sparks to create his explosions. That was over 10 years ago. Bakugo had obviously learned some new tricks in the meantime. That was okay, he had as well. High End caught Katsuki with a punch. The vigilante was punted back until he hit the first row of seats that surrounded the rain. He crashed into them, tumbling further back into the next few rows until he came to a halt. Bakugo was all limbs. He growled as High End strode towards him. Fucker, Bakugo growled. Izuku couldn't help his widening eyes as he fished in his belt again. He focused his public quirk on his old friend, feeling the sparks in Katsuki's body. There were so many and he couldn't get a lock on them. He wasn't meant to. He really had to stretch spark to affect something that was really so subtle. It was far easier to affect Bakugo's hands. The spark was bigger. But he would do whatever it took. Izuku Kakurite was walking away from today. Shit, he thought to himself. The expletive wasn't that refined, but Bakugo was so predictable. The previous explosion had affected High End, and in the vigilante's small mind, that meant a bigger explosion was obviously better. High End would recover, so long as his head wasn't too badly damaged, but Izuku knew the look on Bakugo's face. He was going to make the biggest explosion he could. It wasn't hard to figure out what the things he pulled from his belt were. They must be concentrated sweat pouches or something similar. You're dead, fucker. Katsuki screamed as he got up and charged towards High End. Izuku noticed something different with the way he ran. His fists were holding something and there was a glint on his glove. A knife, perhaps? The Numu meet Bakugo's charge. The creation wasn't afraid. Izuku thought that it didn't know how to be afraid. He could see that there were more of the explosive things in Bakugo's hands and Izuku focused on nulling the spark, but there was something wrong. Bakugo laughed an instant before impact with High End. If Izuku had thought the explosion earlier was bad, this was worse. He was forced to hunker down in the tunnel, shielding his head with his arms. Something still hit him that wasn't just the shockwave. It was smaller and denser, and stun, almost like hail. The whole building shook. The noise was incredible, and Izuku could hear smaller, secondary explosions forming. Then he heard something splatter. It wasn't a single noise but continued, as if there was a gentle pitter-patter of rain. Izuku looked around. He didn't have to look far. There were little things falling to the ground at the entrance to the tunnel. There were some on him, those that had been flung more horizontally. There was the sickening smell of burning flesh. Izuku gagged. It had been years since he'd smelled it, but it brought back memories. It wasn't much of a comfort that it wasn't his flesh burning this time. Izuku swallowed hard, pushing down the nausea he felt at the reminder of his past. He thought he'd gotten over that. He would be getting over it very soon. Just as soon as Katsuki was gone for good. It was a catharsis he had been looking forward to for a while. The smell didn't linger, though the pitter-patter of rain did. That was a problem. Izuku knew what it meant. If Kachan had done it right, it wouldn't be High End making the kill. Izuku focused. He knew what the glint on Bakugo's glove had been for now. It had been a blade, possibly one that split to make a hole, so of course his old friend had done it right. 10 years wouldn't have been enough to change that, and for Bakugo, Izuku knew he had always had the thought that there was no kill like overkill. His blade would have made an opening, so he could force his fist actually into High End. This explosion had come from within the Numu. The pitter-patter was the bits of high-end raining back down into the rain. Well, that might have worked on high-end, but Izuku preferred the subtler approach. He suspected Kachan would be wanting evidence of his supposed corruption. He wouldn't make the same attack. The explosion faded as the pitter-patter did. Izuku was prepared for the result. High-end it was a misnomer to say he was down, or rather he was down to his legs. They were still standing, but as Izuku watched, they fell. The black skin on them lacked the sheen of the living. It was darker and almost granular. Carbonized. At least on the outside. The rest of the Numu's body couldn't be seen. Izuku looked around for High-end's head. If it survived, then he'd have to kill Bakugo, but he'd still have a champion for his fighting ring. The smoke cleared and allowed him to see Bakugo was holding it by the skin flap. Impressive, Izuku murmured. He was forced to admit that Kachan had come a long way with his control. When they were younger, Katsuki had just produced explosions. Now it appeared he could regulate the output. In this case, he made his explosion bigger, with help, and a hell of a lot hotter. Bakugo held up High-end's head and put his other hand behind it. Izuku knew what he was about to do. The explosion was destructive and Izuku looked down at his suit as another part of High-end splattered against him. The suit was already dusty, but now it was also covered in charcoal. He doubted it could be laundered. Your turn, Katsuki growled. He didn't bother to hide how happy he was. You really think they'll just let that happen? Izuku murmured. Arrogant fucker, Bakugo snarled, and released what was left of High-end's head as he strode towards Izuku. Small explosions appeared on his palms, but Izuku could see the strain it was causing. Kachan was getting tired. Do you really think you will survive this? Izuku asked, reaching out to suppress the explosions on Katsuki's palms. The vigilante grinned at him. That's not going to save you, Deku, he crowed triumphantly. Apparently Bakugo hadn't been lying when he'd earlier said it wouldn't work. He had learned some new tricks in the last 10 years. Well, so had he. All he needed was a moment and he didn't care how he got that moment. And there was one thing that had always angered Katsuki more than anything else. Something that he always dismissed. It would give that moment. Izuku sniffed, swallowing hard and letting his eyes go wide as he looked at his old friend. The expression was, frankly, pathetic. It was truly one Deku would have made. Izuku sniffed again, letting tears form in his eyes. I had to, Kachan, he managed to say, the catch in his voice making him stutter. The tears escaped, making slightly cleaner trails down his carbon-stained face. They forced me, he continued voice-breaking as he cried. Bakugo continued advancing. Fucking Deku. That won't work, he didn't appear moved. It was time to bring out the bigger guns. Kachan, Izuku cried, before he sniffed, bringing up one hand to use the heel of his hand to wipe at his tears. All he did was smear them over his face. Kachan, please. They were going to kill, he paused. Best not to mention Inko. That would spark Kachan's anger, not his disgust, but he could still work with the statement. They were going to kill you, he begged, crying. He looked up at Bakugo. Please, Kachan. Help, he gasped. Me, Izuku finished brokenly. That did the trick. He could see it in Kachan's eyes. The vigilante had the slightest doubt, and he was close enough. Please, Izuku said again, eyes still streaming tears and his expression locked into one of deep regret. Help me, he repeated, stepping forward. Deku. There was a softer note in Katsuki's tone. It was laced with disgust. Bakugo always hated crying, but the explosions in his palms became smaller. It was his moment. Izuku moved. Unlike their last physical confrontation, they were roughly the same height, but Izuku had the advantage. He lunged forward, keeping his expression pathetic. One hand went to Bakugo's chest. He hadn't managed to isolate the right signal, but that was okay. That was the subtle way that didn't leave an outside mark. He could still use that trick. He released a shower of sparks, driving them into Katsuki's body. It was like a defibrillator. Bakugo was caught off guard for that singular moment. He stiffened in pain but retaliated. Fucking Deku. He managed to scream, and slammed his hands on Izuku's back, exploding them. The politician winced at the pain before he snarled at his old friend, and pushed his sparks harder. He could feel his own flesh burning, but he could also sense Bakugo's heart stuttering. The vigilante staggered backwards, grabbing at his chest. Deku, fucker, you couldn't have won in a fair fight. The vigilante choked the words. Izuku rolled his shoulders, judging the damage on his back. He was definitely going to blister. Bakugo pulled at his shirt, exposing his chest. There was a hand-shaped burn over his heart. Izuku moved forward, punching Katsuki again. Right hook. The vigilante tried to block but couldn't and fell backwards. Izuku went with him, pinning him to the ground as he sat on his old friend's chest, his legs hooked around to pin Bakugo's arms. Even in pain, Kachan snarled at him. Izuku punched Katsuki again. It was a sucker punch, given that Bakugo couldn't defend himself. He didn't care, it felt good. I know, Kachan, he told his friend, all trace of tears gone. He definitely knew it. In a pure fist fight, he had a chance, but once you introduced quirks, Bakugo's was stronger. Izuku had learned long ago to never rely on quirks. But do you know what the most important lesson you ever taught me was? Izuku put his hand over Katsuki's face, careful to avoid his biting teeth. It would require another application of his quirk to make sure Bakugo died. His heart rate was probably returning to normal now. I taught you nothing, you fucking Deku. There was indignant rage in his voice. Izuku could tell Bakugo was pissed at being tricked. Well, to the victor went the spoils, and he was going to be the victor. No, Kachan, you taught me the most important thing anyone has to learn. What? The vigilante demanded. Izuku leaned forward, careful not to shift his weight enough that Katsuki could buck him off. Life isn't fair, he whispered, before letting another round of sparks attack Bakugo. This time they were in his brain. Through spark, Izuku could feel the way his sparks interacted with the currents in Katsuki's brain. He could feel the way they were interrupting them. Bakugo convulsed. It was uncontrolled. He began foaming at the mouth. It was not a pretty way to die, but then there wasn't really any pretty way to die. There were peaceful ways to die, and those that weren't so peaceful. This was not peaceful either. It felt as if Bakugo was still fighting him, but Izuku knew it was only the physical reaction. He stood up, tugging at his jacket to settle it correctly as he looked down at Kachan's body. Izuku closed his eyes briefly. There were a lot of memories running riot through his head at the moment, and he pushed them back into a semblance of order. Too many childhood memories had come to the surface now. Goodbye, Kachan, he said softly before he looked up and around the rain. There were some small fires burning and there were bits of high-end everywhere, but the Numu was not reforming. It was dead. The place was a mess. The glass on Dabi's office was shattered and the fire villain's body had been driven into the stands by the explosions. With the noise and the exposure, the police would be here soon. Izuku reached into his jacket pocket, feeling for his phone. Thankfully it was still there. He pulled it out. It was still in working order, but he expected that. It did have a heavy-duty protective case and was hardened against electrical shocks. There were enough people with electrical quirks that such hardening had become common enough. He taped the number from memory. Kurogiri, Izuku said, when the warp villain picked up. Izuku, the other man greeted him. Transportation would be appreciated. Izuku didn't waste time with explanations. The faster he was out of here, the better. 2 portals, he added, remembering Dabi's underling who had been listening in. If he was still alive, then he would need to be dealt with. The corridor outside Dabi's office, and the fighting ring. Izuku gave the locations, knowing Kurogiri would know them. As expected, a portal opened in front of him. Kurogiri's eyes formed within it. Izuku nodded at the warp villain before he stepped forward without hesitation. Looking back meant regrets, and he had none, though he was slightly surprised that it ended today. But it was over. Izuku frowned slightly as plans ran through his mind. Mirio wasn't the only one who was campaigning for the return of heroes, but he was the most serious threat, and he was gone. The others could be brought into line easily enough. The government would change at the election, and the incoming prime minister had been turning to him for solutions since they met. With the loss of Dabi, Twice, Mustard and Ujiko, the league was now ready to be remolded. Those members had been a liability. The ones he raised up wouldn't ever be able to identify him. Izuku was sure that they would chafe at his control, but it was merely a matter of control, and he would control them, and Kachan. A few years ago, he would have smiled. He would have felt as if a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He would have felt free. Now, he felt nothing of that. Katsuki was dead. The world would simply know that the vigilante Explodo killed took on something that was too much for him. Izuku would know the truth. That he had attempted to pull him down, to once again dominate him as he had in their childhood. But he had turned the tables, and this time, it was Izuku who had dominated, because he had the power. Izuku smiled. Sensei had been right. It was about power, and once you had power, it was about how you used that power. Bakugo had obeyed his power. Not just the quirk Sensei had given him, but the plan he had laid out. Now, when he looked into the future, Izuku could see his power. Others could see his power. And they knew, he would use it. Because it took power to make the choices and the sacrifices necessary to save everyone. At least, everyone who could be saved. And that was his choice to make. AFOP now my good man, this is no time to be making enemies. Voltaire on his deathbed in response to a priest asking him that he renounce Satan. What I really hope Bakugo thought, because he needs all the friends he can get. I have a couple of alternate versions of the last bit, but I'll post them as chapter later. Epilogue. Kirishima looked at his friend's body. No one had touched it, after the medics had made their pronouncement. Bakugo was dead. Given the spittle on his lips and the pained expression on his face, which accompanied the hand-shaped burns, he had not died easily. The Special Forces officer couldn't say he was surprised at that. What surprised him was the announcement that he had been killed by a quirk. There was no way Katsuki would have let someone close enough. Except someone obviously had gotten close enough. The burns were too hand-like to be coincidence. Kirishima forced himself to look away from the body as a sheet was draped over it. He looked around instead. The damage was something he expected. It told him that whatever else had happened, Bakugo had not gone down easily. And there was another body there. The medics had spent even less time looking at him. He belonged to the fire villain Dabi, the leader of the league. Except, the means of his death was easy to see. The small bullet wound was surprisingly precise, and the evidence was pointing to Bakugo wielding the gun. His fingerprints were on it after all, but that didn't explain anything. Why was Dabi dead? Why was Bakugo dead? Who else had been here? They'd checked for cameras. There were none. Instead they'd found some holding pens away from the rain, which was probably where the Numu had been kept. There were papers in Dabi's office, but so far nothing incriminating, and they had picked up a couple of unfortunate villains who had come to work. But nothing made sense. Kirishima looked over to a different group. They had a reader here. She was looking around like him, but her eyes were unfocused. More than that, her eyes were not normal. She was using her quirk. Kirishima wasn't sure exactly how it worked, but he knew that it would allow her to hopefully see what had happened. That's what readers did. Readers were new in the police force. They had come into place with the integration of heroes when a proper study of quirk potential in law enforcement had been made. He didn't feel too hopeful when she shook her head, but he wandered over to listen anyway. He had his special forces uniform on. No one questioned his presence here. There's a lot of interference, she said. It's a very public location, her handler said. Readers generally had someone they could rely on because sometimes they got disoriented from what their quirk told them. There's that, she agreed. There were 4 people here, she continued. Dabi, Explodo Kill, and 2 others. Who were the others? Her handler asked quickly, no doubt realizing that was what all the officers wanted to know. That's the problem. One feels as if it is everywhere, but it's mostly there, she explained, pointing to what looked to be a pile of ash. Kirishima moved over to it, and gently poked it with his boot. He jumped back when the ash moved, revealing what looked to be a face. Evidence, he yelled, looking down at it. It is definitely a face, but twisted and not normal. Not that there was a set normal these days. Some quirks moved facial features around a lot. Tokiyami was an example of that. He had a beak instead of a mouth. Several forensic people rushed over. They cleared the ash away. Kirishima saw bits of what had to be brain matter poked through it. And an eye. He didn't recognize it exactly, but he knew the pattern. Numu, he muttered. They heard. Sir, it's a Numu, Kirishima told them. The memory of the last one he'd seen coming to mind. He wasn't the only officer to be surprised. It's everywhere, the reader said, loud enough to be heard. They were all at the bottom of the rain. It had surprisingly good acoustics. Her voice traveled. Shit, Kirishima said. He exploded it, he added the words. Sir, Explodo Kill, he said Bakugo's vigilante name. He must have exploded the Numu, he explained, gesturing around them. There were black gobs of ash everywhere. A couple of the officers looked sick. They looked around, seeing the evidence of what he'd said. That would be right, the reader said, nodding, but because he's everywhere, he's covering the presence of the last one. The last one only became important after it was dead, and their presence is subdued. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. They needed to know who that last person was. The woman looked at him. I can feel the 4th person, she said, but I don't know who they are. Whoever they are, I haven't felt them before and their presence is muted. If the Numu, you called it. Kirishima nodded. If the Numu wasn't there, I might be able to properly sense the 4th person. And that would allow a picture to be drawn. Generally readers could either see what they sensed, or they could describe the people well enough for the sketch artists. Just do your best, Kirishima said. The reader knew what they needed. He didn't need to remind her. Yes, sir, she replied. He nodded, and looked away. He knew who Bakugo would say had been here, if the vigilante could talk. Imoku Kakurite. Katsuki had been going on about the independent politician for years. But there was no evidence linking Kakuri to the League, and this was definitely the result of Bakugo finding Dabi. Kirishima hoped Bakugo had been happy when he died. He'd taken out a Numu and Dabi, the special forces officer hoped that gave his old friend peace. From the expression gracing Katsuki's frozen face, Kirishima didn't think it had. Except, whoever that 4th person was, the one who had killed Bakugo, it wasn't Imoku Kakurite. The man was on the campaign trail. He had an alibi. And no matter what Bakugo said, there was no link between the almost 50 Kakurite and the should-be late 20s Midoriya besides Izuku Midoriya's now deceased mother, who had been one of Kakurite's campaign team. The conspiracy theory wasn't a real one, at least not outside of Bakugo's mind. Kirishima looked over at his captain. This should be interesting for the League, he said conversationally. With their leader dead, who knows what would happen. Chaos, Captain Shure said shortly. Maybe, Kirishima replied. They obviously didn't expect Explodo Kill, but the League has always been quick to recover. The League has never lost a leader who had 10 years experience, the captain countered. Kirishima nodded, but he wasn't convinced it would be chaos. He just had a feeling. We'll deal with it though, he assured his captain. We have to, Shure told him. It's our job. And really, no matter the mess here, that was the final word on the matter. AFOP. Time for change. Yato Rida last night claimed an unexpectedly narrow victory in the national election. While his party has wrested control of the House of Representatives from former Prime Minister Kiyoshi Takenaka's party, their majority is slim. The victors of the night are the independents. Led by Imoku Kakurite, they have taken control of a record 70 seats in the House. This gives the incoming Prime Minister Yato Rida a majority, but it is not secure and he would be well served by courting the independents. However, the election results make one thing very clear: independent Representative Kakurite does not need the support of any party, as his constituents have returned him as their representative by the largest margin ever seen by any candidate. He won a huge 70% of the vote in his electorate, which makes him the most secure representative in the House. Yadu Raida will be able to form a government, but the narrowness of the result should serve as a warning to him that he needs to truly represent the people. It is assured that the independents, led by Kakurite, will be reminding him of that, which just proves that Kakurite is a true hero to the Japanese people. Izuku smiled at the paper. The article was rather flattering, and it wasn't even written by one of Phoenix Wave's assets. He'd already sent his congratulations to Yatu and commiserations to Takenaka. Both men had accepted them with good grace, though Izuku could tell Yatu was disappointed about his majority. Izuku had reminded him that he had a majority. No one really wanted a minority government, but if it came to it, he had assured Yatu that he could be relied upon. The new prime minister was smart enough to realize that his support would come with conditions. But that wasn't anything Yatu needed to worry about yet. He had a majority, because even a slim majority was a majority. Still, things could change in politics, and they could change quickly. Izuku looked over to his desk, where there were several files. So long as Yatu remained tractable, he wouldn't need them, but he did like to have insurance. The best bit was Yatu didn't even know the potential scandals existed, so he couldn't mitigate against them. Though if Yatu did well, maybe Izuku could increase that majority. After Masami experienced being a shadow minister for a while, he could probably remind her why she had gone into politics and pull her over into independence, especially if Takenaka demoted her. The election was a demotion in and of itself, but if he appointed a different shadow foreign minister and returned her to the backbench, then, yes, she'd become an independent quickly enough. Izuku smiled. That was the future and that path wasn't decided, but there were so many possibilities and he had time to pick between them all. AFOP Captain Shirei looked around the small storage area. It had been brought to his attention as part of the murder investigation for Shota Aizawa. The current theory was that the former underground hero, turned private investigator, had possibly been engaged in some illegal hero work when he had been killed. Said illegal work was with the now dead vigilante who called himself Explodo Kill, real name Katsuki Bakugo, who had been wanted for questioning on the Mustard Midnight double homicide. The captain wasn't a fool. Questioning would have led to an arrest, and then another warrant for Dabi's arrest, which probably would have gone nowhere. It was very tempting just to say that since they were all dead, the case was closed, except they had managed to match genetic material from the Numu at Dabi's fighting ring to blood samples taken at the cemetery where Aizawa and candidate Tugata had been killed. The Numu was dead, but there was one person unaccounted for in the fighting ring. The person who had actually killed Bakugo. He might have been a vigilante, but everyone deserved justice. Which was why the case couldn't be closed and why he was here. Investigations had found the storage area, and a warrant had been granted. Though they had also gotten permission from Hisashi Yamada, former hero present Mike, who had also been on the storage room's red payment summary, to enter here. Hisashi had told them that the storage was for things he and Aizawa had used when they were heroes. There was nothing illegal with that. Heroes had been able to keep some of their gear. Especially Hisashi. His voice modulation equipment was primarily for public safety and no one had wanted to take some of the keepsakes from heroes. Now he was looking at the boxes of stuff. It had been well packed, but the forensics team had gone through it looking for evidence. They hadn't found anything much, except some fingerprints. Most came from Shota, but there had been a cheer when they found some from Bakugo. It established the link between the former underground pro-hero and the vigilante. Hisashi had claimed that they'd never met here, but obviously they had. The radio presenter had admitted that he knew Shota had been talking to Katsuki and possibly working on something, but he was being tight-lipped on what. Given Explodocal's artifacts had been found earlier, it wasn't hard to figure out what. The only question that remained is if Aizawa has shared the vigilante's delusions. So far, they had found nothing to support that. The boxes just contained Shota's old hero gear and some files from cases he'd taken soon after reintegration. Nothing illegal, nothing out of place. But Captain Shirei had a feeling that they were missing something. After all, something had led Aizawa to be in that cemetery with candidate Tugata, and something had then murdered them. It had been a horrific scene, almost as bad as Dabi's fighting ring. The captain had expected gore at Dabi's fighting ring. He had not expected it at a suburban cemetery. He was just thankful that no one from the public had been caught up in that. That there were victims were bad enough, but it would be worse if they were innocent. Given that there was history between Aizawa and Tugata, he knew that there was a reason they were dead. In fact, that could be the reason Sir Night Eye was dead as well, or at least related to it. They could all be involved in some sort of conspiracy. Captain Shirei shook his head. They should have just reintegrated. They would have been happier then. Not dead, but he guessed some heroes couldn't let go of the past. There was ample evidence of that. He looked around the storage room. They had to be missing something. He examined all the boxes, running his eyes over them. None of them had false bottoms or anything like that. They were cardboard. Captain Shirei's eyes moved over the walls. He looked in the corners, examining them carefully. There was nothing lurking there, but he felt his eyes narrow. There was a tiny mark on the floor. That wasn't anything special, he told himself. The floor was cheap. The storage people made their money from rent, not from fixing marks on the floor. Except his eyes kept going dead, tracing out the mark as it ran all the way to the back wall. Wait, that was it. The mark went under the wall. That wasn't right. Captain Charade tapped the side walls. They were hollow. They lead to the storage rooms on either side. He tapped the back wall. The sound was different. Just a bit, just enough to mean he couldn't dismiss his thoughts about the mark. He kept tapping his knuckle against the wall. It sounded different in places. That could mean that the boxes on the other side were packed up against the wall, but it wasn't right for that. There were hollow areas under where other bits had sounded solid. That wasn't right for a well-packed room, and when he tapped in the corner, the wall moved. Carefully, Captain Shirei applied more force. The wall slipped and revealed that it wasn't a wall at all. It was a board. Particle board, made to look like one of the internal walls. He pulled it away, slipping it against the floor and looked behind it. His eyes widened. There were photos there, pinned up against a backing board, with string linking them in what seemed to be random patterns. He put the concealing board down and stepped back. There was enough room to do that, and suddenly the way this room had been packed made sense. Only a few boxes had been hard up against the back wall. They would be quick enough to move so that Aizawa could look at this. Captain Shirei recognized a caseboard when he saw it. The strings were colorful and connected to photos of people he recognized. Dabi, Mustard, Himiko Toga, Kurogiri, Ujiko. All the major members of the league. Tomura Shigaraki's picture was there too, as was All for One's. There were black marks around their images, the same with Mustard's and Ujiko's. The captain knew it meant they were dead. Aizawa had been updating the board. He looked at the strings. They all lead to one person. The captain lifted his eyes to the top of the board, looking at the image. Even with all the strings attached to it, so many strings that it almost concealed the image, he recognized it. Imoku Kakurite, the representative Kakurite. Captain Shirei breathed out and just stared for a few moments before he shook his head. Aizawa, you fool, he muttered. The underground hero should have known how dangerous it was to go up against politicians. And going up against one like Kakurite, who was both popular and influential, that was suicide. The captain reached out and unpinned the photo. He put the pin back, placing it slightly higher, through the question mark that had been over Kakurite's image. He was careful to make sure he didn't disturb the strings as he put the picture in his pocket. Then he looked at the board, nodding to himself when he saw there was no outline to give away that there had been a photo there. He could only do that much modification without risk. If he moved anything else, then his fingerprints might come up. Best to be careful. I found something, Captain Shirei called. That brought the forensic team running. They skidded to a halt at the door and he heard them gasp when they saw the true back wall of the storage unit. He turned away from it as several team members rushed in. This was just more evidence for the case, a case that appeared would not be solved today. He had a feeling it would not be solved any day. AFOP. Despite being dressed in prison orange, Yu Takayama was still filled with rage. No one was taking her seriously. No one saw the danger and no one was doing anything. She had felt a slight regret when informed of the woman's death, but she had gotten in the way. Why didn't anyone understand that? The woman, Inko, she'd been told, had just gotten in the way. She shouldn't have interfered. No one had interfered when Shinji had been killed. They'd simply watched. They'd let the League do what they want. They'd let him burn. Yu took a deep, shuddering breath at the thought. He'd screamed and screamed, and screamed and no one had done anything. She could still remember it. The police never hunted for Dabi. They knew who killed Shinji. They knew who it was, but they always claimed they couldn't find Dabi. They couldn't find the League. That's why she'd acted. She'd had to act and she couldn't find Dabi, but she'd found something even better. She'd found the man who destroyed heroes. She found the man who had made it so that Dabi could walk away. It was all his fault. He was the one who had killed heroes. And yet, she was the one in prison. She was the one lying on a lumpy bed, with a quirk-suppressing anklet as they waited for her trial. At this time of night the prison was quiet. If Yu concentrated she could hear the tread of the guards, but they were faint. At night they relied on cameras. It was because of the quiet that she heard the whisper of noise from the far end of her cell. Yu pretended to be asleep, but she looked down there. The back of her cell was in shadow, but it was darker now, and swirling. She was hard-pressed to keep her eyes mostly closed. Someone stepped out of the shadow, confirming her suspicions that the swirling was a warp gate. Kurogiri, she identified the quirk user. And the person who had come, a woman. Blonde hair and yellow eyes. Himiko. Yu knew all the League's main members. The blonde looked around, spotting her on the bunk before she smiled as someone else emerged from the warp gate. You can sit up, you know, Toga told her. The villain knew she wasn't sleeping. Yu opened her eyes and sat up. The warp gate closed, but before she could move, the second person crowded close to her. Yu lashed out, hitting them, but it was like hitting concrete. They didn't even grunt and Yu felt something grab her wrists, bringing her hands together and hauling her upwards before turning to face Himiko. The woman smiled at her. Yu kicked out. She couldn't reach Himiko, and while she felt herself impact with whoever was holding her, they didn't react. She was sure she'd kicked between the legs, and that was painful, even if it was a woman holding her. You aren't going to be able to escape, Himiko told her, as she drew a large hunting knife. Oh wait. The woman giggled to herself, putting the knife down. She patted down her clothes looking for something. What are you doing here? Yu hissed. You can speak normally, Himiko said as she continued to pat her clothes. Ah, there it is, she said eventually. reaching a hand into one of her pockets to pull something out. Yu recognized it as a camera. The rest of the cameras have been disabled, Himiko told her, pointing to them with her free hand before she fussed with the one she'd brought, and set it on the side of the basin so that it was pointed at Yu.
What? That's impossible. Yu growled. She had a bad feeling about this. She struggled harder. Someone had to hear her right. Himiko chuckled. The boss is really pissed at you, she told Yu. He's gone all out.
What? Yu gasped. The boss? Who the fuck did that mean? Dubby? Except she'd heard he was dead. Who? Help, she screamed.
Himiko gestured at the thing holding her. Yu was surprised when it slammed her into the wall. She shook her head, as her vision wavered. Not much had been able to hurt her.
You can scream all you want, but no one is going to hear, Himiko told her, and unless you are screaming for me, it will just annoy me, the villain added.
How? Yu managed to say. Force field, Himiko said, pointing to something in the corner. Yu knew what her cell looked like, even in the dark. There wasn't meant to be anything in that corner, so she had to take the villain's word it was a force field. It probably was. No one had complained at her yelling.
You pissed him off, Himiko said conversationally, so now you have to deal with the consequences, she added in a sing-song voice. The guards are bribed. Your fellow inmates aren't going to say anything, and it will be worth their while to remain silent, and the cameras are all corrupted. Except for this one, she added happily, reaching out to pat the camera she had brought. He wants this one, and I have the entire night with you.
No. Yu shook her head. No, that's not. Not what? Himiko asked, cocking her head. There was a cold fire burning in her eyes. It did not fit what you knew of the League member.
It's not right, Yu managed to say. Himiko shook her head. You don't get to decide what's right or wrong, the villain told her, and you hurt him. Who? Yu objected. She had targeted Imoku, not the League's boss. She'd gotten some stupid civilian woman who was enamored of the politician. It hadn't been her intention, but there were always casualties in war, and that's what this was. A war against the League. One she was fighting alone. Imoku liked her, Himiko said as if that was all the explanation needed. What? Imoku? How did Imoku know Himiko? The villain smiled at her. Imoku hates you, Toga told her. And when the boss hates something, he destroys it. You killed her and you liked her. The villain's voice took on a sing-song note as she explained. It made the entire situation unreal. Yu knew she hadn't been the smartest hero. On that score, Kamui had been far better, but she wasn't stupid, especially when the information was presented so blatantly. Toga had definitely said Imoku and the boss in the same sentence. She had referred to them as the one being. 100 little things suddenly make sense, and she could see the way the politician had manipulated them all. I wasn't after you, Arg. Her sentence was broken off when Himiko flung her knife at her. It sank into her shoulder. You hurt him, Himiko said again pointedly, coming close and wrenching her knife out. She grinned. Her teeth were white in the gloom. And he's given me the entire night to make sure you regret it. AFOP Izuku stood alone in his office. He was looking out at the city. The lights were bright, and from his vantage, he could see all the way into the suburbs where the street lights illuminated smaller laneways and houses. He couldn't see the houses, but he could see dark patches where there were parks and other areas. It was a beautiful sight. Dark but with dazzling highlights. He felt his lips stretch into a smile as he watched it. He had come in early, very early, before dawn. Hesho knew he sometimes did, and his executive assistant would be here if Imoku let him, but he didn't. That was take away from the quiet. It was a time just for himself, when he could work, and think without interruption. He had completed some papers earlier but had moved to stand here some time ago. His office lights were off, making it mesmerizing, just watching the way the lights moved. He took a deep breath, blowing it out in a sigh before taking another. Izuku touched his fingers to his cheek, not surprised to feel the tears there. He bit his lip as emotion threatened to overcome him. If anyone could see him now, his business rivals, any of the other representatives, anyone from the underworld, Izuku snorted. They would never believe he was their boss. But this was time for him. He had everything he ever wanted. Unquestioned control over the government, with no one even realizing it. Commanding control over the business world, with most companies following his lead without knowing why. Undeclared control over the underworld, though with the recent losses in the league, that control would be tested soon. He knew it, and he was looking forward to the games and manipulations required to ensure his victory. He was the leader of Japan in every way that mattered, much like Sensei had been before him. No, Izuku's lips quirked. That wasn't right. Sensei had ruled from the shadows. It was wrong to say he was afraid to be seen, because Izuku knew that wasn't the case. Sensei was just more circumspect with his dealings. Izuku was more open. At least, officially. That was accurate. He was the leader of Japan in every way that mattered. No comparisons to the past were needed because the past was the past, this was now. And now, he had to decide where he wanted to go, what he wanted to do. Heroes were gone. They would remain gone. It had taken the new Prime Minister, Yatu Raida, all of 2 weeks to come around to his view. The man had been fixated on the idealism of heroes, but within 2 weeks of becoming the Prime Minister, he had learned the economics of heroes. It probably helped that Izuku had instructed the Treasury to ensure he got the figures laid out very clearly on that. There was no need to confuse the man. That being done, it didn't matter what anyone who still took their lead from other countries thought about heroes, they would only gather those attracted to the romanticism of the idea. Those who were grounded in reality, thankfully a larger percentage, would not give in to purely romantic ideas, especially when the economics were so bad. Opening quirk usage to the general populace had led to a huge boost in earnings. The government made money from the license fees. They made money from the fines issues when someone used their quirk illegally. They just made money, which was feed back to the police and military to ensure they had the tools needed to take down those few morons who thought they could be a villain. There were always those who acted at random. Heroes were gone. What remained of the League would be under control in the next few months, and removed enough from him that they were no longer a liability. It meant he could now pick a new direction, a new future to pursue. Izuku frowned. It was an odd thought. What did he want? There was no answer forthcoming from his mind, or rather the answers that came were small, petty little things. His phone pinged, distracting him. Izuku glanced back at his desk. In the pre-dawn darkness it was hard to see, but he could make out a small swirl of deeper darkness. It disappeared quickly, leaving a small package on his desk. He felt his lips quirk. He knew what it was. Himiko had spent the night educating Yu Takayama. Imoku moved to his desk and picked up package Kurogiri had delivered. He sat in the darkness and opened the phone. There was only 2 applications left on the phone. One to make calls, and the other to take the video. He taped the video app. There was only one file. 6.5 hours long. Himiko had been thorough. The phone was almost out of charge though. He closed it, and put it in his breast pocket, buttoning up the fabric. Now was not the time or place to watch it. But it was one of his desires, and it was one he would savor. What else did he want from the future? He wasn't sure. Izuku sat at his desk, ignoring the gloom around him. He sighed. Fulfilling all for one's goals had been easy, and he had, over the last year, fulfilled his own goal. Taking down Bakugo was, it shouldn't be the only thing he wanted, he knew that. So if his heart had no goal, he had to deal with this logically. After all, even when his heart gave him direction, he had to use his head to get there. Firstly, he wanted, needed to maintain his power. On the official front, Yatu was in his pocket, as were enough of the independents, so he could keep Yatu in power, or not as the situation demanded. The opposition was in the process of selecting a new leader, and he knew all the candidates, so that was in hand. In the underworld, though Dabi, and several more of the League's acknowledged leaders were dead, he controlled those who were loyal, and they would ensure that the new selection would obey him, without ever knowing who he was. In that, he would be very much like All for One. Izuku anticipated a challenge there, but it wouldn't take long. Which meant his power was secure. He'd always have to guard his power, but for the moment, that could be a secondary task. He needed something to focus on. Quirkless rights was a vague thought, except he'd already seen to that.
He'd done it in the aftermath of the heroes' reintegration. He'd introduced the legislation into parliament then to show heroes what true heroes should have been fighting for, rather than the glory that they strived to achieve. He'd found several people who had already been working for quirkless rights and, after the legislation was passed, legislation that was named after Izuku, he had ensured that those people were awarded several accolades in recognition of their truly heroic work.
Again, quirkless rights was not something that required his whole attention. What he really needed was a challenge, but what? International affairs? He could probably get himself appointed to the UN, but what did he want with other countries? Some were already beginning to follow Japan's lead. They were dismantling their hero systems. Others never had hero systems to begin with. Others were sticking to them. It would be their loss. It was not his job to dictate to other countries what they should do. Izuku snorted at the thought. His job was just Japan. He looked over at the window. It was still dark outside, but the sun would be rising soon. Maybe he should start looking for a successor. One of the reasons All for One's vision had been achieved was that he had thought about the future. He was wise enough to know that his time was over. Izuku knew his time was not yet over, and it was too soon to teach someone. In another 20 years, he'd do it then. In the meantime. What? Gather wealth. Gather influence. He had all of them, and he was not so foolish to desire absolute control. He was not a tyrant. There had to be some dissent, or else people resented their government. You could not save everyone if they were all fighting against you. Maybe he should blacken Katsuki's reputation further. Except his former childhood friend had done an impressive job of that without too much input from him. He'd needed Bakugo to take out those of the League who were a liability. His old friend had taken out Compress before he was ready, but that had been a minor hiccup. He'd now taken out twice, Ujiko and Indabi, and that was roughly when he wanted. Katsuki had done that, and had taken out Mustard as well. Izuku hadn't needed him gone, but sometimes sacrifices had to be made. But Bakugo had done his work in such a way that his reputation was also ruined. No one had cried at Kachan's funeral, not even his mother, who had simply looked tired and resigned. The police were actually pissed Bakugo was dead, since it meant they couldn't prosecute him. Everything there had gone to plan. He'd go so far as to say perfectly to plan. Izuku sighed deeply before he rose again, moving to the window. The sun was rising and his office afforded him a brilliant view of it. Izuku watched the light crest the horizon. It spread out in a brilliant line just before the sun peaked above the land. The line contracted into the burning disk of the sun as it lifted higher. Izuku sighed again. It was more relaxed this time. He didn't have to decide today. Or tomorrow. For the moment, it would be business as usual. He was sure something would come up. All for One always said he mustn't lose heart. Izuku smiled at the sun. He wasn't Tomura, who didn't know what to do with his victory. He still had things to do. There were still policies that would be made better. There were still people who needed to be saved. Maybe though, things were not as consuming as those events that had gone before, but there were things to do and he was sure, in time, inspiration would come, for something greater. Something he could use to ensure that everyone remained saved. He had to be positive because when he was positive, good things happened. Izuku had enough examples of that. Heroes, the League, and Bakugo. All he had to do was be patient. Something would come, something always did. He would be ready. AFOP The End AFOP Epilogue Note. I can see some questions now. Laughing face. Is Captain Shirai on Imoku's payroll? That's up to you. He might be, and thus he's protecting Imoku, or he might not be but knows that the board would be destroyed if it had anything about Imoku on it, so he's waiting to collect better evidence. You can decide.
AFOP. Fic note. The first part of the FIC involved a bit more politics, but in the second part, Izuku behaved a bit more like a traditional villain, because his enemies were conspiring against him and we know what that means.
Where to now for Japan? Well, I foresee them becoming a superpower based on the sensible use of human abilities and then onwards. All because of Izuku's leadership. He won't be becoming the Prime Minister of Japan as he is an independent and it would look very, very odd even if he could become the PM. He could, because he could convince everyone in parliament to vote for him and that's really all it takes. But then there would be some suspicion of mind control and he's worked hard to avoid that. Plus I think he's a bit busy.
The next couple of chapters are a wish fulfillment chapter and an alternate version of the end scenes.
Thank you for reading, and if you haven't left a review, feel free, no matter how long it has been. They are always wish fulfillment.
That went better than I expected it to, Kisatsu Shako commented, sitting back, and finally relaxing for the first time that day. Kisatsu was the police commissioner and had been in charge of organizing security for the state funeral of Representative Imoku Kakurite. It had been a nightmare she was honored to be given.
Kakurite had done so much for Japan and the world. He had been the best statesman the country had ever seen. That much was certain. But he had secrets which had only come out with his death, secrets she wasn't sure what to feel about them. They did warn you they were coming, Meina Dobaiza pointed out. That doesn't make it any better, Keisatsu snapped. Be thankful they warned you, Meina pressed. Keisatsu just glared at Meina for that. Meina grinned, he knew what the glare was for, and truthfully he couldn't fault Shocho's reaction. It wasn't every day that several very high-profile members of the underworld told you that they would be coming to the state funeral. It wasn't every day that they actually showed up, in the same type of limo as any of the other VIPs, and dressed in mourning. It was the reason they came that was frustrating Kiatsu. The underworld representatives had said quite clearly and frankly that they were there to honor the former head of the underworld. The head of the underworld. The man, or woman, Keisatsu was meant to catch. And the underworld was claiming that it had been Imoku Kakurite. A man the entire country honored. What do you think the press will say? Keisatsu asked, attempting to change the subject slightly. It was too difficult to think that Kakurite had been the head of the underworld, and the politician who had near universal approval. It didn't help that off the record, several of those from the underworld had approached her after the funeral to assure her that the underworld would not devolve into chaos with Imoku's death. He had apparently set up a strong succession plan, and had been semi-retired for years. The acting head, someone they refused to identify, had been leading them for the past few years, taking Imoku's advice at times but generally learning the ropes. They won't say anything, Meina replied firmly. Pimiko won't let them. Pimiko was Kakurite's daughter. She had taken over much of his commercial empire and had proven to be as economically astute as her father. She had been at the funeral, standing to one side of her mother, Himiko Kakurite, Imoku's much younger wife. There had been a bit of a scandal when they married. Many had accused Himiko of simply being after a sugar daddy. They had accused Imoku of being just a dirty old man, especially as he hadn't married until his mid-50s and then had married a woman half his age. Yet they had both gone to, until death do they part, with not so much as a whisper of scandal. As far as anyone could tell, Imoku had been devoted to Himiko, and she had been equally devoted to him. Himiko had been supported by both of her children at the funeral. Koshaku had stood on her other side. Koshaku hadn't entered Imoku's businesses. He was still at university, completing a master's of law. He was expected to become a lawyer, though he would probably get quite a boost from his sister. Meina knew Keisatsu had thought about the possibility of Koshaku being the new head of the underworld. It would make some sort of sense, that Imoku had left his legitimate businesses to his daughter, and his illegitimate business to his son. But in the very brief time Keisatsu had known the information, in between organizing the security for Imoku's funeral, she had confirmed that Koshaku had absolutely nothing to do with the underworld. And there had been a lot of eyes on the underworld figures at the funeral. They had not even looked at Koshaku. There would have been some indication there if they knew each other. There wasn't. That's illegal, Keisatsu reminded Meina. Freedom of the press was one of the things the country relied upon. She's not going to let anyone tarnish her father's name, Meina repeated. Keisatsu sighed. She couldn't really blame Pimiko. And if she was honest, it would be so much easier for her if no one asked questions as to why the underworld figures had been there. It would be better for all involved if they were just reported as being there simply to honor a great man. But, she sighed. With what she knew now, she wasn't sure she could ever think of Izuku as great again, and that was a very uncomfortable feeling. He had been her enemy, but he had been an enemy she hadn't even realized existed. Or rather, she had known the head of the underworld existed, but Kikiride had never ever been on the list of suspects. She felt like she had been played. Keisatsu felt, she didn't know what she felt. Used. And there was nothing she could do about it. If it was a game, then Kikiride had won in such a way there was no possibility of her ever making it up. And now she had to continue the hunt in the underworld knowing that Kikiride had trained his successor, and knowing that she had never found Izuku. As the police commissioner, it made her feel sick. I'll have a chat with Pimiko at some stage. She can cover this up, but I will want all the information she finds about the underworld. Reporters heard a lot, and Pimiko practically ran the press. For the good of the country, Pimiko had to tell her. Meina nodded. Don't think about it, he advised her. Don't think about it? Keisatsu questioned, her voice full of disbelief. Do you really trust those from the underworld that much, to be telling you the truth about Izuku? He asked. Did she? That was the real question. She wanted to answer no, she didn't trust them, but there was a note of truth when they told her that, and one of the burdens of her quirk was that she had a feeling when people were lying to her. There had been no feeling when they had spoken to her. But Keisatsu recognized the point of Meina's question. It was the other reason Pimiko wouldn't let her father's name be tarnished. But Keisatsu sighed heavily. She didn't know what to think. For now, she put it out of her mind. It was making her tense again, and there would be time enough over the coming days for her to process. She had, after all, known the underworld people were coming today. She had just held out the hope that they had told her that as a joke or some sort of sick way to tarnish Kikiride's reputation. But their presence lent credence to their words. How do you reconcile that? She asked. Reconcile what? Reconcile that Izuku was possibly both the best public servant this country has ever seen, yet the head of the underworld? Meina shook his head. I don't, he admitted. I look upon it as making him even greater. He controlled them, remember that. If he truly was the head of the underworld, he controlled them, which means that they were acting as he wanted, which means they were not running wild. That means he was still a great public servant. Keisatsu nodded. That made sense, but did it make him great, or did it make them stupid? She was afraid of the answer. AFOP, this is titled Wish Fulfillment for a number of reasons. Way back, I jokingly said I'd enjoy writing a scene at Izuku's death, where he is being praised as the greatest statesman of all time, when the underworld shows up to show their respects to the boss, and the surprise that causes to the establishment. Many people like the fluffy moments between Izuku and Himiko, and while it's true Izuku is closer to Himiko than others, and she does like him, for the marriage, publicly known relationship to happen between Himiko and Izuku, you have to ignore the following. 1. The 20 to 25 year age gap between them. While Izuku is aged up and Himiko's age is unclear, there is that much difference between them, which while I know can work, isn't really that romantic. 2. The scandal the age difference would have caused. Gold digger, sugar daddy, cradle robber. Oh, the list is almost endless for them both. 3. Himiko's very established criminal record, which includes whatever she did before she got into the league, and a very long history with the league, which includes assault, murder, Tomura, Ujiko and Sir Night-Eye, conspiracy to murder, Kamui Woods, and a host of other charges, such as using her quirk without a license. Tomura and Ujiko might have been bad guys too, but it's still murder. Short of having Himiko come forward, prepared to spill the beans on every other league member, in exchange for amnesty, I can't see a way of pardoning her, and every other league member would include Izuku, which defeats the purpose. And I'm not sure that would be enough to get her amnesty, but that's a purely academic discussion. Alternate ending scenes. The bang echoed through the rain but was quickly drowned as Katsuki cursed. He made a throwing gesture, and Izuku recognized the gun as it was cast away. Bakugo shook his hand. He'd been burnt. Dabi's fire had hit him, or the gun at least. Ha, he barked. Izuku looked towards Dabi. The fire villain was still standing, but there was a shocked look on his face. And a perfect hole in his forehead. His body crumpled. Fuck, I needed him, Izuku growled, snarling the words at his old friend. Fucker, Katsuki swore again, still shaking his hand, and not paying attention to him. Izuku turned back to high end. Kill him, he ordered. Fight, the Numu cheered the word, and charge. Bakugo might still be complaining about the burn on his hand, but he was quick to react. Izuku retreated back to the tunnel high end had emerged from. He glanced at Dabi. The fire villain really was dead. That was annoying. His mind immediately began working on what steps he'd have to take now to ensure he wasn't detected here. There might be camera feeds here. He wasn't sure. He'd have to check before he left. High End swung one arm at Katsuki. The vigilante dodged, thrusting his uninjured hand towards the Numu and exploding it. One thing Izuku could say about Bakugo was that his old friend knew when not to hold back. He wasn't now. The explosion was powerful. Izuku saw it actually scorch and burn High End's abdomen. The Numu felt it as well. It didn't hiss even as the muscle and skin healed, it was the opposite. High End was excited. Fight, He told Bakugo in a happy tone, "Good fight." The vigilante took the initiative, throwing punches and enhancing each with explosions. Izuku could tell that his old friend wanted nothing more than for him to be on the receiving end of those punches, but High-End wasn't going to allow that. The Numu closed with Bakugo. Izuku couldn't see much, but he could hear the continuous detonation of explosions. He saw High-End's skin char and blacken and heal again and again. His eyes narrowed. It was definitely slower. Maybe he should help, he could stop an explosion or two, but he knew High-End would not approve. Instead he focused on Katsuki. Stopping the heart was a difficult job. He had to get a feel for the currents in Kachan's body. He was sure that High-End would win, but Izuku hadn't got to where he was by not being willing to plan for contingencies. "Fucker," Bakugo snarled, jumping back. He pulled something from the belt he had on. High-End let him go. Izuku had seen the Numu fight in this ring before. He tended to allow his challengers to try a few things. Even though Izuku had ordered him to kill, he imagined High-End would revert to his norms here. Bakugo would die though, he just had to be patient. It gave him time to plan. Fuck, he looked over to Dabi's body. Izuku shook his head. He really needed Dabi. The fire villain had been reliable in content. It was that second virtue that interested Izuku. Dabi wasn't going to challenge him. A smile stretched across Izuku's features. If he was thinking that, he was being lazy. Dabi had established he was the leader of the league and there was still Kurogiri, Himiko and Spinner around who would support him. If none of them wanted the leadership position, they could promote someone. It would be a challenge to keep that unknown in line. It would be fun, and he'd need something to do, since most of his enemies had rather courteously managed to die. After all, it wasn't like controlling the current opposition leader, and likely soon to be prime minister, Yatu Raito was going to be difficult. Losing Dabi was a pain, but it would work out in the long run. In fact, it might be better. He had been complacent today, given that underling had been listening in. He needed the challenge. Besides, it's not like whoever was chosen wouldn't trust him. Izuku turned his attention back to the fight in time to see Bakugo charge at High-End. The thing he had taken from his belt was in one hand and Izuku had a sinking idea he knew what it was now. It was confirmed a moment later when there was a huge explosion. Izuku shielded himself as best he could, but in the tunnel he could still feel the blast of air and the wash of heat. High-End roared from within the explosion. Izuku hunkered down, shielding his eyes as the explosion seemed to go on forever. What had Katsuki done? Usually his explosions were quick, and while Kachan could generate them one after the another that required a lot of sweat. It wasn't that hot in here. So what had he done? It had to be something to do with whatever he'd taken from his belt. Eventually the explosion faded. Izuku felt his eyes widen as he watched High-End fall to his knees. The Numu fell forward onto its face. Bakugo turned his eyes to him. Izuku could read the dismissal in the red orbs, but he knew High-End wasn't finished yet. As Katsuki took a step towards him, High-End moved. His large hand gripped the vigilante's ankle. Bakugo was quick to react. He spun, slamming his hands down on High-End's arm to explode the offending hand from his ankle. It worked, but High-End then rose, holding up the stump of his arm as the bone, muscle and nerves reformed. Good fight. The Numu cheered, unconcerned with the healing state of his skin and hand. Izuku wasn't as relaxed. It was definitely too slow. He'd seen High-End fight for years, and this was noticeably slower than it had been. Still, Izuku was confident the Numu had what it took to kill Bakugo. He might be deteriorating with his healing, but Izuku could feel that High-End was more stable when he spoke to him with his quirk active. He would have to deal with it later. High-End swung again at Bakugo with his newly formed hand. Katsuki responded as he always did, with an explosion. It peeled the newly formed skin back. "Do you want a hand?" Izuku yelled to the Numu. "No," came the instant response. Izuku laughed. He had expected that reply. "Wouldn't work, fucking Deku," came a response from Bakugo. Izuku didn't say anything. He knew what Katsuki was referring to. The first time Bakugo had confronted him, he had stopped him from producing sparks to create his explosions. That was over 10 years ago. Bakugo had obviously learned some new tricks in the meantime. That was okay, he had as well. High-End caught Katsuki with a punch. The vigilante was punted back until he hit the first row of seats that surrounded the ring. He crashed into them, tumbling further back into the next few rows until he came to a halt. Bakugo was all limbs. He growled as High-End strode towards him. "Fucker," Bakugo growled. Izuku couldn't help his widening eyes as he fished in his belt again. He focused his public quirk on his old friend, feeling the sparks in Katsuki's body. There were so many and he couldn't get a lock on them. He wasn't meant to. He really had to stretch spark to affect something that was really so subtle. It was far easier to affect Bakugo's hands. The spark was bigger. But he would do whatever it took. Izuku Kakurit was walking away from today. Shit, he thought to himself. The expletive wasn't that refined, but Bakugo was so predictable. The previous explosion had affected High-End, and in the vigilante's small mind, that meant a bigger explosion was obviously better. High-End would recover, so long as his head wasn't too badly damaged, but Izuku knew the look on Bakugo's face. He was going to make the biggest explosion he could. It wasn't hard to figure out what the things he pulled from his belt were. They must be concentrated sweat pouches or something similar. You are dead, fucker. Katsuki screamed as he got up and charged towards High-End. Izuku noticed something different with the way he ran. His fists were holding something and there was a glint on his glove. A knife, perhaps? The Numu meet Bakugo's charge. The creation wasn't afraid. Izuku thought that it didn't know how to be afraid. He could see that there were more of the explosive things in Bakugo's hands and Izuku focused on nulling the spark, but there was something wrong. Bakugo laughed an instant before impact with High-End. If Izuku had thought the explosion earlier was bad, this was worse. He was forced to hunker down in the tunnel, shielding his head with his arms. Something still hit him that wasn't just the shockwave. It was smaller and denser, and stun, almost like hail. The whole building shook. The noise was incredible, and Izuku could hear smaller, secondary explosions forming. Then he heard something splatter. It wasn't a single noise but continued, as if there was a gentle pitter-patter of rain. Izuku looked around. He didn't have to look far. There were little things falling to the ground at the entrance to the tunnel. There were some on him, those that had been flung more horizontally. There was the sickening smell of burning flesh. Izuku gagged. It had been years since he'd smelled it, but it brought back memories. It wasn't much of a comfort that it wasn't his flesh burning this time. Izuku swallowed hard, pushing down the nausea he felt at the reminder of his past. He thought he'd gotten over that. He would be getting over it very soon. Just as soon as Katsuki was gone for good. It was a catharsis he had been looking forward to for a while. The smell didn't linger, though the pitter-patter of rain did. That was a problem. Izuku knew what it meant. If Kachan had done it right, it wouldn't be High-End making the kill. Izuku focused. He knew what the glint on Bakugo's glove had been for now. It had been a blade, possibly one that split to make a hole, so of course his old friend had done it right. 10 years wouldn't have been enough to change that, and for Bakugo, Izuku knew he had always had the thought that there was no kill like overkill. His blade would have made an opening, so he could force his fist actually into High-End. This explosion had come from within the Numu. The pitter-patter was the bits of High-End raining back down into the rain. Well, that might have worked on High-End, but Izuku preferred the subtler approach. He suspected Kachan would be wanting evidence of his supposed corruption. He wouldn't make the same attack. The explosion faded as the pitter-patter did. Izuku was prepared for the result. High-End it was a misnomer to say he was down, or rather he was down to his legs. They were still standing, but as Izuku watched, they fell. The black skin on them lacked the sheen of the living. It was darker and almost granular. Carbonized. At least on the outside. The rest of the Numu's body couldn't be seen. Izuku looked around for High-End's head. If it survived, then he'd have to kill Bakugo, but he'd still have a champion for his fighting ring. The smoke cleared and allowed him to see Bakugo was holding it by the skin flap. Impressive, Izuku murmured. He was forced to admit that Kachan had come a long way with his control. When they were younger, Katsuki had just produced explosions. Now it appeared he could regulate the output. In this case, he made his explosion bigger. With help, and a hell of a lot hotter. Bakugo held up High-End's head and put his other hand behind it. Izuku knew what he was about to do. The explosion was destructive and Izuku looked down at his suit as another part of High-End splattered against him. The suit was already dusty, but now it was also covered in charcoal. He doubted it could be laundered. Your turn, Katsuki growled. He sounded happy. That's 2 you owe me for today, Izuku murmured. Arrogant fucker, Bakugo snarled, and released what was left of High-End's head as he strode towards Izuku. Small explosions appeared on his palms, but Izuku could see the strain it was causing. Kachan was getting tired. Do you really think you will survive this? Izuku asked, reaching out to suppress the explosions on Katsuki's palms. The vigilante grinned at him. That's not going to save you, Deku, he crowed triumphantly. Apparently Bakugo hadn't been lying when he'd earlier said it wouldn't work. He had learned some new tricks in the last 10 years. Well, so had he. Izuku braced himself. Unlike their previous confrontation, over 10 years ago, they were about the same size now. He took 3 quick steps to close with Bakugo. The vigilante saw it, and launched small explosions which Izuku brushed off. He'd seen them before. He didn't even try to suppress the sparks there. Instead he swung his fist in, aiming to punch Katsuki. The vigilante saw it coming and dodged, lunging forward, his right arm drawn back. A right hook. Kachan hadn't changed. Izuku dodged, causing Bakugo to overreach. His hands flashed up, grabbing Katsuki's forearm and using the momentum to flip the vigilante. Instead of pulling away though, Izuku allowed himself to be pulled down so that he was pinning Bakugo. The vigilante bucked. Izuku wasn't stronger, but he had the better position. You always lead with a right hook, Kachan, he told his old friend. That led to a particularly hard buck. It almost shook Izuku loose, but he managed to remain seated. They engaged in a limited fist fight. He hadn't managed to pin Katsuki's arms. Explosions burned Izuku, but he had felt this pain before. He'd felt it for years, every day that Bakugo bullied him. He wasn't going to be distracted now. Instead, he slammed one hand down, onto Katsuki's chest and released a string of sparks. It was like a defibrillator. The shock to Kachan's heart caused him to still for a moment, his face stretched into a rictus of pain. That allowed Izuku to pin his arms. Fucking, Deki, Katsuki managed to spit out with an impressive amount of vitriol. He tried to buck again, though the motion was weaker. Fucker couldn't win in a fair fight. Izuku rolled his shoulders, letting his weight press further into Bakugo's abdomen. He was definitely going to have burns from the explosions Katsuki had managed to hit him with. Bakugo already did. He knew there would be a hand-shaped burn over his heart. Izuku shifted forward again, punching his old friend. It was a sucker punch given that Bakugo couldn't defend himself. It felt good. Kachan snarled at him. I know, Kachan, he told his friend, but, do you know what the most important lesson you ever taught me was? Izuku put his hand over Katsuki's face, careful to avoid his biting teeth. It would require another application of his quirk to make sure Bakugo died. His heart rate was probably returning to normal now. I taught you nothing, you fucking Deku. No, Kachan, you taught me the most important thing for anyone to learn. What? The vigilante demanded. Izuku leaned forward, careful not to shift his weight enough that Katsuki could bug him off. Life isn't fair, he whispered, before letting another round of sparks attack Bakugo. This time they were in his brain. Through spark, Izuku could feel the way his sparks interacted with the currents in Katsuki's brain. He could feel the way they were interrupting them. Bakugo convulsed. It was uncontrolled. He began foaming at the mouth. It was not a pretty way to die, but then there wasn't really any pretty way to die. There were peaceful ways to die, and those that weren't so peaceful. This was not peaceful either. It felt as if Bakugo was still fighting him, but Izuku knew it was only the physical reaction. He stood up, tugging at his jacket to settle it correctly as he looked down at Kachan's body. Izuku closed his eyes briefly. There were a lot of memories running riot through his head at the moment, and he pushed them back into a semblance of order. Too many childhood memories had come to the surface now. Goodbye, Kachan, he said softly before he looked up and around the rain. There were some small fires burning and there were bits of high end everywhere, but the Numu was not reforming. It was dead. The place was a mess. The glass on Dabi's office was shattered and the fire villain's body had been driven into the stands by the explosions. With the noise and the exposure, the police would be here soon. Izuku reached into his jacket pocket, feeling for his phone. Thankfully it was still there. He pulled it out. It was still in working order, but he expected that. It did have a heavy-duty protective case and was hardened against electrical shocks. There were enough people with electrical quirks that such hardening had become common enough. He taped the number from memory. Kurogiri, Izuku said, when the warp villain picked up. Izuku, the other man greeted him. Transportation would be appreciated. Izuku didn't waste time with explanations. The faster he was out of here, the better. 2 portals, he added, remembering Dabi's underling who had been listening in. If he was still alive, then he would need to be dealt with. The corridor outside Dabi's office, and the fighting ring. Izuku gave the locations, knowing Kurogiri would know them. As expected, a portal opened in front of him. Izuku stepped forward without hesitation. He didn't look back. After all, destruction simply heralded a new beginning. And this destruction was the end of heroes. Now, he could finally say he'd won. Izuku smiled. Sensei had been right. It was about power. Now he had power. And he would use it AFOP. You can chop and change these a bit to fit in with the ending. So I could have had Izuku need Dabi, while still crying at Bakugo, or actually have him fight while not needing Dabi. But I think the option I chose, not needing Dabi and crying, shows a bit more of Izuku and the fact that if there is victory on the line, Izuku realizes that pride is not necessary. After all, as the victor he gets to say what happened. But I thought the crying was a nice throwback to the past, and it annoyed Bakugo enough for an opening, and that's all it had to do. Thanks for reading, The Real End.